I was standing on the balcony in my room, screaming my lungs out, while my cousin Catherine stood next to me. Hello? Hello? Save me from this wretched queen and her snooty bodyguards. I will give 10,000 gold coins to anyone who saves me. No one can hear you, Merida, and even if they did, they won't go against the queen's orders. When I'm queen, I will demolish this stupid castle and build a big house with glass windows, and everyone can visit me, and I'll have lots of friends and pets and pastries. No, not pastries, they give me a sugar rush. Okay, so only friends and pets then. You wish. Just then, I heard the queen screaming my name, and I ran in the other direction to save my soul. Hi, I'm Merida, a real-life princess from someplace in the world. Please like and subscribe. My mom, the queen, was really strict, but she wasn't always like this. She used to be a fun-loving mom who loved spending time with me. But when I turned 5, Dad went out hunting. He fell from his horse, hurt his back, and was permanently bedridden. Mom had to take up all his responsibilities, and since then, she turned into the Wicked Witch of the West. To make matters worse, when I was 7, I was with my mom inaugurating a children's park when this homeless guy picked me up and started running. The guards caught him and saved me almost immediately, but Mom became extra paranoid and never allowed me to leave the palace. I wasn't allowed to go to school or play outside like normal kids. Growing up, the only friends I had were the palace workers or my royal tutors, who were really boring. My life sucked, and I hatched a new plan every week to escape the palace. Like this one time when I was 13, I tied a bunch of bedsheets and hung it down from my window. I was about to climb down when I saw how high it was and I chickened out. And another time, I climbed into the back of a van carrying pigs for the royal poultry farm. You, pig guy, drive or I'll behead everyone. Not pigs, obviously. They're cute. But I will behead you, I promise. The guy shot me a look and started driving. But 30 seconds later, the royal guards caught on to me. Mom found out and went ballistic. What were you thinking, Merida? That driver could have harmed you and taken you away forever. And that would have been a dream come true. Even staying with pigs is better than staying caged in a castle for one more day. I'm bored, annoyed, and I hate it here. It's for your own safety. Now quit complaining and go to your room. But I wasn't gonna give up so easily. So the next day, while Mom was away on palace duties, I tried sneaking out the kitchen back door, but my foot got caught on something. I tripped and crashed into a servant carrying a bunch of plates, and she landed on her butt. Are you okay? I looked up to see a girl my age staring in my face. She helped me get up, and just then, Mom came running. What have you done? That was really expensive china. Wow, Mom! You could have asked me if I was fine, but no, expensive china is more important. You know what I mean, and I see you've met Catherine. And that's how Catherine came into my life. Her dad was my dad's younger brother, and I'd met her when we were kids, but then she moved to France, and now Mom had invited her back to the palace. Catherine and I quickly became friends and spoke about everything under the sun. I told her about my boring life and how I was stuck in the castle, while Catherine told me all about her travels, which sometimes made me jealous. You know, Paris is really pretty. I love sitting on top of the Eiffel Tower and staring at the city. It's magical. And did you know that street churros don't taste the same as the ones we eat here? Of course you wouldn't, because I can't leave the castle. I know, you don't have to rub it in my face. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but why don't you just sneak out? You think I haven't tried? My mom has the nose of a dog. She can smell me out. But you didn't really have help before. Really? You'll help me? Of course. What are sisters for? Catherine kept her promise, and the next day when Mom left for her daily royal duties, she led me through the back gate of the castle. The guards were scattered everywhere, so Catherine and I had to be careful. We were hiding behind a huge wall, trying not to get spotted, when a huge trash truck stopped right in front of us, and Catherine signaled for me to climb in. This is your brilliant idea to sneak me out? A trash truck? I'm sorry if it's not up to your expectations, but it's literally the only way out that will escape the guards' attention. Whatever, fine. After the longest, bumpiest, and smelliest ride of my life, the truck finally stopped. Without warning, Kathy yanked me out like a bag of potatoes, and we fell into some bushes nearby. Welcome to the real life, princess. Let's go. I look like a homeless person dipped in a pile of poop. I'm not going anywhere looking like this. But it's the perfect disguise. Who would think a princess is walking around smelling like a pig? Hey, watch it. Don't forget that when I'm queen, Yeah, you'll behead half the population. Can we go now? We only have a few hours before the queen comes back. It took years before I was finally out of that miserable palace. so I didn't want to waste any time. Catherine took me to a photo booth to capture my first day out, and we ended up clicking a dozen pictures. I was still in the photo booth when she went outside to get something to eat, and this really cute boy walked in. I tried to run away before the boy saw my face, but I tripped over my own foot and went flying into his arms.
Whoa, is it fate or did the most beautiful girl in the world fall into my arms?
He smiled and my heart raced, but just as he came closer, I started sneezing like crazy.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry. I must be allergic to something. Just give me Just then, the curtain flew open and Kathy angrily pulled me out. The hot dogs in her hand went flying, and one of them hit the pretty boy in the eye.
Ow! Wait, will I ever see you again?
No, now get out of our way. As Kathy dragged me away, I waved goodbye to the boy, feeling like I'd just lost the love of my life. We went through a secret tunnel through a church that opened at the backside of the castle, and I was stunned to know that something like this even existed. We quickly slipped inside the castle before someone noticed. Wow, that was so cool. How did you know about this? My dad might have mentioned it. Then why did you drag me through the trash truck? Seriously? That's your concern? If that boy hurt you, the queen would have killed me for sneaking you out. It was a mistake, and I'm not doing it again. But now, I didn't need Catherine's help. I already knew about the secret tunnel. So the next day, I sneaked out through the passage and went straight into town. I went back to that photo booth where I saw the same boy sitting outside kicking the air.
You came. I was hoping I'd run into you again. I couldn't stop thinking about you.
Neither could I.
I'm Romeo.
I'm Juliet.
Right, wanna get out of here, Juliet?
It was lame, but I wasn't gonna tell him my name yet. I need to trust him completely. And for all I know, his name wasn't Romeo either. Over the next few days, I sneaked out every day just to meet Romeo, and I was smitten. He was cute, fun, really kind, and even volunteered at a local children's hospital at times. One day, he took me to the hospital with him, and I could see how everyone's eyes just lit up seeing Romeo.
Hi, Romeo. Is this your new girlfriend? She's very pretty. Are you guys gonna get married?
Well, her name is Juliet, so the chances are high.
I blushed as Romeo winked at me, and my insides exploded with excitement. Later that evening, he asked me out, and we shared our first kiss, which was magical. I knew I was falling for him. So a few days later, while I walked back home, I decided to tell Mom everything about Romeo. But just as I crossed the secret passage, I saw a bunch of guards waiting for me on the other side. The head bodyguard, Markle, immediately grabbed me and carried me as I kicked and screamed. Hey, put me down right this minute, or I'll have your head served to me on a platter!
Sorry, princess, but the queen will skin me alive if I don't deliver you to her. I prefer to be beheaded at this point.
Oh, you stupid bug-eyed giant mooncalf! I'll make your life miserable when I'm queen!
Can't wait.
Markle finally sat me down, and a second later, Mom walked in looking pissed. She threw a bunch of photographs on the table along with a news article. I stared in shock with all my pictures all over the tabloid with the most hideous headline. The princess who smells like rotten eggs and kissing a commoner is a disgrace and not fit to rule. Hey, that's not fair. I do not smell like rotten eggs. You think this is a joke, Merida? I've spent a lifetime building my reputation, and I will not let you destroy it in seconds. And how dare you leave without my permission? Mom, come on. It was only one outing. Okay, 2. Okay, sorry, 20. But look at the bright side. Nothing happened to me. No one kidnapped me, which means it's safe to travel outside. But Mom didn't care and left angrily. The next few days were miserable. The security around me was tighter than ever, and this time, no one was allowed to enter my room, not even Catherine. Things got worse when a week before my 18th birthday, Mom announced my engagement to the prince of some country. Can't say the name, sorry. And along with that, the date of my coronation. I felt lost and furious. Late one night, I was sulking in my room when someone knocked on my door. I opened it and saw Romeo standing outside. I pulled him in immediately before someone saw him. What are you doing here? If my mom sees you, you're dead meat.
I will leave, Merida, but before that, you need to know something. Catherine isn't who you think she is.
What do you mean? Before Romeo could say more, the door burst open and Mom came in with Catherine and some guards who immediately grabbed Romeo. Mom, no! Let him go! I can't believe you would stoop so low, Merida. Wasn't it enough that you embarrassed me in the newspapers, that now you were planning on escaping with this peasant? Mom, Romeo is a very nice guy, and and I wasn't going anywhere with him. You can ask Catherine. She's met him before. Tell them. I have no idea what you're talking about, Merida. I've never seen this guy before in my life. Why are you lying? I'm not. I was in my room when I heard noises coming from your chamber. I heard him telling you that he's here to take you away. And as a loyal servant of the royal court, it was my duty to inform the queen. You backstabbing witch! I will—
Enough! I'm so disappointed in you, Merida. Now, until the members of the royal court decide what to do with you, you will not leave your room.
For the next couple of days, I was locked in my room with 2 guards at the door the whole time. I had no idea what happened to Romeo, but I prayed he was okay. About a week later, I was summoned by the royal court members who had apparently made a decision about me.
After a week of deliberation, the royal court has concluded that Princess Merida has gone against Act 54 of the royal constitution that states, "The queen in line shall not interact with commoners or have personal relations with them before her coronation."
Seriously? There's a constitution like that?
Shh! The princess has not taken her duties seriously. Therefore, she will be replaced by the next person in line to the throne.
Wait, Catherine? Seriously? Unbelievable!
Merida, be respectful before the members of the court.
No! If all of you think that I'm the problem and Catherine is the next best thing, then I have no respect. And what's wrong with interacting with the very people— commoners we're supposed to rule? I was about to storm off when suddenly Romeo ran in through the doors with several guards following behind him. Catherine's eyes widened in shock as he marched straight to Mom. How did you get out?
I've lived on the street. We pick up a trick or two when it comes to escaping. But first, everyone needs to know the truth. My name is Romeo Buffet. I met the princess through Lady Catherine, who paid me to lure her out of the palace, expose her face to the media, and ruin her name.
You did what? Romeo went on to tell everyone how his little sister was a patient at the children's hospital where he volunteered. She was sick and needed surgery.
I needed money for the surgery, so when Lady Catherine approached me to work for her, I couldn't say no.
He's lying. He has no proof.
You can see my phone. I have the messages. Your Majesties, I did a terrible thing trying to ruin the princess's reputation, and I couldn't live with myself if I didn't confess the truth.
Kathy, why? Suddenly, Catherine turned to me with angry, bloodshot eyes. Because this crown belongs to me. It should have gone to my dad after his brother fell sick. But you, queen, you snatched it away. My father lived in misery all his life when he was the rightful king. So that's why you came back, for the crown. Of course. You thought I came here to be friends with your sorry butt? Please. I hired this butthead so I could somehow ruin your reputation in front of the court, and your mom would banish you from the throne on her own. I would have succeeded if this jerk wouldn't have barged in. I'm gonna kill you when I'm the queen.
Which will be never. I've heard enough. Get this girl out of here. And if I ever see your face near the palace again, Catherine, you'll never see the light of day again.
The room was quiet as Kathy was dragged out of the hall kicking and screaming. And that was the last time I saw her. The queen then got up, grabbed the scroll from the royal speaker, and tore it to pieces.
What are you doing, Your Majesty? That's the only copy of the Constitution there is. I'm the queen, and I make or break the Constitution. I'm sorry, Merida. I thought I was doing the right thing by keeping you safe, but sometimes parents can be wrong.
I wasn't the best daughter either, Mom. I made life tough for you when all you wanted was to keep me safe. I promise I'll be better. Mom and I hugged it out and finally made up. Overcome with emotion, I ran to Romeo and hugged him too. I'm still mad at you for deceiving me, but I get why you did what you did. Also, I missed you a lot. Think we could start again?
Nothing would make me happier.
Romeo and I started dating officially. His sister's surgery was a success and was fully paid for by the palace. 2 years later, I was officially 21. Romeo and I tied the knot, and I was ordained as the next queen. Don't worry, I haven't beheaded anyone yet. Hi, I'm Chloe. This is my story. Ugh, strap in. And remember to like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to the wealthiest family in town. No, I'm not talking normal rich. We were stupid rich. Dad's a billionaire oil tycoon and Mom's a socialite, so I rarely saw them, but they always spoiled me rotten. As for me, I was enjoying my best life. I was popular in school, everyone adored me, and people would yell how gorgeous I was as I walked by. When I was 13, my dad brought me to Little Miss California since he was a judge. People were shocked when they saw me.
This is the look we want. She should be crowned.
Dad beamed with pride, but when the other contestants heard this, they weren't happy. Especially this one girl, Molly, who threw a massive tantrum. That's so unfair. We've been practicing for weeks and she just walks in and wins? All the other contestants agreed, but the judges didn't care. The next day, a video of her tantrum was all over Facebook. It's bad enough she felt I'd stolen her crown, but now she had an army of bullies after her. I felt horrible. Desperate to fix it, I begged Dad to redo the contest and sponsor a scholarship for the top 3 winners. The girls were ecstatic, and Dad loved the positive press. Molly won, and I was so happy for her. She visited me and brought me a huge bouquet of flowers. I just want to say thanks. I see why they chose you. You're gorgeous, but I worked my butt off to win that competition. Sometimes being rich has its perks. Besides, don't talk like that. You are just as pretty. Stick with me, kid. You're insane, but I like you. I like you too. Let's be besties. Deal? Deal. From that day, we became inseparable and did everything together. Although Molly and I were total opposites, we got along super well. She was the serious nerd to my carefree self. Some might say I was spoiled, which is true, but it never bothered Molly one bit. I wasn't the best student, so she'd always let me copy her homework, and I loved buying her new clothes and books. In the 8th grade, I made Dad enroll Molly with me in a private school. She didn't want to go at first, but there was no way I'd face high school without her, so I didn't give her a choice. One morning in the cafeteria, I was busy copying Molly's homework like always, when suddenly she began freaking out. OMG, he's the boy I told you about. Here comes Jesse. I've been crushing on him for weeks. Okay, wow. I wonder what he wants. Jesse came over and sat down next to Molly.
So, I wanted to ask you out on a date. How's Friday?
Oh, wow, Jesse. Yes, Friday is perfect.
Holly? I was talking to Chloe. So, what do you say?
That jerk. If you can bring me my favorite flower, I'll consider it. It's called the violet monk's hood. Chloe, that flower only grows… Shh! Jesse is up for a challenge, right?
Yeah, of course. I'll get on it right now.
Jesse ran off happily, and I felt good about teaching him a lesson. The only way he'd ever get that flower was with a quick trip to the Himalayan mountains. What a moron! But Molly looked upset at me. What the crab? He called you Holly. He deserves it. Mess with them before they mess with you. I don't need you to fight my battles. Give me my books back. You don't deserve the answers after that stunt. Molly grabbed her books and stormed off angrily, leaving me stunned. I was just trying to help. Whatever. That was hilarious. After school, I packed my bags for my first sleepover at Molly's house. I visited there often, but she never invited me to stay the night. But with my birthday around the corner, I only had one wish, to have a sleepover at her house. She had no choice but to say yes. Molly's mom was the sweetest woman alive and went out of her way to cook amazing food. As soon as I opened the door, she had me in a bear hug.
Coco, come in. Oh, you're all skin and bone. Let Auntie make you something yummy.
Bring it on, Mrs. G. I'm starving. While I waited at the dinner table, something great happened. Molly's older brother Lucas walked in, and oh my gosh, when we made eye contact, I thought I was gonna faint.
What's it been? Like 2 years? Coco?
Where have you been hiding, handsome? Chloe, ew! Lucas has been away at boarding school. He's at the top of his class in physics. That's interesting.
And you? What have you been up to? You look great.
The way he looked at me made me blush. Well, you know Chloe, breaking hearts and taking the fashion world by storm, one maxed out credit card at a time. Rude. I haven't done that in weeks. Don't worry, I still love you, even if you are a spoiled daddy's girl.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Chloe. She's a force not to be messed with.
His cheeky smile sent my heart racing. The rest of the night went fine. Molly and I laughed, played games, and did dating quizzes online. But I could tell something was going on with Molly. She seemed different. Molly passed out in a bag of marshmallows, but I was still feeling hungry. So I decided to sneak downstairs for more of Mrs. G's amazing leftovers. As I stuffed my face, I heard someone giggle behind me. You scared me.
Hungry, are we?
Ahem. You know me. It's even better cold.
I was hoping to run into you this weekend.
Oh?
Yeah, you sure have gotten beautiful. I've kinda had a crush on you for a long time. You're so funny and carefree. I've always liked that about you.
Why are you only telling me this now?
Because of Molly. She said you're strictly off limits, but I can't hide it anymore.
Was he going to kiss me? My stomach did a funny flip and I dropped the food bowl onto the floor. Just then, the light flicked on and Molly glared at us angrily. What the crap is going on here?
I was helping Chloe here clean up this mess. Chill out.
Get lost, Lucas. And you? Go upstairs, now. I quickly cleaned up as I watched Lucas leave. Before he disappeared, he turned and winked at me. Back upstairs, Molly slammed her door. You can have any guy you want, Chloe, but not my brother. Calm down. That was nothing. He's a good guy with a bright future. I won't let you treat him like all the other boys at school. I'd never seen her this mad before. Excuse me, what's been your deal lately? Mess with them before they mess with you, right? Did you know Jesse dropped out of school this week to get you that stupid flower? Oh, please. Jimmy knows that was a joke. His name is Jesse, and no, he doesn't. He did go. It was a joke. What a moron. Molly's face said she didn't find it half as funny as I did. Just go home, Chloe. While you're at it, stay away from my brother. I won't let you hurt him. Come on, don't be like that. Molly turned her back to me. I had no idea she felt this strongly. Maybe I did take it too far with Jesse. Later that night, I texted Jesse and apologized. I told him to forget about the flower and come home, but he never responded. Molly was still mad the next day at school, but I refused to accept it. Please, let's just make up. I'll take you to your favorite place in the whole world. Ugh, fine. But make me one promise, okay? Anything. Promise me you'll stay away from Lucas. I wanted to promise instantly, but I paused. Something about Lucas I just couldn't shake. Earth to Chloe, promise me. Swear on our friendship. Okay. I promise. A few days passed since seeing Lucas, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. I'd never felt this way before. But a promise is a promise. Later that night, I got a text from an unknown number. Wanna go for a walk? Meet me at the gate. Lucas. Lucas was here? I jumped out of bed, dressed quickly, and rushed to the gate. When I got there, Lucas stood behind some bushes, waiting. He looked so handsome. What are you doing here?
I wanted to see you. Walk with me, please.
I opened the gate, and we walked the grounds of our estate and talked for hours. For the first time, I saw him as just Lucas, not Molly's older brother. I had no idea he was so smart and kind and sweet, and the longer we spoke, the more I began to like him. But I couldn't help but feel guilty for betraying Molly.
What's wrong?
I'm a bad friend.
It's not like we're breaking any rules, right?
I am, though. Molly thinks I'll break your heart. Lucas took my hand.
I'm a big boy, Chloe. If I decide to give someone my heart, it's because I trust them with it. And I trust you.
Lucas stepped closer and cupped my cheek in his hand. But I love Molly, and she'll never forgive me.
She doesn't have to know.
I wanted to say no, but just then, Lucas pulled me in for the most magical kiss. I kissed him back, and it felt so good for a second. But suddenly, I remembered Molly and my promise. Wait, this wasn't right. Lucas, stop. We can't. I'm sorry. Molly's my best friend. Leave me alone, please. I ran home and away from temptation. The next day, I ignored Lucas the entire time. I couldn't be around him anymore. The best way out was to make a move on the first guy I could find, and when I found the perfect one, I walked right up to him. I have a craving for sushi. Want to take me out tonight and get some? Pick me up at 8. I nudged him on the shoulder and walked away, leaving him speechless. I should find out what his name is. Later that night, I was getting ready for my date when someone knocked on my window. Lucas, what do you want?
You're not responding to my texts.
That's on purpose. Go away. I have a date.
A date? With who?
His name is, Kenneth, and he's hot and sweet. So get lost before he sees you.
I know what you're doing. It's not gonna work.
His smug look made me want to slap him. Just stop. You and I can't work, ever. Accept it and move on.
Fine, I'll move on if you can do one thing.
What? Lucas gently leaned in, almost kissing me. I felt my knees go weak.
Go your entire date without thinking about me once. Then I'll move on.
Easy. As soon as Lucas left, I canceled the date. He was right, and I had to confess. I texted Molly to meet me at my house, and I told her everything the following day. I know you hate me, but I can't keep this from you anymore. I'm so sorry. I can't believe you. I told him to leave me alone. You promised. That's why I'm telling you. I knew it was wrong the second he kissed me, so I stopped him. You still did it, even after I begged you not to. I knew Molly was hurt, but now she was just being mean. Oh, like you're so perfect. You're just as bad as me, except I don't pretend to be this sweet, innocent little victim. Excuse me? You let me send Jesse away because he hurt you. You could have stopped him, but you didn't. That's different. You're the one who sent him to get you a flower from across the world. You're a selfish, rich, spoiled brat. That's never bothered you before. I splurged on you and you never said a word. Suddenly, you have a problem with my money because you didn't get your way? Don't you think that's a bit selfish? I regretted the words instantly, and Molly stormed off in tears before I could apologize. My heart was broken. But if that's how Molly wants to treat me for doing the right thing, then I'll follow my heart. Straight to Lucas. I called him immediately, and within 30 minutes he came to my house. Molly hates me, Lucas. We had an awful fight.
She'll calm down. Just give her time.
I don't know. Not this time. I said some horrible stuff. Lucas pulled me closer and kissed me softly on the forehead. For the next few weeks, we were inseparable. We did everything together, and I couldn't have been happier. But I missed Molly too. For weeks after that, Molly ignored me. She didn't even RSVP to my birthday party. This was the first time I had celebrated without her, and it broke my heart. But then, Molly texted me just before my party, and I was thrilled. I skipped the party to meet her near the fountain, but I couldn't find her. Just then, someone walked out of the darkness, and when they finally came closer, it was Jesse? Before I could stop him, he grabbed me by the waist and kissed me while Lucas and Molly stood behind me. I pushed him away, but it was too late. Lucas was fuming. I can explain. It was Jesse.
Save it. Molly was right about you.
He stormed off and drove away in his car as Molly turned to me. Finally, Lucas sees the real you. What are you talking about? Do you know that Lucas gave up a huge scholarship to stay with you? Of course not. You only care about yourself, Chloe. That's not true. I love Lucas, but that never mattered to you at all. I fought back tears as Molly looked at me in surprise. Just leave me alone. You ruined everything. For the next few weeks, I ignored both of them. I was done with everything and needed to focus on myself. It was all going well until Molly came to my house one morning in a panic. Lucas, he had an accident. We have to leave now. We rushed to the hospital, and when we arrived, I was so happy to see Lucas standing in the hallway unharmed. I'm so glad you're okay. Lucas, Chloe, I'm sorry. I had no idea you were serious. Molly confessed to everything as Lucas looked at her in shock before turning to me.
I'm sorry for not trusting you. Let's just put all of this behind us, please.
I'm happy you're safe, but no, I'm done trying to prove myself. To both of you, I can't keep playing games like this.
What are you saying, Chloe?
Goodbye, Lucas. I turned around and left before Lucas could stop me. I had to put him before me, even if that broke my heart. I couldn't focus for days. My dad recommended a fashion program in Paris, so I enrolled. This helped me escape from Molly and Lucas. The day before I was about to leave, I got a visitor. When I opened the door, Jesse stood in front of me, holding the violet monkswood flower.
Chloe, happy belated birthday. When can I pick you up?
Oh God, Jesse, you really did it. I was just joking.
Are you kidding me? Do you know what I went through to get that? I missed my exams. I have to go to summer school now.
I'm so sorry, Jesse. I'll make it up to you, somehow. After Jesse left, I realized what a horrible person I had been. I couldn't even look at myself in the mirror. I needed this trip more than I realized. Later that night, I decided to cyberstalk Lucas and saw that he'd missed out on a huge scholarship opportunity. I immediately called the school and told them I'd anonymously pay his fees. At least I'd be able to help him in some way. The next day at the airport, I was just about to get onto the plane when I heard someone shouting my name as I was headed to the boarding gate. I turned around to see Lucas running in my direction. If you're here to stop me, don't.
I just had to say, I love you. No amount of time or distance will change that.
I love you too, but I have to do this. I have to change.
I know. I'll wait as long as it takes.
I've been miserable without you, Lucas. But promise me, no more sacrifices. Your future comes first.
I knew that was you. Come here.
Lucas held me close and kissed me softly. After we said goodbye, I got on the plane and smiled. New life, here I come. Hi everyone, I'm Gina from China. Or so I thought. Please like and subscribe. I was only a newborn when my adoptive dad found me outside a Shaolin temple in China one night. He was a martial arts teacher and the owner of the Shaolin temple. He tried to find out who my parents were, but when nothing turned up, he decided to take me in and raise me like his own daughter. I knew nothing of my real family, but the only clue I had was a very unique-looking necklace they'd left with me. Growing up, I was weaker than the other kids, but Dad was always there to look after me and trained me hard so I'd become stronger. But the kids at the temple were the worst, and they always made fun of me. Their nasty comments would make me really upset.
What happened, Gina? What's wrong?
Everyone says you're not my father and I should go back to where I came from, Dad.
Oh, honey, you should not let their words get to your heart. You are my daughter, and you're super strong.
But I'm so small.
No, you're not. Look at that ant. It may seem small, but see how she's lifting a sugar cube? The same way, your strength should come from your mind and not your body alone.
Dad's words always encouraged me, and I started focusing on myself. By the time I turned 8, I had a sudden growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than most kids my age. With time, even my martial arts skills improved a lot, and I started winning many competitions. But the kids at the temple would feel jealous and try to mess with me all the time. This went on until I was 17, and then one day, something weird happened. I was in the market when I crashed into someone, and all my groceries fell to the floor. Hey, watch where you're going and say sorry. But he just ran off into the alley, and I went after him and pinned him down.
Oh God, stop! Are you gonna kill me?
What were you trying to do, huh? He told me his name was Drake, and he was a super famous singer from the US. And now he was running away from some crazy fans who were chasing him.
I left my hotel in disguise to take a walk around the city, but my fans somehow recognized me. I'm totally lost. Please, help me get back.
I decided to help him, but he didn't even know the name of his hotel. What? But you have your phone, right? Call someone.
I left it at the hotel.
Gosh, he was such a handful.
Take me with you.
What? I can't do that. No outsiders were allowed inside the temple, but this guy kept begging me, and I decided to sneak him in. You have to stay all quiet in here, okay? Ugh, I sneaked in my share of the food, and he ate like he was starving for days and didn't leave any for me. That's it. You're gonna have to leave tomorrow morning, or
you're saying all this because you have no idea how popular I am. Otherwise, you'd have never wanted to let me go, baby girl.
Huh? Who did he think he was? Suddenly, he grabbed my phone and started showing me all these pictures of himself online. And that's when I noticed something very strange. A woman in one of those photos was wearing the exact same necklace as mine, and she looked so much like me. Who is she?
You want to know her and not me? Ah, fine. She's a family friend, but why?
Could I really have some connection with this lady? But what were the chances? The next day, I woke up to loud noises in the temple and saw Drake was being taken by his security people. Turns out, one of the girls from the temple knew him and reported it to his managers. I didn't even get to say goodbye. But ever since that day, I kept wondering about who my real parents were and why they left me. And my dad could tell soon that something was bothering me.
Gina, it seems like you're lost, my dear. What's the matter?
I told Dad everything that was going on in my mind, and he had the best advice.
If it bothers you so much, you should go out there and seek the truth for yourself, my love.
But Dad, how can I leave you and go all by myself?
I raised you to be strong and independent. I know you're going to be just fine.
Oh, Dad. A few weeks later, when I reached the US, I tracked down Jake's place and went over. but his security people wouldn't let me in. But I know him well.
Oh yeah, all the crazy fangirls know him well and try to break in all the time. You see that line over there? That's why we're hiring personal bodyguards for him.
Well, yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to be his bodyguard.
Nice try, but it's male bodyguards only. Now off you go, little girl.
I couldn't give up like that. Only Drake could lead me to that woman, and I had to find a way to get to him. So, I bought some makeup and wigs from a nearby shop and disguised myself as a guy. Later, when I went to audition for the job, everyone was fascinated by my smooth martial arts skills, and they hired me in an instant. They even gave me a room to stay at Drake's mansion. On my very first day, Drake's manager told me that he was running late for a photo shoot and asked me to go wake him up. But when I reached his room, I saw a girl trying to click pictures of him while he was asleep.
You, get away from him.
I pulled the sheets from under their butts and they both fell to the floor. What? Are you nuts? You broke my butt! Before she could record more, I took her phone and threw it out the window and she jumped onto me. You jerk! That was my brand new iPhone! Seconds later, Drake separated us and told me that she was his girlfriend.
Then why was she clicking your pictures like that?
Turns out, Drake's girlfriend, Blythe, was a social media star, and all she did was post pictures with Drake for popularity. She stuck to him like chewing gum and wouldn't give me any time to be alone with him. Even when we'd step out, she'd join us and give me death stares. Why do you keep following me all the time?
Ma'am, I'm Drake Sir's bodyguard, and it's my job to protect him. That's enough, Blythe. He's just doing his job, so cut it.
But she wouldn't miss a chance to mess with me. There was a fan signing event for Drake soon, and Blythe was live streaming when she tried to make me fall and humiliate me in front of Drake and the crowd. But I moved aside just in time, and she ended up bumping into one of the fans and falling face flat. Are you blind, moron? Can't you see? When the fans saw her rude behavior, they got real mad, and Blythe ran out of there to save her butt. But some of the anti-fans started throwing rotten eggs and tomatoes at Drake. I ran towards him and shielded him from all the nasty stuff and took him inside safely. When all the chaos was over, I realized I smelled gross, and I immediately ran to the washroom. But the moment I started washing my clothes, I heard a loud scream and Blythe came running towards me. You moron! I knew it! You're a pervert, and you've been following me this whole time!
What? Have you lost your mind? Why would I do that?
It's then when I realized I was in the girls' washroom, and Blythe pulled me out in front of everyone. I want you to fire this guy immediately, Drake. He followed me into the washroom.
I swear, it was a mistake. I was the one who asked him to go and look for you.
What? He took my side in front of all those people over his girlfriend, and I had no idea why. So later that night, when I saw him sitting in the garden, I went to talk to him.
Hey, are you okay? Yeah, all thanks to you, man. You were the one who came to save me even when Blythe ran away.
That's just my job. He then signaled me to sit down, and I did as he asked.
Why did you take my side today? 'Cause I knew Blythe was lying. I've known her ever since we were kids, and I know when she doesn't like anyone, she makes a huge fuss about it. But still, she's your girlfriend. Sometimes, I wish she wasn't. I always saw her as a friend, but one day, she asked me out. I said no, but my mom and Blythe's mom are best friends, and Mom said I couldn't break Blythe's heart. But you should have told your mom you didn't love Blythe. I did, but she didn't listen. Like she never listens to me about wanting to quit music for a while. But I thought you loved creating music. I do love music, but I just want to do it at my own pace. But my mom keeps pushing me into advertisements and other projects all the time. Then you should tell her to stop. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it, Drake. You're right, man. I'm just sick of everyone trying to use me for their own benefit. I can't even talk to any of them about this. But I'm so glad I found a friend like you, whom I can trust.
Those words pierced my heart. I was staying by his side and lying to him for my own benefit too. Just then, I spotted a mouse running on the ground towards me, and I just squealed loudly and jumped onto Drake's lap.
Oh my God, what's wrong? I don't know why I thought something was about to attack you, and I was just protecting you with my body, like a human shield. Just my training, you know? Okay, and is the girly scream part of the training too? Yeah, totally. It's like a war cry to scare the enemy. It's gotta be shrill. Makes sense. You wanna get off my lap now, princess?
I jumped off his lap, muttering something, and excused myself quickly. I'd acted like such a moron and almost given myself away. I just couldn't tell him who I was now. He trusted me and would feel so betrayed. So I started keeping an eye on all the women around him by myself, hoping I'd find the woman from the picture soon. And Drake learned to take a stand for himself with his mom and instead started doing things that he loved, like playing soccer. He also started ditching Blythe more often, and we'd sneak out to go on motorbike rides and eat the greasiest burgers across town. Come on, you can't finish a burger? Be a man. I'll finish it, dude. Not all of us inhale our food like you. Wait, you got mustard on your face. And without thinking, I leaned forward and wiped the mustard close to his mouth with my thumb. He just looked at me quietly, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Luckily, just then, his phone started ringing and the moment passed. I was pretty sure he thought I was his gay bodyguard now. A few days later, Blythe followed us to the match and offered to take everyone out for drinks. I quickly sneaked into the shower room first so no one would know my real identity. But just as I was done taking off my makeup and wig, I turned around and saw Drake standing there, and I let out a loud scream. Suddenly, I could hear some footsteps approaching, and Drake pulled me into one of the shower stalls. What the? Stay quiet, or someone's gonna see you. He was so close to me, and my heart was racing. But seeing how Drake didn't look shocked one bit, I could tell he already knew who I was. How long have you known? Almost since the start. What do you think I am, an idiot? Why didn't you say something then? I wanted to see what you were really up to, or how long you'd keep up the act. It's been fun, liar. Drake, I'm sorry. I never wanted to lie to you. I was just trying to find the woman with the same necklace as mine. Huh? What necklace? I told him everything, and when I noticed that the person outside had left, I stepped out to show him the necklace. But I was shocked to see that all the stuff I'd taken off while removing my makeup was gone, along with my necklace. I looked for it everywhere, but I couldn't find it. Calm down, Gina. It must be here somewhere. And I know who the woman in that picture was. But before he could tell me, Blythe barged in with the cops who wanted to arrest me for fraud. Fraud? That's a lie. Oh, come on. You pretended to be a guy and stole expensive things, including my mom's necklace. I've called her. She'll be here any minute, officers, and you can ask her. But arrest that fraud first. Your mom's necklace? What are you talking about? I didn't steal it. It's mine. Gina's right. She didn't steal anything and she didn't lie to anyone. I knew who she was all along. And Blythe, I'm breaking up with you. Blythe looked ready to explode. But just then, Blythe's mom entered and took the necklace from her hand. Where did you get this from? It's mine. She turned to me, and that's when I saw she was the same lady from the picture, and she was wearing the same necklace. I told her everything about myself, and at first she looked stunned, but then she broke into tears. Oh, honey, my daughter, I can't believe it's you. You're alive. She then told me how she got pregnant before marriage, but her super rich family was against her giving birth here and ruining their reputation, so she fled to China. Soon after I gave birth to you, my parents found me, and the doctors told me you had passed away because you were too weak. But now I know. They lied to me. So you didn't abandon me? Ugh, stop with your act. She's a liar, Mom, and this necklace must be a fake. Blythe, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's not a lie. She's indeed your sister. I can tell just by looking at her. Ugh! Blythe stormed out of there in anger, and the lady turned towards me. I'm so sorry that you had to live like this for all these years, but I'm so glad that you found your way to me. Please, give me a chance to make up for all these years. I can't do that. What? All my life? I wanted to know the truth about who I was, and now that I've discovered it, my heart is at peace. But this isn't where I belong. I have a life and a loving dad back in China, but I promise I'll visit often and get to know you more. Oh dear. Does this mean I'm losing my favorite bodyguard? Pretty much. But you've got a friend for life. Just a friend? No chance you'd say yes if I asked you out? I'll have to think about it.
I now declare you divorced.
I know
what you're thinking. Emma, 50% of marriages end in divorce. Don't be so dramatic. Wrong. This percentage is so outdated. It's 80% now. Also, I'm not upset because my parents are getting a divorce, but because... Wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning. And make sure you like this video and subscribe to MSA. I was born in a very poor country. But luckily, my parents were entrepreneurial geniuses. They built a business empire early on, so I never had a taste of real poverty like others here, and was practically raised with a golden spoon in my mouth. Mom doted on me and was super attentive, but Dad wasn't around much, so we'd never grown close. And when I was 11, he just announced out of the blue that he wanted a divorce and was moving to the US. He left just like that, without even paying child support. The most traumatic part was that he took our wealth and my lifestyle with him, and I had to eventually give up all the expensive stuff that had made me who I was.
What do you mean, let's go eat hot dogs in the park? We're not hobos. Should we be sleeping on park benches next and using newspapers for blankets?
I'm just saying, we can hang out and not spend money all the time. But apparently, we couldn't, and that's the first time I noticed I had no real friends around me. I switched to a public school, which was so stinky and embarrassing. Can I have one low-cal lobster, please?
Oh, yes, of course, milady. 1 second.
Oops, guess we ran out of those. Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays. Remember it. It was a hard reality check, but over time I learned a lot and got really street smart.
Do you have seafood today?
Mashed potatoes and greasy chicken on Mondays, sweet pea. Remember it. By the time I graduated from high school, I was a strong, savage girl who would not let anyone cross her. I had saved up for a flight to the US, and I was ready for revenge. Daddy, here I come. Dad was the owner of a huge restaurant chain here, so he was easy to locate. I wasn't sure exactly what I was gonna do yet, but I wanted to get close and find some dirt on him that I could use. And even though I was 99.9% sure he wouldn't recognize me, I'd still gotten a serious makeover to avoid the risk. Hi, I'm Emily. Are you looking for waitresses? Yes, we are hiring. We'd be happy to try you out. And so I began working there with no clear plan in sight. I just knew a salary didn't qualify for revenge or even child support. One day, as I was polishing the cutlery in the kitchen, I heard Katie crying while she was on the phone with someone who was clearly yelling at her.
Poor Katie. Her husband is a nut job.
This happens often? Why is he yelling at her?
It's probably something to do with work. He is the boss after all.
The boss? As in...
Yep, that's his wife.
Wife? He remarried? I must have fainted, cause the next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor and Colin was checking my pulse.
Gee, you scared me.
What happened?
I said Katie was the boss's wife and you went pale and fainted. So you tell me what happened.
Oh, I think I just didn't drink enough water today, that's all.
Sure, okay.
Colin and I became the closest co-workers. He sort of became like a guardian angel to me.
Your lunch today has all the nutrition you need. Can't have you faint in my kitchen again. Although
What?
Well, I haven't performed CPR in ages. I might need a refreshment course.
You know that doesn't count as a kiss, right? It only makes you a creep.
Emily, you pervert! How dare you go there? I was merely suggesting you help me practice a life-saving technique.
Ha ha ha. Colin, you know, if you want, you can ask me out like a normal human being. As I was walking back home that evening, grinning from ear to ear that I finally had a boyfriend who seemed to like me for me, I remembered that he actually didn't know the real me. He didn't know my name was Emma or that our boss was my dad. Over the next few weeks, I kept looking for an opportunity to tell him, but there never seemed to be a right time. One day, Katie told us there was an extra shift available for a waitress at their house because they were hosting a party, and I jumped at the opportunity. Bingo! As I entered their mansion that evening, I felt a sense of nostalgia, and a realization dawned on me. Dad's life hadn't stopped or changed like mine after he'd moved on. He didn't actually lose anything. For him, Mom and I were just a pit stop.
Magnificent, isn't it?
Oh, hey, yeah, it really is. When we went inside, Katie welcomed us warmly. She was always kind, but in her home, she seemed more warm and maternal. It felt like we were guests, not employees. Kids, come show Emily around and put her bag in the locker rooms.
Hey, Emily. Nice to meet you.
Hi. As they showed me around, I felt like they were living the life that was stolen from me. what a lovely house. Oh, you've won so many math and art competitions, I see. Did your mom take you to all of these?
Both Mom and Dad, they never miss a competition.
Oh, Dad too? That's nice. My dad never took me to anything.
Oh, I'm sorry, Emily. I'm sure he was just busy. Dad is busy sometimes, but he always makes it up to us.
So, he did know how to be a real dad. What did these kids have that I didn't? Why couldn't he love me like he loved them? I sat in the locker room alone, staring at the wall and just overthinking every memory I had of us when Colin came in, and suddenly I just burst into tears.
Emily, what's wrong?
Colin, I have to tell you something. And I found myself spilling my whole story and the reason I came to work for Dad. I spared no detail. Colin's mouth had dropped to the floor. He was silent for a few seconds after I finished, then looked up at me.
Honestly, good for you.
What? You're not upset that I lied to you?
No one knows this, but my real name is Samson. I hated it and hated my parents too. So I changed it and I left home at 18. I wouldn't say the real me is Samson, who was an angry teen at home. Colin is who I choose to be every day, so that's who I really am.
He was so right. The decisions I made daily were what defined me.
Know what? He deserves anything bad that comes his way. I want in.
Silent moonlight above, heartbeats, whisper of love. Nights a blanket so still. Stars are bending to will. In the shadows we find sparks that light up the park. In the shadows we find whispered secrets entwined. Closer we dance, lost in this trance. Mystery calls through the night, hearts that take flight, motion so tight. Mystery calls through the night, hearts that take flight, motion so tight.
During the party, I managed to slip for a couple of minutes into Dad's office. I wanted to find something I could use against him, so I scanned the room well to make myself familiar with it, then left. Since it was the holiday season, I'd have plenty of waitressing opportunities at his house to sneak in again. I'd noticed that he had a safe in his office, and every time I snuck in, I tried every possible 4-digit combination I could think of. His kids' birthdays, his wife's, his own, but nothing worked. Until one day, I randomly tried my birthday, and the lock clicked open. Wow, now that's a surprise. Did he still think about me? Maybe he did love me. For a minute, I felt guilty and didn't want to go on with my plan. But then I remembered, if he actually loved me, he would have recognized me by now. So no, he probably used my birthday because it was the last thing anyone would ever know or think of. Thanks again, Daddy. Inside, I saw piles and piles of money. I wanted to snatch it all and run back home. But I knew that only works in movies. Instead, I started stealing small portions. I did not feel any guilt. Dad was plain awful to everyone around him, including his own wife. Then one day, he surprised us with a visit at the restaurant. What are you doing here, dear?
Well, it's my restaurant, isn't it? I'm here to check if everything is running smoothly.
That's what I'm here for. Why can't you let me run the restaurant without constantly trying to control everything?
Listen here, pretty face. I know you got bored as a housewife and you want to play manager, but I have real work to do here. So why don't you go for a stroll as I check everything out?
No, this is
I wasn't asking.
Katie stormed out of the restaurant on the verge of tears as he continued to check everything up close. Everyone was terrified of him, especially me.
You over there!
Me? This was the first time he had spoken to me directly in years.
Yes, what's your name?
I felt sweaty and tongue-tied, but then I felt Colin moving and standing behind me. He put his hand on my shoulder to let me know he had my back. Emily, sir.
Emily. Are you new here?
Been here a few months now, sir. Just then, two shady-looking men walked into the restaurant and saved me from the investigation. Dad left me alone and followed them into a small room at the back of the restaurant. Sometime later, the head cook was called in too, and when he walked out, he looked flustered. An hour later, Dad and the shady men came out of the room, shook hands, and then all of them left. What's that all about?
I'll try to find out.
Later that night, I just couldn't fall asleep. My dad had looked me in the eye, talked to me, and he didn't recognize me at all. How do you recover from that? The next day, Colin came rushing to me, looking ready to burst.
Emma, we got it.
Really? What did you find out?
Yesterday, he made a deal to import illegal seafood. He wants to use that in dishes without disclosing it to customers. The head chef and sous chef are in on it. I overheard them talking.
Bingo! I knew he'd be up to something crooked. Now we have to think of a plan to expose him. I wanted to teach him a lesson and also see if he would flee and leave his new family when things got rough for him. But later that day, his kids came in for lunch and they had prepared holiday gifts for the staff. My gift had a special drawing of me. No one else had one. Oh, thank you. It's lovely.
The kids love you, Emily. They keep saying how you treat them like normal kids, not the boss's kids.
When she said this, I had a flashback to my own childhood. A lonely, spoiled kid with no real friends. No one treated me like a normal kid when he was around. Just a few days later, when I was working at his house again, Dad came barging into the kitchen furiously. He had discovered that someone had been stealing from his safe.
Count your days, whoever you are. Did you think that a house this big doesn't have security cameras? Once I get the tapes, it's over for you.
OMG, security cameras! My face turned green and I felt nauseous.
What's wrong with you? Don't you dare puke in my kitchen!
I'm kind of sick, sir.
How often do you come to my house?
I've come a few times.
Maybe you stumbled into my study, found something you liked. Answer me!
Excuse me, sir? Stop grilling this poor girl. She would never do it.
How can you be so sure?
Because I've asked her to grab me things from my room 1,000,000 times, and she never touched any jewelry or clothes. So if she wanted to steal, she would have stolen 100 different things by now.
Everyone was staring at the three of us confused, but not as confused as I was. Nothing that Katie said was true. Why was she defending me?
Katie, these kinds of people don't deserve your kindness. We'll wait for the tapes in the meantime.
These kind of people? It echoed over and over in my head. Ugh, how I wanted to say, your daughter, flesh and blood, Dad. But I held my tongue. I suffered that humiliation, but I never showed up to the restaurant again. I texted Katie that I just couldn't work there anymore. I had stolen enough money, but I wasn't done with my revenge yet. Colin had managed to take photos of receipts in the cook's office, and it was all the proof I needed about Dad's illegal seafood purchases. I could go public and destroy him, and I would enjoy it. But at the same time, whenever I imagined his downfall, I only saw his kids being upset or hurt, and every time they popped up in my head, an image of my broken, younger self also popped up. Cullen. I want him to suffer badly. But I feel if I go through with this, I'll be putting his family through what Mom and I went through, and I would feel guilty forever. I don't know what to do.
Baby, just by considering their feelings and future, you are already 100 times better than your dad. It's your decision. Do what feels most right to you.
And after much consideration, I decided to put the matter into someone else's hands. I asked Katie to meet me at a diner that night. Hello, Emma. Uh-oh, that's a bad start. I figured out your identity shortly after hiring you, and I wondered why you had chose to work for us. Now I know. You stole that money from us to get back at your dad. But don't worry, I destroyed the tapes. But then, why did you defend me? Emma, once I figured out who you were, I dug into his history and found out everything about you and your mom. Your dad is a jerk. He deserves this. Why are you with him then? For the money? You deserve so much better. The kids deserve so much better. I don't care about the money, but I don't want my children to go through what you guys went through. I want to wait until they're older before getting a divorce. He is a mean husband and partner, but I can't deny that he is a great dad to the kids. I understand, but in case you change your mind, take this. Do as you please with this information. Katie's eyes grew wide as she realized I'd handed her proof against Dad. I didn't know about this. Thanks, Emma. A few months later, I saw on the news that Dad was in prison and his restaurant license had been taken away because he was importing illegal food. And the same day, I got a text message from Katie. Thanks again, Emma. I needed it.
Hi, I'm Thule from Boston. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was really close to my dad. He was a space scientist who worked for the government. He built satellites, won multiple awards for his space research, and one time, he even predicted a war based on a satellite reading. Dad was my hero, and I inherited his love for science. We would talk for hours discussing big mysteries of space, and I loved it. But my mom always felt left out in our conversations. Like this one time in 10th grade, Dad was telling me about his new project when Mom walked in and turned the TV volume up.
You turn that stupid music down, it's giving me a migraine.
Your stupid science talk is giving me a migraine. Dad snatched the remote and shut the TV off. Mom tried to snatch it back, but she lost her balance and knocked into a big shelf with Dad's trophies and awards. Everything crashed, and Dad looked mad.
Look what you've done! When will you start behaving like a grown-up? You're a scientist's wife, and you're dumber than a tree. Gosh, what an embarrassment. Thule, come to my study. We'll talk there.
Mom looked like she'd burst into tears, and I felt a little bad for her, but she was always acting so silly. Over time, my parents started fighting a lot, and every time Dad would get annoyed, he'd lock himself in his study. He started getting more distant and would hardly even talk to me. Then a week after my 18th birthday, I walked in on him packing his bags. Where are you going?
On a big mission. I don't have time to explain, Thule. Just keep this necklace and know that I love you.
I opened the necklace and saw a picture of me and Dad and broke into tears. Don't go, Dad.
I just have to. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Dad left, and I waited for him patiently, but weeks turned into months, and he never came back. And then one day we got a phone call from his office saying that they'd lost contact with his spaceship and the search was underway. The news of Dad's disappearance spread like wildfire. Everyone was concerned for the hero scientist who had gone missing, except Mom. She was happier than ever. She went shopping, got a new phone, changed her hair, got rid of all of Dad's stuff, and wiped his study clean. When I kicked up a fuss about it, she said we had to move on with our life. But things hit the roof when the police came in asking for questions. Mom just screamed at them and asked them to leave. Why did you send the police away? They could have helped us find Dad.
They already went through everything a few days back, Thule, and they found nothing. Why do I have to go through this again and again?
How would they find anything when you literally got rid of everything Dad ever touched? It's so obvious you don't want him to come home. I heard you two fight the day before Dad left, and you sounded like you'd rip his head off.
That's none of your business, and whatever I'm doing is for your own good. Now go to your room and stop giving me a headache.
But I wasn't going to give up this easily, so I decided to take things into my own hands. I spent days reading every news article printed about his disappearance, tried getting in touch with his office, spoke to some of his friends, but nothing turned up. I was super distracted and failed a scholarship test to one of the best colleges in the city. Bummed out, I skipped school that day and went to a cafe when this guy crashed into me, spilling his drink everywhere. He tried to apologize, but slipped and fell right on top of me. This is the worst day ever!
Yeah, it kind of is. I almost got hit by a bus in the morning, and then my car broke down. And then I came to the cafe, but they didn't serve any hot chocolate, and I had to get cold chocolate instead. And now I'll have to order a new one.
Can you shut up and get off me? You're kind of heavy.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, is that the sequel to the Underwater Alien Invasion series? Please, please let me borrow this. I'm a huge fan, and all the copies are sold out. I'll get you free coffees for a whole month. Please? I'm Kirk, by the way.
Thule. Kirk and I spent the next few hours together, and it turned out we had a lot in common. He was a science nerd like me, fun and really cute. He was a bit weird, but at least he made me smile. We started hanging out often, and slowly I opened up to him about my life, family, and Dad's disappearance.
That's exactly what happened to my uncle. He was a fisherman and went missing. We found him 10 days later and kept asking him what happened, but he didn't say a word. Eventually, we realized he'd gone deaf because of water clogging his ears.
I don't see your point.
The point is that we found my uncle, and we'll find your dad too. We just need to keep looking.
Kirk told me his dad knew people in the government, and maybe he could help us get some inside scoop. I prayed something would turn up soon, but all my hopes went down the drain when a week later Kirk came back and told me that my dad was never assigned a mission. Everyone in the government was just as confused about his disappearance as I was. But how's that possible? Dad told me he was leaving on a mission. He gave me this necklace right before leaving. Kirk asked me for the necklace, but just as I was giving it to him, it fell. My picture fell out, and behind it was a tiny key. When I went home that night, I tried looking everywhere if there was a box or a locker that Dad might have left behind, but I found nothing. I was searching the living room when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I went to check and saw Mom all dressed up talking to some man. As soon as he left, I rushed outside to confront Mom. You moved on quickly.
I just went out to a nice dinner with a nice man. It's not a big deal.
Really? I wonder what Dad will say when he gets back and finds out that his wife is cheating on him with some clown.
And what will he say when he sees that his genius daughter failed an important scholarship test? That's right, your teacher called me. How are we supposed to afford college now, huh?
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just borrow some money from your rich boyfriend. He drives a fancy car. I don't think he'll have a problem sparing a few bucks for your poor daughter. You know what, Mom? You never deserved Dad. He was too smart for you anyway. Good that you're finding someone from your own league.
Watch your mouth, Thule.
But I was already on my way inside the house. That night, I slept with one thought on my mind. I had to find Dad and move out of this miserable house as soon as I could. The next day, I met Kirk and told him my plan of breaking into Dad's office. Mom got rid of all of his stuff, and the office is the only place I haven't looked yet.
How are you so sure that you'll find something? The police might have looked already.
But they didn't have this key. I know it means something, and I have to give it a shot.
Fine, I'm coming with you.
No way I'm dragging you into this. Saying that, I turned around and left. Dad worked in a government facility, and it was difficult to get past the security checks during the day, so I decided to sneak into the office building at night. That evening, when Mom slept, I slowly slid out of my window and left. I was standing outside Dad's building when a guy dressed up as Batman came and stood next to me.
How do I look?
Kirk? Oh, why are you dressed like that?
I've always wanted to dress up like Batman and fight crime. Actually, no. I wanted a disguise, and this was the only costume available last minute. I wish they had Spider-Man. Listen, I'm coming with you, okay? I know you're strong and independent, but you need my help.
Why do you want to help me?
Because I like you, dummy. And if we survive tonight, I'm taking you out on a date. Just think about it. Now, remember, be quiet and fast.
Kirk said that, took one step, and fell on his face.
I was showing you what we shouldn't do.
Got it, Buttman. I'm joking, don't cry. Let's go, Batman. Kirk and I went inside, kept our heads down, and dodged a bunch of cameras. It was dark, and Kirk kept bumping into me, but somehow we made our way towards the Department of Space and Aerotechnology. This must be it. But just as we took one step inside, alarms started blaring like crazy, and within seconds we were surrounded by a SWAT team. I told them my dad worked here, but they still handcuffed me and Kirk, took us to the police station, locked us in, and called our parents. Kirk's dad used his connections to get us out, but Mom had to pay a lot of money, so my arrest won't go on my permanent record. When we got home that night, she was pissed.
I sold my jewelry to get that money. It was for your college. I don't even know what to say to you.
You could start with telling me where Dad is.
Oh my God, Thule, your dad's gone. I've accepted that, and you should too.
I just can't give up on him so easily. Look at this necklace. It's a key, and Dad gave it to me right before he left and asked me to keep it safe. Obviously, it's something important. This might have information on it that can lead us to him.
Give this to the police and let them handle it. This is beyond your control.
And what if the police fail to handle it? It's been months, and we have no clue where Dad is. People don't disappear like that, Mom. Something happened to him. If he is out there, how can I stop looking for him? If you know something, just tell me, Mom. I can handle the truth. I just know I can't go on like this anymore.
Oh, my sweet baby. I wish I could help you.
Mom hugged me tight as I sobbed like a little baby. In all my years, I'd never felt this close to her. And maybe she was right, and the situation was beyond my control. The next morning, Mom and I went to the police and gave them all the information I had, including the necklace. The principal agreed to let me appear for the scholarship test again, thanks to my previous scores, and this time I cracked it. Kirk took me out to celebrate over ice cream when he suddenly jumped on a table and started singing.
Oh, Thule, my Thule, you're sweeter than ice creams. I want to be with you. Will you be the peanut butter to my jelly?
That was so cheesy.
Then what do you have to say about this?
Kirk kissed me, and it felt perfect. We started dating officially, and he even got through to the same college as mine. Mom was happy and everything was fine, except I still missed Dad terribly. Then, a day before I was leaving for college, I was loading my stuff in the car when a bunch of police vehicles pulled up in our driveway. They spoke to Mom for a while, and then she walked up to me with tears in her eyes.
It's about your dad.
My heart leapt to my throat. What's happened? Is he okay?
They found him, but he doesn't want to see you.
That's not possible. Dad loves me. Of course he wants to see me. I have to go. Mom tried to stop me, but I ignored her and left. I didn't get what her deal was, but I was too excited to see Dad after so long. But my excitement turned to horror when I saw the police car turn towards a prison. My heart was pounding when the police asked me to sit in the waiting room, and minutes later, a frail-looking man walked in. Dad! I ran and hugged him tight. I'm so happy you're okay. But what are you doing in prison, Dad?
Paying for trusting my daughter. What else?
Dad told me that he was running away from the government because he had illegally sold important government secrets to enemy nations for money. The government found out about it and had been tracking down Dad for months. But I got that phone call from the office about losing contact with your spaceship.
That was a lie the government made up. They couldn't tell the public a national hero had gone rogue till they had proof, which you gave them. That was the key to my secret locker with evidence of my illegal activities and bank accounts. I had no choice but to flee, but I didn't want to get caught with all the information on me. No one would suspect a stupid necklace, so I put that key in there and gave it to you to keep my information safe. But you went ahead and handed it over to the police. How could you be so dense, Thule?
Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you moron. I turned around to see Mom walk in with Kirk, march up to Dad, and slap him square in the face.
That was for insulting my daughter.
And that is for lying to us.
You mean lying to Thule? Because you knew the whole truth, but you chose not to tell her. So I guess we're not that different.
What? Is that true, Mom?
Yes. The police told me everything the day after your dad left. They were the ones who took away his things into custody for investigation, but didn't find anything. I tried to help as much as I could, but I didn't want them to drag you into the mess, so I kept everything from you.
You worshipped your dad, and I thought finding out that he's not a hero but a traitor would destroy you. So you lied to me? For months you saw me suffer and you didn't say a word. How could you, Mom? And Dad, I trusted you blindly and almost gave up on my future to find you. And you didn't bother to tell me you were okay? Both of you are liars. I hate you. Mom tried to stop me, but there was nothing more to say. Dad got life imprisonment, and I never saw him again. Kirk and I left for college soon after, and even though Mom tried calling several times, I didn't answer her. All I needed was space and time to heal. I felt like a mess, and Kirk helped me pick up the pieces. I went into therapy, graduated from college, got a job, and got married to Kirk in a small ceremony. A year went by, and soon I was blessed with a baby girl. I was in the hospital when Mom walked in with a huge bouquet. I know you don't want to talk.
I was almost done with my shift at the cafe when a customer started screaming at Mom for getting the order wrong. You won't die if you have to have hot chocolate instead of coffee one day. I'm allergic to chocolate, you stupid woman! What kind of idiot is allergic to chocolate? Maybe you should die and then come back to life so you can taste chocolate. Naturally, the manager fired Mom on the spot. Hi, I'm Jane, and I know what you're thinking. Wow, she's really pretty. Trust me, I get that all the time. But it's not always the best thing you can hear. This face almost destroyed my life. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. My dad was rich, and he gave me and my mom the best life ever. When I was 10, I got into soccer, and by 14, I was winning every competition in town. It was my dream to play soccer professionally, and I was well on my way. But then I turned 18 and everything changed. Dad made some bad investments, lost all his money, and booked a one-way flight to India.
I think it's time I look for spiritual awakening, a right direction, some eat, pray, love. Oh, I'll show you the right direction, estupido.
We never heard from Dad again. Mom sold the house and we moved to a smaller place. Soon, she had to pick up a job, but she was awful at everything. She tried teaching some kids Spanish, but told them they were morons in the second day. Tried babysitting and slept on the job. Tried waitressing, which clearly didn't work out either. Then Mom joined as a sales girl at a makeup store. But on her first day, she slipped on a lipstick and broke her hip. Mom was put on bed rest for months. So I pulled out of soccer classes in school and picked up double shifts at the cafe. I was working late one night when this boy walked in. Sorry, sir, we're closed. No reply. Are you lost? Nothing. Okay, listen, you creep. If you're here to kidnap me, let me tell you that I'm really broke. I am 1 step away from being homeless and 2 steps away from being a street rat.
Has anyone told you that you're pretty? 'Cause you're really pretty. I'm Tyler. What's your name? It's Angel, right? No, wait. Goddess? Miracle? Will you go out on a date with me?
What? No! Tyler kept asking me out, but I threw coffee in his face and kicked him out. But then he started stopping by the cafe every day. He'd stay there for hours trying to get my attention. He'd keep ordering the most expensive coffee and then leave a fat tip. He was really getting on my nerves. What's your deal? Are you trying to win me over with money?
Jane, I genuinely like you. Please, just take a chance on me and go out on one date. If you still don't like me, I won't trouble you again.
Before I could respond, Mom popped out of nowhere.
Oh, mija, he's so cute. Say yes.
Mom, why are you here?
You're my daughter. You came out of my womb. I feel a pull towards you like a piece of metal to a magnet. Can't I come and see you when my heart says so?
What are you really doing here?
Okay, you weren't picking up your phone. I just wanted you to get me my favorite sandwich. Now say yes to this boy, or I will. I'm kidding. Do you have a single dad, older brother? Even a butler would do.
Okay, that's enough. And Tyler, fine. Let's meet for dinner tomorrow. 1 date. Tyler and I ended up having a great time. He was cute, fun, and really rich. He loved pampering me with all things good. And honestly, it felt nice to be taken care of. Before I knew it, we started dating. And then he surprised me with the best news ever.
I spoke to my dad, and he's agreed to put in a good word for you with my school principal. If things go right, we might go to the same school.
But I can't afford the fees.
Just impress the soccer coach, and they'll let you in on a sports scholarship.
I hugged Tyler, and we shared our first kiss that night. A week later, I was called in for the soccer trial, and I nailed it. 1 week before joining the school, Tyler invited me and Mom to his place for Thanksgiving dinner, which was a mansion, and his parents looked like royalty. I was just introducing myself to his dad when a girl on a broomstick came sliding down the stairs and knocked right into me. I fell back on a tall shelf and a bunch of stuff fell down. Tyler's mom looked horrified. Oh my god, my ultimate collection of unicorn figurines. What have you done? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I started picking up the pieces when the same weird girl pushed me away.
You don't have to do that. High time these ugly things broke.
What's wrong with you, Kiki? You could have seriously hurt Jane.
She's not made of glass, and I was trying to see if the broom thing works for everyone, or if it's just for Harry Potter. Wait, I have an idea. Maybe your mom can give it a shot, Tyler, since she's an actual witch.
Kiki, that's enough.
Kiki just grinned and we all sat down for dinner. Tyler's parents were extremely sweet, and they really seemed to love him.
Tyler's a star, and I'm so lucky to have him. He's really smart and helps me handle the business so well. Look at that handsome face. So handsome.
He's a dork.
What did you just say?
I need a fork to eat noodles. But we got this turkey made especially for you, Kiki. I know how you like it.
Shush! Okay, I'll eat it. Your fake sweet voice gives me nightmares. I mean migraines. You know what? Let's play a game. Let's all tell one thing we're grateful for. I'll start. I'm grateful for nothing. Thanks to you, stepmama. You broke my family, turned my dad's brain into mush, and your son looks like a toad and he gets all the attention. Oh wait, I have the perfect Thanksgiving song for y'all.
With that, Kiki jumped on the table and started singing in the worst voice ever.
Hey yo, it's a day to be happy, but I'm always so snappy because my stepmom's a witch and her son's kinda crappy and my dad is dumber than a baby in a nappy.
Kiki's dad got up furiously and pulled Kiki out of the room, and that was our cue to leave. That was one horribly awkward dinner. The next day at school, Tyler apologized for Kiki's behavior.
Her mom ran away with the milkman when Kiki was only 5. She came back, but then she ran away with the postman a few years later. Kiki still thinks her mom will come back, so when her dad decided to marry my mom, she hated the idea. She just can't accept us as a family and keeps acting like a spoiled brat. Just be careful. She might take her anger out on you too.
And sure enough, Kiki made my life at school miserable. I found my soccer jersey soaked in grease, and another time she spray painted all over my books. The last straw was when one day during practice, I was doing some stretches and I heard Kiki giggling behind with her camera focused on my butt.
Hey guys, Tyler's new girlfriend wears Barbie underpants. Look. For more content, like and subscribe to my channel. Everybody hates Tyler.
Get that thing away from me. I tried to stop her from filming, but she wouldn't, and then I pushed her. She fell, her camera broke, and both of us fought like wildcats before the coach separated us. Tyler's right about you. You're a crazy, spoiled brat.
And you're just a pretty stupid girl. And I mean pretty stupid, like a whole lot of stupid, not like pretty and stupid. Wait, that's not good enough trash talk. Can we try this again? I can do better.
But I just ignored Kiki and walked away. While school was a mess, at home, Mom kept pestering me about my relationship with Tyler.
Change that shirt, you smell like a wet puppy. Get a manicure. Your fingers need to be perfect when Tyler puts a ring on it.
Oh my god, Mom, we're not getting married, and money isn't everything.
That's a lie poor people made up.
Yeah, that was another problem. Mom was just so excited about me and Tyler, but lately, I was beginning to have second thoughts. The more I hung out with him, the more I realized that we were poles apart. He would take me to these fancy parties and dinners when all I really wanted was some quiet time together watching TV and eating pizza. Then one evening, Tyler invited me to an art exhibition with his parents and Kiki. As always, Tyler's dad kept praising him in front of the guests, and Kiki looked upset. The whole situation was uncomfortable, so I excused myself and was admiring an art piece when a boy came and stood next to me.
Admiring my work, I see.
Oh, it's by you? It's amazing. You're so talented.
Oui, merci beaucoup, pretty bella.
The artist leaned in to kiss me, but I stepped back. He then pulled me by the arm, but I turned around and punched him in his face. He screamed, and soon a crowd gathered around us. And Tyler angrily pulled me outside.
What were you thinking, Jane?
He was forcefully trying to kiss me. What else was I supposed to do?
That's how French people say thank you. This is so embarrassing to my parents. Go apologize to them now.
Are you for real? You should be making that artist apologize to me. Why should I say sorry to your parents?
Because they've done so much for you. You know my dad had to bribe the principal to get you into this school?
What? I never asked you to do that.
Exactly. A lot of girls would kill to be in your place.
Oh, really? Then choose one of those girls and date them.
With that, I turned around and left. I tried finding a cab, but there was none around, and I started walking. Just a few blocks down, I suddenly realized that 2 homeless guys were following me. I panicked and ran, and just as I turned a corner, I crashed into someone. Kiki. Ow! You blind bat! Wait, who are these monkeys?
Your worst nightmare. Now give me all the cash you have.
Huh, not so fast. Kiki lunged at one guy and bit him. He howled in pain, and the other one was about to jump at Kiki, but she turned around and kicked him in the stomach and brought him to his knees. Then she took a tweezer out from her pocket and pulled hair out of his nostrils. The guy started sneezing like crazy, and Kiki and I ran for our lives. We finally stopped at a cafe and threw ourselves on some seats. Thanks for saving my... But sure. But first, I need food. Waiter? Yes, hi. Get me 2 full hamburgers, 2 sides of fries, 2 strawberry milkshakes, and 3 scoops of ice cream each. Oh no, wait, I'm on a diet. Only 2 scoops then. And make it fast. Why did you help me? It's been a while since I last bit someone. The last person I bit was Tyler because he called me a dumb witch, which I'm not. I mean, if I was a witch, I would have been able to fly on a broom. Why do you hate Tyler so much? He acts really nice in front of my dad, but behind his back, he's a big fat jerk. He and his mom are evil, I just know it. My nostrils flare up every time they're around. You know, like Spider-Man has those spider tingles? Has anyone ever told you you talk a lot? Yeah, all the time. Why? They say that to you too? That's such a coincidence. And Kiki went on and on till the food came, and she finally shut up. That night, I realized that Kiki wasn't that bad. She was just an ignored kid looking for love, and it kind of reminded me of the time when Dad left us, and Tyler had been such a jerk today. Kiki dropped me off at home in her car, and when she left, I noticed something stuck to my coat. It was a weird necklace that I'd seen Kiki wearing at the museum. It must have gotten stuck on me during that fight with those homeless guys. So the next day, I went to her place to return it. When I saw her arguing with Tyler's mom, I hid behind one of the cars to avoid getting spotted.
You spoiled brat. You destroyed my entire Prada collection. Do you have any idea what that's worth?
Nope. Do you? How would you know since my dad paid for it, you filthy peasants?
The only peasant here is you. It's only a matter of time before your dad hands over the business to me. And once I have control, you'll have to beg me for money.
You and your evil mother will eat rat poop before that happens.
That's it. I'm talking to your father and we're shipping you off to that boarding school. Don't think I can't make it happen. I've got him wrapped around my little finger.
In your dreams. And with that, Kiki threw chili powder in Tyler's mom's face and ran away, leaving her screaming while Tyler quickly led her inside. I tried to sneak away unnoticed, but Kiki spotted me. What are you doing here? I came to give you back this necklace. What's all this mess, Kiki? Tyler and his mom are horrible. But Kiki was only half listening because her eyes were stuck on the necklace. This was in your hand the entire time? Yeah. Why? What's so great about this rusty thing? It's a hidden camera. I bought this yesterday to collect evidence against my stepmom, and I thought I'd lost it. But you just recorded her spitting fire on me, and now I have proof that she's a vile witch. I can finally show this to my dad. Oh, thank you so much. And hey, I'm sorry for calling you a pretty stupid girl. You're very smart and pretty. Kiki kissed my hands and then ran inside at the speed of light. The next day at school, she walked up to me with a huge smile and told me that her dad finally believed her and Tyler and his mom were out of her life. I was really happy for her. That same day, the coach told us about the upcoming inter-school soccer championship, which would be attended by international scouts looking for new players. Getting selected would mean a 5-year contract and a college of our choice. I plunged myself into practice, but Tyler kept bugging me with texts and phone calls, so I decided to break up with him clearly. We're done. It's over. Never getting back together. Go ask your mama to find you a better girl. When Mom heard about the breakup, she started crying like a banshee.
We're going to die living like poor rats.
No, we won't. All I need is one shot at my dream, and everything will be just fine.
Oh my God, you're in shock. You're talking like a mad person now.
I just ignored Mom and concentrated on my goal. And on the main day, I felt so ready. But 10 minutes into the game, this annoying girl on the opposite team kept falling around me, acting like I'd shoved her and hurt her badly, which kept landing me into penalties. The referee gave me a red card, and I got benched for the rest of the season.
We won the match, but I was devastated for losing out on my golden chance to be selected. As Kiki and I were leaving, we suddenly saw a huge crowd in the parking lot gathered around someone who was screaming. It was the same girl who got me the red card in the match, losing her mind on Tyler while his mom was trying to save him.
Ow! I said I'll get you your money! Ow! Let my boy go, you crazy witch!
And then Kiki jumped into the mix to slap and kick all three of them. I pulled her away and screamed, "Shut it, everyone! What is happening?" This guy and his mommy told me they'd pay me to get you penalties. They also bribed the referee to give you the red card. And now they're trying to get away without paying me anything except these stupid unicorn figurines. Those are actually pretty expensive, and these don't even belong to her. Give me that. I angrily turned to Tyler. Why would you set me up and make me lose such a big opportunity?
Because I lost everything, and it's all your fault. I had money, a good house, and a great dad. But after Kiki showed your dad that video of Mom yelling at her, he kicked us out. It's all because of you.
Nope. You were greedy and selfish, and you never cared for Kiki's dad. Maybe it's just your karma getting back at you. Bullseye! Now go and live your worst lives. There were enough witnesses to the whole conversation. The referee who gave me the red card was fired on the spot. The coach convinced the scouts to give me another chance to show my skills in the next match, and I played my best game. Our team won the tournament, and Kiki and I both got selected for a top international soccer team. It's been 2 years since, and we never heard from Tyler or his mom again. I'm living my best life playing soccer, but some things never change, like Mom.
Will you get married to a rich man now?
Mom, I am the rich man. Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy. Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me? Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot, but I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him. How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks! Leave him alone! I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it. Mom needs that surgery soon. So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was gonna get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No. Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't gonna make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was gonna be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then, Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty, and I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so...
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you. Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
I was in my room catching up on MSA when my parents had their 100th argument of the day.
You bought a neck cream for $1,000?
Yeah, so? You know how delicate the skin around the neck is? Staying in this stupid village stresses me out. I have wrinkles now. I'm officially unlovable.
I still love you.
Like that matters.
Outer beauty is just a lie, Mother. It's what's inside that counts. If you really want to be loved, you need to fix your personality. And while you're at it, please fix your posture too, or you'll have a hunchback soon. Mom stared at me before bursting into tears and running away. Okay, maybe it was a bit harsh, but hey, that was me trying to help Mom become lovable. It was a good deed. Hi, I'm Julia, and I'm about to tell you how my parents ruined my life. But before I do, please hit like and subscribe. I knew very early on that I wasn't an ordinary kid. By 3, I could use a knife and a fork to cut apples to perfection. By 10, I could recite Shakespeare word for word. By 13, I could bake pastries that could give a French baker a run for his money. I've always wondered how I turned out to be so amazing. Maybe my great-great-grandma or grandpa was an extremely responsible, talented, sophisticated person, and I got my unique genes from there, because my parents were a total mess. Dad owned a vineyard, and every year he would struggle to create a new wine variety, and every year he'd fail. Mom was a self-involved ex-beauty queen who kept complaining about how she gave up everything for her marriage. Now, her only talent was blowing up money we didn't even have on makeup and skincare. Like this one time when I was 16. Mom bought some anti-aging cream off the internet that gave her a bad reaction, and Dad had to pay a lot for her skin treatment.
My face looks like a swollen monkey's butt. This is all your fault. If only you were rich and I could afford plastic surgery. If only you were smart enough to read the label, darling.
Did you just call me dumb?
If you keep screeching like a banshee, Mom, we'll have to get you new vocal cords too. But before I could finish, she picked up a tray next to her bed and flung it at Dad. Dad ducked, the tray hit the TV screen on the wall, and he ended up paying more to the hospital. Even though Dad was pissed, he went home early and arranged a surprise welcome home party for Mom. But she decided to surprise him instead by packing her bags and leaving for good. And divorce papers soon followed.
How could she leave me like that? I've done nothing but love her.
Please compose yourself, Dad, and let's not cry over spilled milk.
What?
You'll get over it. I'm not some stone-hearted witch, trust me. I missed my mom too, but I wasn't gonna bawl my eyes out like a silly baby with no self-control. One of those in the house is enough. Dad threw himself into work after that, while I focused on school and picked up baking full-time. By 18, I got a job at a small cafe, and life went back to normal. Then one evening, Dad told me excitedly that he'd finally found an investor, Mr. Sharman, for his new wine batch, and he had invited us over for dinner to talk further. That evening, we were welcomed warmly by Mr. Sharman. He was showing us around his mansion, when suddenly, my world kind of stopped. This really gorgeous guy walked in, sadly with the prettiest girl on his arm. Apparently, he was Mr. Sharman's nephew and financial manager, Darren, and it was hard to keep my eyes off of him. At one point, he was feeding her grapes when one fell down. He bent to pick it up, and I saw the girl staring at me, staring at his butt. I got so flustered that I stepped back and knocked over a huge bowl of punch, getting plenty all over myself. So humiliating. As I cleaned myself up and walked out of the bathroom, I crashed into Darren in the hallway.
Wow, are you always this clumsy? Or do I have this effect on you?
I am not clumsy. I am the very picture of grace, and you have no effect on me.
My date said you were staring at my butt when the accident happened.
That's a false accusation, a blatant lie. Why would I be staring at your rear end?
It's okay. I don't blame you. I work out a lot.
Yes, it shows, and your behind is perfectly sculpted like a Georgia peach. But what does that have to do with me? Your girlfriend sounds like an insecure lady just making up nonsense.
I doubt that you would make her insecure. She's a model and you, well, you look and talk like you're Mary Poppins' daughter. No offense.
With that, he grinned and just walked off. I loved Mary Poppins, but it didn't feel like a compliment coming from him. I joined Dad and Mr. Sharman, but minutes later, someone tapped on my shoulder, and I nearly passed out when I saw Mom?
Surprise! What is happening?
Mom told us how she'd met Mr. Sharman on a cruise and they'd fallen in love. They'd been dating for a few months and she only recently moved back to the city.
I went to the house and saw that your dad was still poor as a street rat, so I thought of investing in his business and helping him out. Am I not the best ex-wife ever?
This is certainly unexpected, but calling yourself the best ex-wife is an exaggeration, Mother. My father and I have something called self-respect, and we'd like to keep it, so please excuse us. I grabbed Dad's hand and we left. We were still reeling from the shock of meeting Mom, but the next evening, she showed up at our door begging us to hear her out. I wanted to turn her away, but Dad gave her a chance.
I know I left you too abruptly and hurt you, and I'm really sorry. But despite everything, you're still my family. I have a chance to make things right by getting your father the break he deserves, and I'd love to reconnect with my only daughter too.
I wanted to be less cynical and believe this was an unselfish act, but I wasn't convinced. Dad, however, was staring at her with stars in his eyes, and he agreed to take Mr. Sharman's investment. After she left, I turned to Dad. I know you want to succeed, but is this really a good idea?
Trust me, I know it is. Also, I think your mother's still in love with me, and I have another shot.
What? Dad, no, she's happy with her rich boyfriend.
We'll see.
Good Lord, was this gonna end up with Dad as a weeping disaster again, and I'd be picking up the pieces again? But I couldn't do anything to stop it. Soon, Dad and Mr. Sharman were meeting regularly and getting to know each other before making the deal, while Mom wanted me to hang out with her so we could bond, which meant I had to see a lot more of Darren every time I went over to their house, or when Mom took me to some fancy party. And to my dismay, he even started visiting the coffee shop I was working at every time with a new girl. Can't you find another cafe as your saliva-exchanging rendezvous spot?
Your mom told me you're the baker here, and I thought I was doing you a favor by bringing you business. But I get it. Seeing me with all those girls makes you jealous. Do you wish you were one of them, Julia? You can be, you know. I've got 20 minutes before my date turns up.
As if I'd ever want to date an insufferable Neanderthal who thinks he's God's gift to women.
One kiss from me, and you think I'm God's gift to women too. I'm curious, have you ever kissed anyone? I mean a boy, not your cat or your grandma.
Of course I have. I have a very steady boyfriend of 2 years, and I'm wildly in love with him.
Wow, does he also talk like he has a stick up his butt? I'm dying to meet him now. Let's have a double date tomorrow. How about a movie and dinner? I'll text you the details.
Just then, his date of the day turned up, and I walked off. I had to find myself a boyfriend by tomorrow. I asked one of the newest interns at the cafe to be my date and showed up at the movie theater the next evening. After I'd introduced my boyfriend happily, we took our seats and the movie started. But Darren and his date kept giggling and whispering like teenagers. Sorry to disturb you guys, but my boyfriend Billy—
Actually, it's Bobby.
Billy, Bobby, tomato. Anyway, Barry and I are trying to watch the movie and would appreciate it if you guys could keep it down. Darren simply smirked and looked away, but minutes later he started making out with his date. You're still noisy.
You're still annoying.
Cut it out.
Bite me.
I grabbed Darren's soda and spilled it on his head. He got angry and knocked down my tub of popcorn, and we got into a huge argument. Soon enough, we were thrown out by security.
Wow, this was a terrible date.
I'm so sorry. Let's part ways with these two and grab some burgers?
Sure, if you can tell me my name.
You're so funny. Baby.
It's Bobby.
My date stormed off angrily, and I caught one look at Darren's smug face and fled the scene. But the next morning, as I was walking to school, a car slowed down by me, and I saw it was Darren.
Hop in, I'll drop you.
No thank you. I do not need you to rub last night in my face.
You're clearly troubled if you can't manage to have a real boyfriend. But I don't have time for that right now. I need to talk to you about your mom.
That caught my attention, and reluctantly, I got in.
I've been working with my uncle for years, but ever since he started dating your mom, things have been a mess. The business is running in losses, and the accounts are all over the place. I can't help thinking she's stealing from my uncle.
How are you so sure?
Call it a hunch. She has really expensive taste, and she's not really rich, so...
So, just because she doesn't have your kind of money, you think she's a thief? Have you ever thought that maybe your accounts are a mess because you're too distracted with your girlfriends and you're bad at your job?
Julia,
This conversation is over. Stop the car. He did, and I got off. I was so annoyed at Darren for accusing Mom, but I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that he might be right. Mom had always valued money more than relationships. Could it be true? I didn't have to wait too long for an answer, because late that night, I woke up from my sleep when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I looked outside and spotted Mom and Dad talking in the garden. I went out the back door and crawled behind a bush close to them.
Darling, I was a fool to let you go, but now everything will be perfect. Once we have the money, we can leave this place and go anywhere. But what if we get caught? My boyfriend's an idiot. I've been stealing money from him for months now, and he has no idea. By the time he realizes it's me, we'll be long gone. And baby, don't you want Julia to have a better life?
Dad nodded, and then they kissed. Mom left, and as soon as Dad walked in, I cornered him. Hello, Dad.
Oh my God, Julia, you scared me.
You can't cheat Darren's uncle. He's willing to invest in your business, and you're just gonna take off with his money? Why are you ruining this amazing business opportunity?
Because your mother and I love each other, and that matters more than anything else. Once we have the money, we can start over and be together anywhere we want.
It's still illegal and criminal. This isn't who you are, Dad. And what makes you so sure she won't leave you again?
Because she's changed, and I know things will be different this time. She really loves me.
The only two things Mom loves are money and herself.
I have a big day tomorrow, Julia, and I would like you to stay out of it.
I tried talking to Dad again the next day, but he just blew me off. So I went to Darren's place and told him everything. We needed proof, and I started with searching Mom's room. I was going through her stuff when I found a bunch of fake passports and IDs at the back of the drawer. I shoved everything into my pocket and was leaving when my foot got caught in the carpet and I fell flat on my face. Just then, Mom walked in.
Julia, what are you doing in my room?
I came to see you, and I was just admiring this carpet. The thread count is amazing. The embroidery is exquisite. So elegant. Your taste is so chic, and you passed it all to me. I am so thankful to you for making me the lady I am today. I kissed Mom's hands, hugged her tight, and ran out. Right outside the room, I caught Darren snickering and pulled him into an empty room.
Admiring the carpet? How'd you come up with that?
Quick thinking, and I found something. But before I give anything against my mom, promise me that Dad will not face any criminal charges. I know he's at fault too, and I'm asking a lot here, but he's just an innocent man who is blindly in love with the wrong woman, and he's the only family I have left. Darren touched my cheek gently, and suddenly I felt hot tears rolling down my face.
I get it, Julia. My dad left when I was really young, and it's not easy dealing with something like that. I promise you, I'll keep your dad safe.
You really mean it? Darren nodded and pulled me into a hug, and it felt amazing. He dropped me home, and that night, I slept with Darren in mind. The next morning, Darren called me up and told me that he was chasing some lead and would meet his uncle at a golf event to tell him everything. I wanted to talk to Dad one last time before Darren exposed Mom, but he wasn't around. That's when I noticed an invite to the same golf event on Dad's table. I quickly took a cab and reached the venue. The place was huge, and I was running out of time, and that's when I spotted an old lady climbing onto a golf cart. "Excuse me, ma'am. I'm really sorry for what I'm about to do, but it's an emergency." With that, I shoved the lady aside, slid inside the cart, and zoomed off, despite her screams and protests. Please ignore my driving skills here. I'm actually a very safe driver. You can ask my friends. They say I drive like a grandma, and that's a compliment. Anyway, after crushing a bunch of feet and getting chased by a mad golfer, I finally spotted Dad and Mom in a corner talking to Mr. Sharman. Dad pulled out some papers, and Mr. Sharman was about to sign them when I got out of the cart, lunged at him, snatched the pen, and threw it away. "Julia, what are you doing?" "Sorry, where are my manners? I apologize for the outburst, Mr. Sharman, but your girlfriend, and unfortunately, my mother, has been stealing from you. And now she wants you to sign over money for Dad's business so she can steal that too and leave forever."
What is this rubbish? Darling, don't believe her. She's lying. Oh, no, she's not.
I turned around and saw Darren walk in with all the evidence we'd collected and some papers. He told everyone how Mom was actually a con woman who'd been running around conning millionaires the last couple of years, and her latest target was Mr. Sharman.
I always had my doubts about you, but I had no proof. But then, you booked this one-way flight leaving for Ibiza tonight, and I chased that transaction to find out about the secret account where you've been stashing away my uncle's money. Wait, you were gonna leave for Ibiza without me? You just bought one ticket? Julia was right. You were gonna take the money and just leave me.
I tried to warn you, Dad, but why did you come back, Mom? You could have conned anyone. Why Dad? Suddenly, Mom looked like a raging mad woman. "Because he was such an easy target. Your dad needed money, and I wanted an exit from this miserable relationship with his old hag Sharman. So I decided to use him to get the money and leave the country. I would have been successful if you hadn't butt in, Julia. Seriously, why do you hate me so much?" "I don't hate you, Mom. I feel sorry for you because you're doomed to stay alone. Have fun in jail." Mom got arrested that day, and I never saw her again. Darren convinced Mr. Sharman to not press charges against Dad, and it took some pleading, but thankfully he agreed. Dad and I were on our way out when suddenly I heard Darren calling my name. Dad left to wait in the car as Darren caught up with me.
I just wanted to say thank you. That can't have been easy for you, watching your mom being taken away.
Honestly, it wasn't that hard, and thank you for not sending Dad to jail.
Actually, I wanted to tell you that I like you, Julia. I kinda have from the first moment we met. Do you think you could go out for a movie and dinner with me as my date?
So I can be another trophy in your Playboy Hall of Fame? I politely decline.
Will you listen for a minute? All those girls you saw me with are blind dates my mom set up. She's dying for me to find a girl I can settle down with. I clearly don't like her choices because I've had eyes for you only.
Oh, well, that's flattering. But you'll have to woo me and treat me like a lady and work your way to my heart. Darren's still trying his best to impress me. And I'm almost in love with him. Okay, fine, I am in love with him. We're getting engaged soon, and all of you are invited to the party. They were everywhere, and we were completely surrounded. It seemed that all hope was lost. But then I remembered the phrase that my grandma had taught me so many years ago. I said it, and then my powers kicked in.
Yes, I know what you're thinking. An MSA fantasy story. This is the best day of my life. But before you get to witness me kicking bad guys' butts with my super cool powers, you have to know the full story. So, once upon a time, in a not-so-magical place...
She has trust issues.
Trust issues? How can I trust someone who forgets my birthday and uses my toothbrush for fixing his eyebrows? He even tricked me into marrying him. I was so naive back then.
Yeah, naive. I've seen that. Remember the vending machine incident? You knocked it over because your coin got stuck and then blamed me. And what about when you babysat our neighbor's kid? You gave him cough syrup to make him sleep. And don't even get me started on the time you decided to wash the vacuum motor in the sink.
Okay, maybe I wasn't thinking clearly with the vending machine. And the kid needed to nap, right? As for the vacuum, it did say washable filter. How was I supposed to know the motor wasn't part of that? I'm just thorough.
Okay, time out. Let's take a deep breath and think of 5 reasons why you chose each other in the first place.
We didn't.
Why don't we start from the beginning? Kiara, you go first.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kiara, and I'm from...
We already know that.
Let her talk.
Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe.
Like what? Subscribe where? What are you talking about?
Stop interrupting me!
Nicholas?
Okay, my bad. Please keep going, honey.
I had a happy life and grew up in a ginormous family in the countryside of Macedonia. Our house was tiny and packed. Living under one roof were Mom, Dad, my uncle, his wife, their 3 kids, my mom's sister, Dad's stepsister, my sister, and Grandma. Oh, right, and our dog Bruno, 3 cats, 2 iguanas, and even a dragon. My bad. That was just my nephew Marcos. You try having some privacy living with all these people. We were still happy. Okay, chaotic, but happy. We were so poor that everybody had to chip in. While my parents and uncles worked, I joined my grandmother at the town fair. She ran a healing stall, selling herbs and homemade remedies. A dash of this, and your headache will take a head hike. Since I was a kid, I loved learning from my gran. She was so wise, and doing potions with her was so fun. I felt like a real wizard. Still, at first, I was pretty bad at it. It was like watching a monkey or a millionaire trying to make an omelet. Only 2 drops of Butolaki's essence. This is impossible. Be patient. Whenever you feel that there is no hope, just remember these words. Well, to be honest, guys, I don't remember the exact words. My grandmother was always teaching me different words and phrases in her old language, even though I had no clue what those meant. Angelo plenus mea cusevetrilo? What is it, some kind of mantra or prayer? No, just the new Wi-Fi password. She used to tell me that she learned everything from her great-grandmother, who was the best healer in the region. You are just like me and her. You too have the gift. When I was 12 and going through aggressive puberty, some kid told me that I stank after gym class. I'll show you who stinks. So I created my first potion, which made sweat smell like a bouquet of jasmine. This is the Jasmine potion. Because who needs deodorant when you can have a magical garden in your armpits? Side effects may include dizziness, depression, hair loss, body fatigue, extreme hair growth, temporary blindness, and bad odor. Okay, it wasn't perfect, but don't be so harsh. It was my first potion, and my Grammy was really proud of me. That same night, she gave me something really special, her necklace. This family heirloom has been in our family for generations. Now, it's your turn to carry it. Put it on. Do you like it? Not really. It's like ancient and old and too ugly for me. Definitely not my style. Oh, what's wrong with you? Well, that's a big question. I don't know why I blurted it out. It seems like I didn't care about the impact of my words, but I really did. I still love it, Grandma. More coming from you. I love you. Over the years, I didn't get any better at holding my truth vomit. It was like I was a professional snitch. Whenever I saw any wrongdoing, I would report it. Like the time Marcos tried to hide the couch by turning the cushion over. What's that smell? Marcos peed on the couch. Oops. You see, I can't help it. That day, my sister had her first date. Mom covered the smell with talcum powder, but he sat right there.
Is your sister ready? It's kinda damp here.
Oh, just water. No, that's actually Marcus's pee, and she is almost ready. She's just finishing stuffing her bra. Kiara! I'm gonna kill you!
My life was just that of a regular teenage alchemist, you know? But then, when I turned 16, it took a wild turn. A royal envoy visited my village, and my school organized a talent fair in their honor. I know, what an honor to watch a bunch of clumsy teens trying to perform. I'm not talking about him. That was awesome. He's my favorite so far. While most of the girls sang or danced, I did a potion show. I was like a true wizard, creating something absolutely revolutionary. This potion can transform anybody into an amazing dancer. I need a volunteer, one that's a really horrible dancer. Come on, Principal Pandev, drink the potion and feel the music. He drank my potion and then started dancing like he was in a K-pop group. After such a display of magic, I obviously won the contest. However, the prize was more than I had asked for. Turns out, the royal envoys were not just there to admire our talents.
On behalf of the royal court, we would like to ask you for your hand in marriage. For the Count. It is tradition that the Count marries the most talented girl in all the land.
Wait, what? Did I just win a marriage proposal? And if you think this is very Cinderella or another Disney princess, it's because I'm like a Disney princess. Don't you dare say another word. Like I was saying, I was just like a Disney princess. I didn't want to marry some count I didn't even know. What is this, the 10th century? I was more than ready to say no, but we had been poor for so long. My father had been fired recently, and my uncle had an accident. Don't worry, he's fine. He just fell from his hammock when he was sleeping and snoring, and he broke like 4 ribs. My grandmother's stand wasn't doing so well either. Apparently, modern people prefer conventional medicine. I'll give it a B for boring, and boo! I knew that marrying a count would be a game changer for us, like going from, so I did it for my family, under the condition that we wouldn't get married until I was 18. Still, I had to go to the Count's castle, known as the Dracon Castle. Well, the place was absolutely huge, like a super mansion. It had rooms on rooms on rooms on rooms, but almost all of them were completely empty. Then I met my mother-in-law. If this were a Disney movie, she would be the wicked stepmother. Let's just say we didn't start with the right foot. I must say, you have a massive place. Imagine losing your remote control here. You would have to call a rescue team to find it. Or you'd need a GPS. By the way, I have a potion for removing wrinkles. I can see that you really need it. Stop talking, Kiara. I beg you.
We'll have the engagement party tonight. Get ready.
Tonight? But my family isn't here.
That's a shame, but this isn't the kind of party for people like your family anyway.
I wanted to punch her, but before I knew it, I had already been captured by the maids who did my hair, makeup, and dressed me. The final result was horrible. I look so horrible. My hair looks like Marie Antoinette's, and this dress is the ugliest one I've ever seen.
That's the dress I and my mother and my grandmother got engaged in. Well, I guess not everybody has the class to pull it off.
The class? You mean the big hips, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. I meant, I'm just more of a pants girl.
Yes, I can tell that.
The night came, and it was a giant masquerade ball. Everybody was so uptight that if they were noodles, they'd be straight up spaghetti sticks. I felt so out of place that I took the first opportunity to sneak out of there. While I was trying to get back to my room, I got lost and ended up in their greenhouse. The place was full of weird and exotic herbs and plants. Bingo! I started taking various plants and putting them inside my dress when someone caught me red-handed. Or should I say dirt-handed.
Are you stealing plants?
Even with the mask on, you could tell the guy was ridiculously good-looking. He also had a really cool dragon tattoo on his neck and chest. I'm not stealing them, I'm just borrowing them. I'll return them later.
Right. What are you gonna do with those anyway? Sell them on eBay?
No, for your information, I'm a healer, an alchemist.
Is that so? Then show me.
I was about to tell him that I wasn't some circus monkey ready to perform tricks on command, but he seemed genuinely interested, and again, he was ridiculously good-looking. Hey, don't judge me, guys. Okay, just a small potion. We sneaked into the kitchen, and I started mixing some ingredients, and soon, bubbles of all colors started pouring out and dancing in the air.
Wow, that's really impressive.
I turned around, and he was right behind me. We stood facing each other, just inches apart. Okay, now you can judge me. It's my engagement party, and I'm about to kiss a random guy. We came back to the ballroom, and right then, cue the creepy thunder, my soon-to-be mother-in-law entered. When she saw us, she smiled.
Ah, so you two have officially met.
Wait, what? You're Nicholas? My future husband? Nicholas smiled, but he didn't look as surprised as me. I was expecting my future husband to be a nasty old man. But
Nicholas was so dreamy. Maybe this arranged marriage isn't such a bad idea. Over the next few years, we spent all our time together. He taught me how to behave like royalty, while I showed him how to do some simple potions. Or at least how to try to do simple potions. In no time, we two fell completely in love. Once, he returned from horseback riding with a small cut near his neck from a branch. While I was applying the potion to his neck, what's the thing with the dragon tattoo? Aren't you too young to have a tattoo?
A long time ago, our region was separated between 3 houses, so I got it from my father's house, the House of Draco, also known as the House of Warriors.
And why does your mother have a tattoo of a crow?
That's the House of Valthor, the most traditional and ambitious people. Royalty of the royalty.
Right. And what about the third house? Who belongs there?
Nobody. That's the House of Zoria. That was the house for people of the darkness. That's why it was portrayed with an owl. But that one disappeared centuries ago. Nobody belongs to the House of Zoria anymore.
I didn't say anything back then, but it was clear why his mother's house was represented with a crow, because she was as creepy and mean as one. Really, she was so controlling and overbearing. She separated me from my family after sending them a TV and some monthly tributes. It was like they had bought me. Not only could I not visit them, but I couldn't even speak to them. They favored letters. You know, the traditional way. I just want to tell her that Master Chef is on right now. This will take weeks to reach her.
My house, my rules.
Your rules make as much sense as your interior decor style. 0. A big fat flashy 0 with a capital Z.
Babe, I know she can be difficult sometimes, but she wasn't always like this. After we lost my dad, she became scared of losing those she loves. That's why she's so controlling. Back then, we only had each other. Now, we have you too. So I really hope our love can endure this. What do you say?
How can I say no to that? Of course, babe. What can I say? Love is my only weakness. Oh, and doing potions. Oh, and the truth. Oh, and those videos of dads giving their kids new puppies. Those are so emotional. Soon, I turned 18, and we had the biggest wedding of the century. I had never felt happier. But after that, things really went downhill. My mother-in-law got worse. She had servants follow me around, even when I went to the garden. Well, granted, the garden is about 1,000 acres. More than once, I tried to lose them, but there always seemed to be a pair of extra eyes on me. It was as if she was afraid that I would run away. But run away from what? From my handsome husband or from my new castle? Something is off here. The next night, I sneaked into the reading room while they did their Shakespeare reading hour. I settled under a desk. For the first 45 minutes, they just read, but I remained fully focused on my mission. Finally, they started talking.
The time to do the ritual is here.
Ritual?
Mother, how come you are so sure that the witch is Kiara's great-great-great-grandmother?
Witch?
She has the necklace.
My necklace?
That moronic little girl is the key to lifting our curse.
Moronic? I mean, curse? My head was spinning. Oh my god, these people are completely insane. I couldn't believe that Nicholas had used me like that and was planning to betray me. I felt devastated. I need to escape right away. Before I left, just to show Nicholas how angry I was, I snuck into his room, transformed his underpants into origami, and spread red chili on all of his wardrobes. Then, I jumped out of my window and tried to sneak through the garden, but one guard spotted me. Soon, I was surrounded by guards. However, I had an ace up my sleeve, my explosive powder. I just grabbed some and boom! I started running, but the guards soon caught up with me. This time, led by her. Leave me alone, you monster-in-law! At that moment, Nicholas, driving a sports car, came to my rescue.
Come with me!
I got in the car and we drove away, but as soon as the castle disappeared from sight, I reached into my bag to grab something to get him talking, but all I got was mint leaves. These aren't just any herbs. I just have to rub it on your head and poof! You'll go bald forever. Now start talking, you liar, coward, deceitful snake!
Okay, please calm down.
It turned out Nicholas believed I descended from an ancient witch who had cursed his great-great-great-grandfather after he stole her magic necklace. This one?
Yes. It was supposed to make him a fair and just ruler, but he took it by force, and that unleashed a curse on my family. He tried to return it, and when that didn't work, he spread the word that your great-great-great-grandmother and her families were witches to exile them.
His great-great-great-grandfather doesn't sound so great.
Still, the curse stood. From then on, all the males in my family died prematurely, like my dad. So my mom groomed me all my life to marry the witch's descendant, the new necklace's owner, to break the curse. That was my whole purpose in life. But then I met you, and I completely fell in love.
Everything sounded completely mental, but somehow I knew he wasn't lying.
After watching how stubborn you are, my mom realized you would never give us the necklace voluntarily and planned a horrific ritual to force you to do so. I just couldn't let that happen. I'd rather have a short life with you by my side than a long one without you.
Aw, trust me, these are all tales and you're not cursed. I feel it. That is an ending worthy of a romantic fantasy, right? Unfortunately, things in real life are not that simple. After escaping from there, Nicholas and I lay low for months, traveling non-stop to escape his mother. Eventually, we settled in a big city to go unnoticed and start a new life. I tried to leave the past behind, but I just couldn't. I felt Nicholas wasn't trustworthy. And when I hit a vending machine, the police got involved, and seeing our fight there, they advised us to see a therapist.
So that's why we're here. No matter how much I do to show her that I really love her.
Nicholas, I want to believe you, I really do. But how can I trust someone who lied for years and was about to sacrifice me as a pawn?
If you want my professional opinion, Nicholas is absolutely right. I don't think you're supposed to take sides. Kiara, you need to let go of the past and trust people.
And how can I do that?
Let's start with something simple. Give me the necklace.
What?
Just for a moment, show us that you can trust.
No, I'm not giving you my necklace.
Okay, so we are gonna have to do things the hard way.
Mom? What the?
That's right, don't try anything. You're surrounded. Guards came out from everywhere and captured us. Soon, they dragged us to an abandoned factory.
Mom, stop! Let her go!
Shut up! Bring my son to me. The guards grabbed Nicholas.
I know you'll never give me that necklace, so let's try something different. If you don't give it to me this instant, Nicholas will be the one paying for it.
Mom!
Shut up, you traitor. I'm gonna count to 3. 1.
Don't do it, Kiara!
2.
Okay, you win. Just have it, but don't hurt him.
After so much time, finally, I have the necklace and his power.
How could you use me like that? Would you have done it?
I would do anything for supreme power. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to say. What just happened?
So there wasn't a curse to begin with? Is Kiara's ancestor a real witch?
Of course not. I made that up just to control you because I couldn't take the necklace by force alone. There was no curse, and Kiara's family were not witches, but healers. Our ancestors said that to make people exile them and steal their castles and wealth.
So their castle belongs to my family? And all this time we've been living in a mouse house?
Why do I keep telling the truth?
And that's when it hit me. The necklace has real powers, but it isn't blowing people up or firing laser beams. Oh my gosh, that is the real power of the necklace. To be a true, fair ruler, the wearer can never tell a lie. No wonder I couldn't stop telling the truth and snitching on people when I got the necklace.
I'm gonna end you too, right now.
She raised her arms and began to gather strength. The earth seemed to move, and lightning began to fall from the sky. However, when she tried to use her powers, nothing happened.
What's wrong?
The legend says this should give real power to its owner. You're not the real owner of the necklace.
You're right. I'm not. Not as long as you are still alive.
Guards, do it yourself. So this is where we were in the beginning. The guards were everywhere, and we were completely surrounded. It seemed that all hope was lost. Then I remembered my grandma's words.
Whenever you feel that there is no hope, just remember these words.
Still, I couldn't remember the words. What the hell was it? I just started shouting everything that came to my mind. Carpe diem, Avada Kedavra, Hakuna Matata, say hello to my little friend. Nothing worked, and the guards were almost on us. Nicholas put himself in front of me to protect me. The thought of losing him opened something inside me, and as if I was possessed, I screamed, Agape Facilive! After that, everything went haywire. The necklace flew off my mother-in-law's neck into mine. When I had it with me again, I felt a violent current of energy run through my body. It's hard to explain, but it was as if I was part of the earth, part of the air, and I could control it. As the guards lunged at us, a mere flick of my wrists sent them hurling through the air. Soon, I found myself suspended in midair, while lightning bolts crackled around me. Nicholas grabbed a sword and helped me defeat them. Not that I needed much help, honestly. When all the guards were either defeated or had escaped, I went back to normal. Nicholas ran to me and hugged me with a smile.
Remind me to never make you mad.
My mother-in-law was crawling to get away, but we caught her before she did. Disagreements are normal in any family, right? Yeah, right. We put her in prison so that she would never hurt anyone again. And then we moved to our castle. Of course, my family came along. There were so many of us that even there we were cramped. But we didn't care. You know what they say. True happiness is about being close to the people you love.
It was my 8th birthday when I first realized that something was very wrong with me. "What's wrong, honey?" But I didn't reply. I stared in horror at what was before me. At first, everyone was worried, but when I pointed to what had scared me, everyone started laughing, and Dad angrily left the room. "She's scared of balloons." "Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm really scared of balloons. I mean, deathly terrified. There's even a term for it, globophobia. I've had it since I was a kid, and it's one of the reasons my dad doesn't really like me. But before I continue, don't forget to subscribe to My Story Animated." "You are so dumb. This is the 5th game you've lost." I burst into tears. My opponent was 5 years older and captain of the high school chess team. Of course she won. But Dad wasn't having it. He said that I was just a dumb kid. He still seemed angry about the balloon thing from the previous week. Just then, my brother ran in and reenacted the scene from my birthday. It was so annoying. My mom got me deflated balloons and I told her they didn't scare me, but as soon as she started blowing them up, I threw a tantrum and left. They just didn't understand. When my fear didn't go away for the next few months, Dad dragged me to a doctor who checked me over and said there was nothing to be done. "She's scared and that's that." Dad lost his temper and stormed out. A few months later, when I came home from school, I saw my parents arguing very loudly in the living room. "I'm never enough for you, am I? I work day and night, but you never appreciate it. Don't you dare pretend you're the victim. I know what you've done. I just don't have the proof, but I'll get it one day." They even mentioned my name a few times. The next morning, we found Mom lying on the couch surrounded by ice cream and junk food. Her hair was a mess and she looked like she'd been crying all night. Dad was nowhere to be found. Slowly, my uber-thin mom started to gain so much weight, eventually she could barely even move. Looking after Cody suddenly became my job, and Dad just made things worse. He would only come home to yell and eat and be mean. He kicked Mom out of their room and forced her to sleep on the couch. He kept on calling me stupid and ugly. "I don't know who you take after. You disgust me." The only person he didn't hate was Cody. When I was in the 8th grade one day, Cody didn't come home from school, and my dad kept acting like it was somehow my fault. He told me to go look for him and not come home without him. I was scared to go alone, so I asked my mom to come with me, but she just rolled over on the couch. I couldn't stop thinking about all the horrible things that could have happened to him. It was starting to get dark, and that's when a creepy guy walked up to me and said, "You look lost, little girl. Come with me and I'll take good care of you." I tried to keep my voice from shaking as I said no, and turned and ran as fast as I could. Suddenly, I realized I was lost. I was really tired and slept in an alley next to a dumpster. "Wake up. Hey, kid." I opened my eyes and found a blonde-haired boy looking at me. He looked familiar. I asked him who he was, and he simply said, "Get up. This is no place to sleep." Then he dragged me home. He was a few years older than me and said he'd seen me around. He looked so worried, it made me feel kind of warm inside. But when I turned to thank him, he was gone. Inside, I saw Cody sitting in the kitchen. My dad saw me and laughed loudly. Then he handed Cody $5. "That was the best idea you've ever had." My brother's smile widened. I was so angry I headed up to my room, but my dad shouted that I was late for school and forced me to go there smelling of garbage. I had to stop at a friend's place to shower. A few months later, after a really nasty fight with Dad, I skipped school and decided to visit the local carnival. It seemed like a great idea until I got there. As soon as I walked in, a clown jumped in front of me and laughed. "What are you doing here alone, little missy?" But I couldn't reply. I was staring at something far, far scarier in his hand. A balloon! I was about to scream when someone snatched the balloon and deflated it. Then I felt an arm around my shoulder as someone whispered, "It's okay. It's gone now. It's gone. Breathe." I finally regained some clarity and looked at my savior and jumped in fear. "Oof, the mask scared me." He laughed and took off the mask. I stared in shock. It was the same guy who'd taken me home when I was lost. Are you following me?" "Yes." No, my uncle owns this carnival. I'm helping out." I asked him who he was. "I'm Tom. I live across the road from you, silly. I was at your birthday too. The one who blew up the balloons that terrified you. I'm sorry." Then he stayed with me as I roamed the carnival. Every time he saw a balloon, he'd tell me to close my eyes, and then he would hold my hand as we walked past them. By the time I got home, I knew I was in love. On the day of my 14th birthday, I had decided that after school, I would ask Tom if he loved me. But as soon as I got to school, I screamed and tried to run back out, but the door was locked. One of the kids outside yelled, "Happy birthday, freak!" I just couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, I heard a noise and the door flew open. I looked up scared, but it was Tom. He helped me up and told me to close my eyes. Then he led me outside. As soon as we left, I realized I couldn't do it. I could never tell him I loved him. He probably thought I was a freak too. I mean, he lived with balloons. Sure, he'd put up with me now, but for all I knew, he just felt very sorry for me. The next day at school, I started to find small gifts and little cards in my locker. Were they from Tom? Before I could investigate, though, COVID-19 happened and I was stuck at home. My dad decided his new hobby was going to be messing up my Zoom classes. One time, he swore at me for no reason and the entire class heard it. And it was the worst. Ranting over the phone was just not the same. In one class, my teacher got up for something and someone said, "Hey, Sam, you were right. She does have a lopsided butt." My teacher was livid. I didn't know who it could be until I heard Cody and my dad laughing like crazy in the next room. Cody got some chocolate for suggesting that great idea. That night, I heard a sound coming from our storeroom. I found my mom there crying and looking into some kind of chest. I was stunned. Mom hadn't left the couch in years. When she saw me, she quickly jumped up and yelled at me to get out. I saw her lock the door and go back to lying on the couch and eating ice cream straight from the tub. When I woke up the next day, I could hear my dad's voice coming from his room. He was laughing, but who was he talking to? I tiptoed to his door. I was surprised to see him in front of the computer wearing his best shirt and looking very styled. He had no pants on, though. He heard me shuffle by the door and suddenly shut his laptop and told me to mind my own business. I heard my mom angrily yell from the next room, "Samantha, leave that jerk alone. It's not like he's doing anything new." I was smart enough to put together the clues and guess that he was cheating on Mom. But what lady in her right mind would want to date him of all people? A few days later, I was taking my math class and the teacher decided to give me a one-on-one lesson because he said I was struggling a little. My dad crept up behind me and laughed at my teacher. "Why are you wasting your time on this idiot?" Instead of things getting awkward, my teacher got mad. "Why don't you just shut up? Just because you failed at your job doesn't mean I can't do mine." My dad stood silently for a moment, turning red. Then he walked away furiously. Since then, I wasn't allowed to take my math classes. He made sure of that. I got my first chance to catch up with the class when my dad wasn't home one day. I hurriedly found the link and clicked on it. I realized that I had accidentally joined my science class. There was no class going on, but I could hear the teacher giggling like a teenager from somewhere behind the screen. "I have to start in 10 minutes, so don't be so naughty." I was just about to leave the meeting when I saw something that shook me to my core. My teacher walked in front of the camera with her naughty boyfriend. My dad! If that wasn't enough, my dad suddenly looked right at the screen and saw me. I quickly left and joined the link to the math class. 20 minutes later, he barged into my room. "So now she's got you spying on me, has she? You creep." Then he took away my phone and told Cody to make sure I only used the home computer for classes. I got really mad. I heard a noise from the computer. I had forgotten to log out of my class. Seeing Tom's face on the screen, I panicked and shut down my computer. Half an hour later, I heard police sirens outside my house. I could hear a lot of yelling and fighting. Cody let me out of my room and told me that the police had taken my dad away. Apparently, Brad had called the cops on him. The next day, there was a knock at our door. I opened it and saw my math teacher standing there. "Hello, Samantha. I need to speak with your mom. Alone." After what seemed like an hour, he finally left, looking happier than when he had shown up. Suddenly, my mom seemed to snap out of it. Within the month, she had lost like 50 pounds. She was happier and chirpier. Cody, on the other hand, went absolutely crazy without Dad. He refused to go to school and would scream and fight with everyone. Things started to calm down when he shot me with a water gun in one of my Zoom classes and thought Mom would give him a treat. But instead, she gave him a huge timeout. Sadly, though, one of my dad's friends bailed him out. As soon as he walked through the door, he saw Mom happy and accused her of cheating on him. I'd had enough. I told him that I saw him cheating with my own eyes. He spun around to stare at me with fire in his eyes and ran right at me. I ducked out of the way just in time. Suddenly, my math teacher burst through the door and straight up tackled my dad to the ground. My mom screamed as a table broke, and Cody ran into the kitchen. I was about to follow him when he came back with popcorn and was cheering them on. I gasped as my teacher pushed him away. My mom told me and Cody to pack our things ASAP. Just as we were walking out, my dad suddenly screamed, "She's his, isn't she?" Everybody froze until my mom yelled back, "Yes, she is." Wait, what? I was my math teacher's daughter? Was that why my dad hated me so much? The next day, my mom and math teacher were telling me how he was my mom's old boyfriend, but then Grandma forced Mom to marry Dad. That's when Brad walked in and said, "Hey, Dad, "You're my stepbrother," I blurted out in shock, but he just laughed and told me he was adopted. It was our first day all together, but Cody was crying, "I want Dad." I told him it'd be okay, but when we woke up the next day, Cody was gone. We looked everywhere but couldn't find him. Thankfully, a neighbor saw him trying to hitch a ride and brought him back. But just when things started to look normal, Brad did something that shocked me. One day, my stepdad was panicking and looking for his wallet, so Brad volunteered to help him look for it and went straight to my school bag. I laughed. "Oh, trust me, it won't be there." I couldn't even finish my sentence because Brad took out the wallet and showed it to my stepdad, who shot me a shocked look. I had no idea what to say. Right then, my mom walked in her fancy dress and left with my stepdad for their date. I immediately turned to Brad. "How did you know to look there first?" Mom had given me and Cody a lecture about getting along with Brad, but this was insane. Brad, though, was innocent as ever. "You found my bag next to a box of balloons. I would never put my stuff there." "Are you accusing me of something? I've been here way longer than you have, and nothing's ever been stolen before." Who do you think they'll believe? I couldn't believe he was going to ruin everything for me. I took out my phone to text my mom, but Brad quickly swiped it from my hands. "You've been taking all of Dad's attention ever since you got here, and I'm sick of it." I started to cry just as Cody finally woke up from his nap and asked what was going on. Brad backed away from me, and I fell down on the living room sofa. I was crying into a pillow when out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw a face staring at me. I quickly wiped my tears away and saw my dad's face just as he pulled away from the window. My heart was beating so fast I thought it would explode. I had to keep Dad out. I ran all around the house to make sure all the doors and windows were locked. Then I looked at Brad talking to Cody about whether donuts are overrated, and I knew that I had to face my fears and make a choice. I grabbed Brad's arm and quickly pulled him into the bedroom as he let out a yelp. I locked the door and made sure all the windows were covered. I would apologize to Brad and ask him for help. I dragged him inside. "Geez, you're strong." I ignored him and started apologizing. I explained that I was sorry for messing up his life and that I wasn't planning on stealing his dad's attention. We were both his kids. Brad shook me off. "Whatever." Then I finally told him that I'd just seen Dad at the window. "I don't see how that's my problem," he said. A few days later, I posted a selfie on Instagram with Brad. Immediately, Tom messaged me and asked me who it was. My heart did a little flip. Was he jealous? I decided to check. I told him that Brad was someone close to my heart, and Tom immediately called me. "Look, I'm sorry I try to hold it in, but there's no way I can see you with someone else, so I'm telling you. I love you, Sam." I started to laugh for a minute. Tom looked gutted. Just then, Brad came up behind me, and I thought Tom would pass out. "He's my stepbrother. I've only ever loved you, Tom, ever since the day at the carnival." After that, Tom and I officially started dating. But just as things started to settle down, one day I was in my room when Brad rushed in, dragged me outside, and started loudly yelling that he couldn't wait to get rid of me. Then Mom and my stepdad came back. Brad told everybody he had an announcement to make and started playing something on his phone. I was shocked as I heard my dad's voice. Dad was telling Brad that he saw Brad yelling at me and that they could team up to get rid of me. So tomorrow, he'd be waiting to kidnap me after school and would split the ransom money. My mom came over to me and hugged me as my stepdad walked away saying, "I'll go make some calls. He won't get out this time." Brad turned to me and said the words I'll never forget. "You're not alone anymore." I threw my arms around him. "You're the best brother anyone could ask for."
I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. "Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens." Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner.
Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen.
That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can…
Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second,
I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you gonna help me with this, or are you just gonna play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully, I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you? I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious. I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company. I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter. You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval. Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you. He leaned in closer, and I thought he was gonna kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you? What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had. Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me, and not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention, a peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later, I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but...
You like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About?
About us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
Hi, I'm Aphrodite, and my face almost ruined my life. But before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My parents named me after the Greek goddess of beauty because my emerald eyes and wavy golden hair got so much attention.
Wow, that baby's gorgeous.
When I was 7, me and my parents were out for a walk when this movie producer stopped his car in the middle of the street, jumped out, and ran up to us.
Your daughter's a vision. I've never seen anyone so beautiful. She's perfect for my movie.
My parents were all too eager to sign me up, and we started filming the next day. But I'd always been shy and quiet, and before shooting started, I hid in my trailer. I'm scared, Mommy.
You can do this, honey. We believe in you.
The movie ended up being a hit. After that, I landed a dozen more movie roles and a modeling contract. The money was rolling in. We moved into a huge mansion near the beach. My parents quit their jobs to manage me full-time, and they hired a tutor so I could be homeschooled. Life was a beautiful dream come true. That is, until the day after my 10th birthday, when Mom caught Dad kissing our maid. Mom threw Dad out of the house, burned all his clothes, and used a picture of his face as a dartboard. They went through an ugly divorce, and the ultimate prize was me. Mom fought Dad for custody and won. Then Dad moved away. It broke my heart to see him go. Life wasn't easy with Mom. She grew obsessed with money. She booked me for every job just to get a paycheck, and it got really exhausting.
Get up, honey. No time for sleep. You're filming a movie in Timbuktu. Plus, you're the face of this new clothing line, this orange lipstick, and these magic beans.
When I was 15, Mom set up a huge deal for me to star in a movie about a high school girl. But when I had a meeting with the director, he tossed me a script, asked me to read a few lines, then he told me that I was absolutely terrible. He ripped up the deal and threw us out. Mom was livid, and I was sad I'd let her down. I'm sorry, Mom. I tried my best. Mom refused to take no for an answer and convinced the director to give me another chance.
The deal is still on the table. I convinced the director to let you audition again in 3 months. I've enrolled you in a local high school so you can get some practice being a high school girl.
But I am a high school girl. You know what I mean. It's research for the part. You start tomorrow. Mom skipped out of the room and shut the door. My mind raced. I'd been homeschooled for most of my life. I'd never been around kids my age. What if they didn't like me? What if I didn't fit in? I spent hours tossing and turning that night, unable to sleep. The next morning, as we drove to school, I begged Mom to reconsider, but of course, she didn't. Instead, she shoved me out of the car, waved goodbye, and sped away. The moment I stepped on campus, I noticed kids whispering and pointing at me. It didn't help that there was a huge billboard with my face on a stupid can of magic beans across the street. I tried to talk to a few kids, but the girls gave me dirty looks and the boys were weird. Half of them stared at me and drooled, while the other half, well,
You're hot. Wanna be my girl? I lost my phone number. Can I have yours?
Then this crazy girl ran up to me. It's you! I can't believe it! I'm Leah, your biggest fan. You're even prettier in person. Can we be friends? Please, please, please? I didn't know what to say. Leah kept staring at me as she waited for an answer. I guess. Leah gave me a tour of the school. She spilled all the tea about my teachers and my classmates. She protected me from the mean girls and the creepy boys. Out of the way, precious cargo coming through. What are you staring at, jerk? Soon, Leah and I were the best of friends. One time, Leah took me to this cool cafe across town, and this gorgeous boy named Tyler stepped on stage with a guitar. He started singing, and the crowd went silent. He had the most beautiful voice I'd ever heard. As he was singing, I swear he was looking right at me. My heart melted. I'd never felt this way about a boy. He stepped off stage and walked right up to me and handed me his number. We talked for hours. He took me to the beach the next day. Tyler and I had so much in common. He'd spent his childhood traveling from city to city trying to make it as a singer, and his mom was as pushy as mine.
Sometimes, all this pressure is so overwhelming. I just want to crawl into a hole.
I totally get it.
Jeez, I feel silly complaining so much. I'm sure you've got it 10 times worse. I'm not half as talented as you.
Then Tyler looked up at me with his sparkling hazel eyes and strummed a few chords on his guitar.
Want to hear a secret?
Sure.
I wrote a song for you.
Tyler started singing. The song was so beautiful, it brought tears to my eyes. That was amazing.
Not as amazing as you.
Tyler pulled me into his arms and kissed me. Not just any kiss. An earth-shattering, mind-blowing, once-in-a-lifetime, straight out of a romantic movie kiss. And at that moment, I fell in love. Soon, Tyler and I were a couple, and we spent all of our time together. Tyler swore I was his muse. He wrote a bunch of songs about me, posted them online, and they went viral. Overnight, Tyler became a huge sensation. A few weeks later, the director of my movie called me back in to redo my audition. Tyler came to support me. The director took one look at Tyler and invited him to audition too. Then something unexpected happened. The director was so impressed with both of our auditions that he cast us for 2 lead roles. Leah was so excited, she threw me and Tyler a party at her house to celebrate, and she invited a bunch of nerdy kids from school. Since I'm your #1 fan, I've assembled your ultimate fan club. You smell like sunshine. Then Tyler walked in, looking as gorgeous as ever. Wow, Tyler, you're hot, and your skin is as smooth as a red-eyed tree frog. Want to take a selfie? Leah pulled out her cell phone and ran up to Tyler, but Tyler sidestepped her and she fell on her face.
Hard pass.
Tyler pulled me to the side.
Let's get out of here. These nerds give me the creeps. And can you believe that freak Leah?
Leah's not a freak, she's my friend.
Whatever. I can't take a picture with her. It would ruin my image. I'm out. I'm going home to take a shower.
Then Tyler left. I was so upset. I couldn't believe he was being so rude. That night, he apologized for being mean to Leah and promised he'd never do it again. But a couple of weeks later, everything changed. Tyler grew distant. He spent all his time posting videos for his fans online, and he stopped answering my calls and texts. I knew he was busy managing his newfound fame, but I still wanted to be supportive. One night, I invited him to my house to rehearse our lines for the movie, and I even made his favorite lemon meringue pie, but he didn't show up. I went online and saw that he'd just posted a video of himself practicing his guitar in his room. I went to his house. His front door was open, so I walked upstairs, but when I stepped into his room, what I saw turned my world upside down. Tyler was kissing some random girl. Babe, what's your ex doing here? Tyler turned to me with this dumb look on his face.
Oh man, you didn't get my text?
What text?
Fine, I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. It's not me, it's you. No, it's not you, it's me. Whatever. I don't want to be your boyfriend anymore.
I went bonkers. I smashed the pie in Tyler's stupid face and punched him in the nose. Tyler's girlfriend started screaming like a banshee. Tyler's parents rushed in and broke up the fight. After that, Tyler and his new girlfriend spread rumors that I was unstable, and all of Tyler's fans turned against me. Then the director of our movie called me and gave me the most horrible news.
We've decided to take the story in another direction, so you're fired. Have a nice day.
I begged him to reconsider, but he hung up in my face. I was devastated. Mom rushed to my side. She'd heard the whole conversation.
It's okay. I can fix this. I'll just get you another movie.
Mom hopped on the phone to try to get me a new job, but no one would take her calls. She tried bribing a casting director and called in a dozen favors, but no one was interested in hiring me. Then, when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I found out that Tyler's new girlfriend was cast in my role. When Tyler and his dumb girlfriend's movie came out, it was a hit. Every time I turned on the TV or walked outside, I saw their faces on billboards, benches, and posters, and I swear I could hear them laughing at me as I passed. I grew angrier by the day, and I couldn't hold it inside. I started screaming and cursing in the street. Tyler broke my heart and ruined my life. So I vowed to get back at him. I started trolling Tyler online and left comments on all his posts saying that he was a stupid, mean jerk. He blocked me, and then my account was suspended. But I wouldn't give up. So I recruited Leah to help me stake out his house and get some dirt. We painted our faces green and hid in the bushes outside Tyler's house. After a few hours, Leah started to complain. Bestie, can we go? I think a mosquito bit my butt and these ants are crawling up my leg. No, we're on a mission. We can't back out now. Tyler is the enemy. He's evil. He must be destroyed. The next day, Leah and my fan club ambushed me in front of my house. We're worried about you. You're obsessed with Tyler and it's making you crazy. You have to move on and let it go. I burst out laughing. I'll never stop. If you're not with me, you're against me. I grabbed a water hose and sprayed Leah and the rest of the nerds in the face. They ran, running and screaming for their lives. Leah slipped and fell into a puddle. I'm melting. Oh, what a world. I scoured the internet to find anything I could about Tyler. I learned that he'd be at an exclusive party in town. I couldn't get an invite, so I did some digging and found out the host of the party had a son that went to my school. The boy's name was Isaac, and he was in my math class, and I knew he had a crush on me. So I pretended to like him and asked him to take me to the party.
I don't know. Parties aren't really my thing.
But we'd have so much fun. I held his hand and gave him a kiss on the cheek, and he turned as red as a chili pepper.
If you really want to go, I guess I could get us some tickets.
Isaac picked me up for the party, and to my surprise, he looked really handsome, like he'd walked off the cover of a fashion magazine. On the way to the party, I learned so much about Isaac. He was a talented artist, and he drew the most amazing sketches. He was smart and funny, and he made me laugh. For the first time in a while, I didn't think about Tyler and how he hurt me. I felt like a weight had been lifted, but all that came crashing down when we ran into Tyler in the parking lot. Tyler stepped out of a gold-plated Porsche with his girlfriend on his arm.
Hey, Aphrodite, what are you doing here? This party is for A-listers, not washed-up losers.
Tyler smirked at me and his girlfriend giggled. I saw red. I lunged at Tyler, but Isaac stepped between us.
You've got some nerve calling her a loser. She's got way more talent than you ever will. Oh, how cute. The geeks defending the loser. Together, you're a lame sandwich.
Tyler and his girlfriend laughed at me and Isaac, then walked away. I felt so helpless and angry. I wanted to cry. Then I spotted a bat in the back seat of Isaac's car. I grabbed the bat and darted toward Tyler's Porsche.
Aphrodite, don't!
I ignored Isaac. I smashed Tyler's windshield and broke his taillight. The car alarm wailed. Tyler ran outside, saw the damage, and cried like a baby. Then the police came and hauled me off to jail. Mom bailed me out, paid for the damages to Tyler's car, and convinced him to drop the charges. She was so disappointed in me. Tyler and his girlfriend were all over the news telling everyone I was crazy. I hid in my room and refused to come out for weeks. Until one day, there was a knock on my door. It was Leah and Isaac. Bestie, you've got to get out of bed. Your fan club is worried about you. I'm fine. Just leave me alone. But Leah and Isaac didn't listen. They camped out in my room. They brought me my favorite foods and we watched funny MSA videos for hours. Eventually, I started to feel better.
Tyler's a jerk. What he did to you was wrong, but you can't let it change who you are.
Isaac's words hit a nerve. He was right. I'd worked for years to develop my career. I couldn't let it all go down the drain. But there's nothing I can do. Everyone hates me.
You've still got us, and your talent.
Isaac handed me a flyer for a summer Shakespeare festival.
The winner gets an audition with a huge Hollywood producer.
This is your chance to get back on top.
I was reluctant at first, but with Isaac and Leah's encouragement, I entered the contest. Though my mom wasn't too happy about it.
You're wasting your time. There's no money in plays.
That's your problem. It's always about money for you. You pressured me to take stupid jobs and bribed people to give me dumb roles. You took all my joy out of acting. And now, I'm getting it back. Mom gave me the strangest look. Then, she wiped a tear from her eyes.
Bravo! I've never seen you have so much passion. You could be a star on the stage or on the screen. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't know I was hurting you. That ends today.
Mom promised to have my back, and I felt more confident than ever. On the night of the festival, I poured all the pain and hurt that Tyler caused into my performance. When I was finished, the crowd cheered and gave me a standing ovation. Of all my years as an actor, I'd never felt such a rush. When they announced the winners, I got second place. I was bummed at first, but it didn't matter. In my mind, I'd won the most important prize. I'd proven to myself that my career wasn't over. You were awesome!
No, you were perfect.
Isaac gave me a huge bouquet of flowers and then he hugged me tight. A year later, Tyler and his girlfriend got cast in another movie and it was a total flop. It lost the production company millions. By then, they were total divas, so they fired their agents and managers, and no one wanted to work with them again. I continued doing plays for the rest of high school and through college, and eventually became a leading lady on Broadway. I hired Leah as my publicist. Duh, I'm her #1 fan. And Isaac stole my heart. Most of us start our lives in a hospital as newborn babies, but not me. No siree. I started my life in a hospital too, yes, but as an adult. I opened my eyes feeling woozy and numb. I felt like I'd been struck by a freight train. She's up, she's finally up. Nurses and doctors surrounded me from all sides, examining me excitedly. What's going on? Can you tell us who you are? I'm me. Who else am I supposed to be? The Queen of England? Your name. What's your name? I racked my brain trying to remember, but I just couldn't. In fact, I couldn't remember anything. It was like my brain was filled with dust bunnies. What was my name? Hi, I'm Harper. Yeah, I know my name now. And I woke up in a hospital bed one day with no clue who I am. But before I continue my crazy story, please like and subscribe. There was nothing wrong with me, except, my amnesia. The doctor told me my name, that I was 18 years old, and apparently, I'd been unconscious since an accident I'd had 2 weeks ago. But what she said next turned my world upside down. Both of your parents are in jail. My jaw dropped to the floor. I was the daughter of some criminals? Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the doctors decided to kick me out. Release me from the hospital. No other friends or family came forward, so you'll have to manage on your own. How on earth am I supposed to do that? I barely know my own name.
You're physically and mentally fine, and you'll start to regain your memory over time. Here are your belongings, and I've called you a cab to your home address. And that's where we'll be sending you the bill too. Now goodbye. And then she practically pushed me out the door. Just wow. I hoped I wasn't some kind of weird loser or creepy pariah. I mean, seriously, what kind of person has no friends or family to show up for them? Forget going home. I needed to find my parents, whatever their names were. They'd give me the answers I needed. I turned my attention to my so-called belongings, which consisted of a purse. I rummaged inside, hoping something would spark a memory, but it just felt like I was going through someone else's stuff. I found a phone, wallet, keys, and a chocolate bar. Yum. I turned on the phone, but it needed a passcode to unlock it. I typed a few different combinations, but none of them worked. And then my phone locked me out for guessing wrong too many times. Just then, a black Mercedes screeched to a stop right in front of me. A really cute boy, a little older than me, poked his head out the window, staring at me in shock.
Harper, oh my gosh, are you okay? I've been searching for you everywhere.
Who are you? I have amnesia. He jumped out of the car and ran to me.
Really? So you don't remember anything?
No, duh, that's how amnesia works. This guy was a pretty package, but he wasn't too smart.
I'm Mason, your neighbor, and, well, your friend.
My friend? Mason pulled out his phone and showed me a photo of the two of us together smiling. We looked good together.
Have you spoken to your parents?
Not yet. My stupid phone's locked, and I can't remember the password. Mason put his hand on my shoulder.
Don't worry about it. I'm here now.
Just then, I heard heavenly music play as the skies opened up and a bright light shined down on my head, and then butterflies danced around me. I wasn't a weirdo. I had a friend. Plus, he was a cutie, and he smelled amazing. Mason offered to drive me home. I'd like to see my parents first, but I don't know what jail they're in.
Don't worry, I'll find out and arrange a visit.
Just then, my stomach let out a loud growl.
But first, let's get you some pizza. We can grab a slice down the corner.
A slice? I haven't eaten in 2 weeks, man! Mason laughed and bought me an extra large pizza before taking me home. 20 minutes later, we pulled up to a luxurious apartment building. Wow, is this where I live?
Yep, this is where we both live. I mean, I live 1 floor below you.
Mason was the perfect gentleman. He helped me out of the car, opened every door for me, and generously tipped the doorman. As we rode the elevator to the penthouse floor, Mason's hand brushed against mine, and my heart skipped a beat. Mason said we were just friends, but it felt like we were so much more. I thought to ask him, but I was too shy. What if he didn't like me that way and was just being nice? I didn't want to scare him off, so I stayed quiet. My apartment was huge and so fancy inside, with expensive furniture, exquisite paintings, and crystal chandeliers. A family portrait hung on a wall with a gold-plated frame, and I paused in front of it. My parents looked like really nice people. Mason, what are my parents' names, and why are they in jail? Suddenly, he looked really uncomfortable.
Mr. and Mrs. Harrison did some illegal stuff, but I don't know the details. I'm sorry.
Then Mason told me he had to go, and I was all alone in my so-called home. I roamed around, touching and smelling things, trying to get my memory back, but nothing worked. I tried to open my phone again, but I still couldn't unlock it. I started to get tired, so I tossed it on my dresser and went to bed. The next day, Mason showed up at my doorstep looking all swoon-worthy, with his dark eyes and his movie star hair.
I've got something for you.
He showed me a perfectly wrapped gift. I tore off the paper and found a new phone inside.
I know you can't unlock yours, so I got you a new one. Also, I have my best people trying to find out exactly where your parents are. We'll find them soon.
I threw my arms around him, absolutely smitten. Later that day, I tried looking up my parents online on my new phone, but nothing about them popped up. I'd just have to wait for my visit. But thank God I had Mason, and we started hanging out every day. At my place, at his place, fancy restaurants, and museums. One day, we were walking in the park, and we saw a bunch of kids running up to an ice cream truck. But one boy was standing on the side with a sad face. Hey kid, what's the matter? I can't afford to get any ice cream. Well, how about I buy you a banana split? Or maybe 2 scoops of cookies and cream? A couple of kids appeared out of nowhere. They didn't have any money for ice cream either. I gave each of them a $100 bill, and they all ran cheering and screaming to the ice cream truck. I turned around to see Mason looking at me with a huge smile. What? Did a bird poop in my hair? I hate when that happens.
No, I just think you're wonderful.
Then he pulled me into his arms, and my face was inches away from his. Mason, were you and I ever more than friends?
No, but I wanted us to be. We can be now.
And then he gave me the most amazing kiss,
and I practically melted in his arms. A couple days later, Mason took me to the aquarium, but as I saw all these kids with their parents, I felt kinda sad.
Hey, are you still thinking about your parents?
Yeah, I still don't remember them. Not exactly, but I want to see them and talk to them. Maybe if I do, my memories will come back. Mason sighed and then took my hand in his.
Listen, Harper, we've managed to find them, and I can arrange a visit very soon. But before that, there's something you need to know. I should have told you this earlier, but
Before Mason could finish, this girl ran up to us screaming excitedly. OMG, Harper? Is that you? Hey, I'm sorry, I don't remember you. Mason tried to hide behind me. And Mason?
hi, Jackie.
I knew it! Knew what? Oh, Harp, you're so hilarious! I'm your friend, and I knew you always had a crush on Mason before you started hating his guts. How'd you ever patch things up? Mason turned as red as a cherry popsicle. I have no idea what you're talking about. You called him Mason the Maniac, and you wanted to crush him for ruining your life. You spray painted his house, scratched his car with your keys, threw a brick through his window, and created a website that listed 1,000 reasons why he shouldn't be trusted. What? That's crazy. Why would I do something like that? Yeah, you went a little psycho. But Mason did write that article which got your parents arrested. Are you insane? Mason would never do that to me. Tell her, Mason. Mason lowered his eyes.
Harper, I can explain.
It's okay, Mason. I can show her myself. Jackie pulled out her phone and showed me a news article with a headline that read, "Whiz Kid journalist puts criminal couple behind bars." The whiz kid was Mason, and the couple were my parents, and their names were Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Right beneath my parents' photo, there was a link to a video. With trembling hands, I clicked the link. It showed the police hauling my parents out of our apartment building, while a dozen reporters were taking pictures and firing questions. And Mason was right there in the front, with a smirk on his face.
We're innocent. We didn't do this. That sneaky kid Mason is out to get us.
Then suddenly, I came running out of the building and tackled Mason to the ground. We crashed into the reporters, then the video ended.
It's not what it looks like.
Yes, it is. I just couldn't believe it. Suddenly, I got so mad my hands started shaking. I slapped Mason really hard across the face, then stormed off. I took a taxi straight home and spent the rest of the night crying into my pillow. Mason called me a dozen times, but I refused to answer. He even came to my door with flowers, but I ignored him. I looked my parents up online. I found Mason's article and read all about my parents' crimes. Mason accused them of stealing from tons of banks, museums, and even a children's hospital. But my parents claimed they were innocent, and Mason was a liar. He'd lied to me about being my friend too. No wonder I hated his guts. One night, when I was watching love stories on MSA, no, don't trust him. He's hot, but he's a bad guy. And stuffing my face with ice cream and cookies, I got a call from the apartment building's reception desk.
Ma'am, there's a call for you from your mother. I'm putting you through.
I shot up straight as an arrow. My mom was calling me from prison? Oh, Harper, how are you? We heard you were in the hospital after the accident, and then you were released. I wasn't allowed to make calls any sooner, and I tried your cell phone first. Oh, I've been so worried, love. Mom, where are you? Can I come see you? I was able to schedule a visit to prison for the next day. I met my mom in this big room surrounded by other inmates and their visiting families. Oh, I can't believe you're here. Your dad wanted to see you too, but he got into a fight with an inmate and isn't allowed visitors for a week. I've missed you so much, baby. Suddenly, I just broke down in tears. Mom, I'm so confused. I lost all my memories in the accident. What? You don't remember anything? No, nothing. I just know that you're in jail because Mason said you guys did all these awful things. Mason? Oh, what I wouldn't do to wring that boy's neck. We wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for him. He's evil, Harper. You can't trust a word he says. I'll explain everything later, but first, you need to listen to me closely. Mom leaned in and whispered, "Get the money out of the safe." What safe? It's in a secret room behind my closet. Your dad and I stored things for the family business there. We didn't tell you about it because you were too young. I need you to use the money we've kept in that room to bail us out. The combination is in a drawer in my desk, and be careful. We had a misunderstanding with a few gangsters. Gangsters? Oh, I mean business associates, sweetie. Somehow they think we owe them money. Vultures. So if anyone suspicious turns up at the apartment, do not let them in. Mom gestured over my shoulder, and I turned and saw this scary man with a skull tattooed on his forehead, giving us death glares. Once I got home, I raced to my parents' room, found the combination, and typed it into the keypad on the back of Mom's closet. Then a wall opened up, and I walked into the secret room, my mouth hanging open. It was full of bags of money, jewels, and paintings. All the stolen items that Mason wrote about in his articles were stacked right in front of me. I was devastated. Mason was right. My parents were thieves. Just then, the doorbell rang, and a surveillance feed popped up on a screen in my parents' room. 3 scary gangsters with skulls on their forehead were at my front door.
We know you're in there, Harper. We want our money.
I spoke through the speakers. Sorry, Harper's not home. She's moved to the moon. The gangsters got really angry and kicked down the main door. I locked my parents' bedroom door, and feeling completely freaked out, I called Mason. Mason answered on the first ring.
What's wrong?
You were right. My parents are bad, and now these gangsters are out to get me. What should I do? Mason told me to run to the window. I peeked down and saw him waving at me from the window below. He told me to climb down. Are you crazy? What do I look like, Spider-Man?
You used to climb down all the time when we were kids.
Well, I don't remember that. Suddenly, I heard the gangsters pounding on my parents' door. Okay, maybe some memories are coming back.
Come on, you can do it. I've got you.
Somehow, Mason's words gave me confidence, so I took a deep breath, then started climbing down. Suddenly, I lost my grip and screamed as I fell, but Mason caught me just in time. He pulled me inside through his window and hugged me.
You're okay, Harper. You're safe now.
Okay, cool. This is really nice. You always smell so comforting, like fresh laundry.
I still have to call the police. You mind letting me go?
We reported the gangsters to the police, and they were arrested and hauled off to jail. After that, Mason walked me back to my apartment. When we got to my door, tears started streaming down my face. Mason, was I a bad person, like my parents?
No, you didn't even know they were criminals. Your parents lied to everyone about their business for years.
But I did all those horrible things to you. Why did you even go to the hospital to find me?
Because it was my fault you got hurt.
Mason's words shook me to my core.
The day you had the accident, I tried to talk to you about your parents and make you see the truth, but you got so mad you got into your car and drove off. The next day, the police found your abandoned car stuck in a ditch and they said you were missing.
Mason showed me a picture of my car in the ditch, then a memory popped into my head. I think I remember now. It was raining. I was driving really fast and I lost control. I remember crawling out of the car to find help, but after that, everything is a blur.
Harper, not knowing what happened to you or where you'd gone was breaking my heart. Then I found you at the hospital and you were different. You didn't remember anything. And most importantly, you didn't hate me. I should have told you the truth sooner, but it was getting harder the more I was falling in love with you.
You're in love with me?
I've always had a thing for you. I'm sorry I lied. I understand if you never want to see me again. I love you, Harper, but I don't want to come between you and your family.
He started walking away, and suddenly my phone rang. It was the number from prison. It must be my mom calling. As I watched him leave, my heart ached. I had to choose. I could bail out my family, help them clear their names, and go back to their criminal activities. Or I could take a chance on a different life. I shoved my cell phone into my pocket, ran to Mason, and grabbed his hand. Let's go and tell the police about the proof I found in the secret room. I choose to be a good person. I choose to be happy. I choose you. When the music kicked off and everyone started dancing, I escaped to the garden for some fresh air. As I sat down by the fountain and sighed, a soft object hit me squarely in the face. Then someone in black jumped down from the tree above me.
Brought your favorite cheeseburger.
Meredith, what are you doing here? And why would you hit me with a burger? Wait, are you dressed up like Catwoman?
Yeah, it's been my look for weeks now. 1, it shows off my fantastic figure, which is a service to humanity. 2, every vigilante hero needs a costume, and I've always found Catwoman classy. 3,
vigilante hero? You basically rob people.
Yeah, like Robin Hood, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor.
You steal for yourself.
I am the poor. And what's all this you nonsense? Last time I checked, we were a team. But sis, what's taking so long with this mission?
It's not that simple.
It's pretty simple. You make this rich dude fall for you, get access to his vault, steal the painting, and we run off to Bora Bora. Are you having trouble making him fall for you? Maybe he hates your eyebrows. I don't know, but I feel like punching you in the face every time I see your eyebrows, which is basically every time I see your face.
Shut up, Em. Everything's going fine.
Okay, but hurry up. This catsuit is giving me a butt rash, even though I use baby powder under it. I want to put it away soon and retire on a beach in a bikini. Aren't you looking forward to it?
Just take the stupid suit off. You're a con artist, not a cat burglar. And of course, I'm looking forward to it. You should go before you blow my cover. And thanks for the burger.
It's not a gift. Duh. You're gonna pay me back. I've noted it in my diary. See ya.
I couldn't help laughing as I saw her clumsily climb the wall, then fall over to the other side.
But as I turned away, I felt troubled. The problem wasn't about making this rich guy I had to rob fall for me. He already had. The problem was, I'd fallen for him too. Let's start from the start, okay? Hi, I'm Claire, originally from Connecticut. And yes, you might have heard some fun words being used for me. Deceitful witch, manipulative liar, and con artist might come up, none of which is an exaggeration. But people change, okay? Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. My mother was born into what she always called old money, which basically means her family had been rich for a long time and their wealth was passed down generations. Unfortunately, it skipped our generation. Apparently, my dad was extremely charming and swept Mom off her feet when she was just 20. She married him against her parents' wishes and they cut her off from their wealth. Then, 2 years later, Mom gave birth to twins, Dad met another woman, and he abandoned us. At least he left us the house in a nice neighborhood, but my grandparents refused to help Mom out and said she had to live with her decisions. Mom, how are you feeling now?
Like my organs are shutting down one by one.
So, same as this morning then? Here's some chicken soup.
There's no chicken in it.
Well, you asked for chicken soup when there was no chickens in the fridge, so I guess we all have to use our imaginations, don't we?
Oh, the soup at my parents' house always had chunks of chicken and big fat prawns. What has life come to now? I was raised as a creature of luxury. I'm like that fairy tale princess who couldn't sleep because of a single pea under her mattress.
So you say, but there's a bunch of sharp pebbles under your mattress and you sleep like a log and snore like a bear.
What? How could you put pebbles? I do not snore. Leave me to decompose, please.
Well, you have to return to your waitressing job, so get well soon, Mom.
Shall not.
I loved Mom, but she was basically a spoiled, selfish child who just couldn't adapt to her changing fortunes and start acting like a freaking parent. My sister Meredith and I were twins, but we looked nothing alike. With her soft blonde hair and big baby blues, she looked like the kind of sweet soul who saved kittens from trees, helped old people across the road, and sang to birds. She didn't look like she had an ounce of evil in her, which wasn't true, like at all. But we'll come back to that later. From an early age, it was clear to me and Meredith that we had to be resourceful for money. I started doing odd jobs for our rich neighbors in the 8th grade, like raking their gardens, walking their dogs, and babysitting their kids. But Meredith was always finding more creative ways, like taking stupid boys in her class on paid exclusive tours to an alien site she'd discovered in the nearby forest. I'd seen her digging up the crater where the spaceship had landed, or selling youth water to high school girls, claiming she'd traveled far to the Fountain of Youth over summer break and had a limited supply. They actually thought she was telling the truth because it tasted different. Yeah, that's because she was filling up bottles from the neighbor's gross jacuzzi. People eventually caught on and stopped buying from her, and that's when she started stealing from me. But whenever I'd confront her, she'd throw a tantrum and deny it like I'd accused her of killing someone. So the next time, I hid money in my diary and made my latest entry. Dear Diary, guess what? What? When Mom took Meredith to the hospital for her sore throat the other day, the doctors made a shocking discovery. Meredith has a rare, incurable disease. She only has a few more months with us. We've decided not to tell her so she isn't scared and lives the rest of her short life in peace. Yes, I'm sad, but not that much because my baby sister is going to a better place and leaving me all her stuff. I knew my trick had worked when Meredith came down one morning with swollen eyes. When Mom asked her what was wrong, she burst into tears about her incurable disease.
Where would you get an idea like that?
Yes, Meredith. Please, tell Mom where you got this idea from.
You wrote it in your... Wait, you chubby witch! You made me believe I was dying!
Meredith lunged at me and we went rolling all over the kitchen floor. But she ended up getting grounded for a month for stealing and invading my privacy. I soon started missing her at dinner time though. So late one night, I snuck into her room with ice cream to find her playing darts with my face as the target. I'm sorry you're stuck here, but you did steal from me. I know we don't have a lot right now, but we'll work hard and make money in the future.
But the future is in the future. What do I do now when I need money for mascara and gummy bears?
Maybe we can think of some business idea.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
She pulled out a box from under her bed full of t-shirts.
So you know my friend George, the next door gardener's nephew? Apparently he volunteers at a mental institution every weekend. The owners got t-shirts made from all the patients, but they refuse to wear them, blah, blah. So now the mental place has hundreds of these lying in storage. George said he can score them for me, and we could have our own t-shirt range with cute things written on them. Look, here's one I made for myself.
I want to go to Bora Bora, but I'm Bora Bora. Please help me. Funny.
I'm very serious, actually. I'm gonna live in Bora Bora one day. So, are we selling these t-shirts?
I'm in.
I also made one for you. That'll be $10, thanks.
Money can't buy happiness, but poverty can't buy anything. Please help me. You should pay me for wearing this. Meredith didn't have the best reputation in our neighborhood or school to sell things, so we decided to hit the other end of town and set up a t-shirt stall outside a private school. With my salesmanship and Meredith's flirting, we managed to sell quite a few on the first day. We started setting up shop at different locations, and one day as we were heading home, Meredith suddenly said she had to pee really badly. So we walked up to the closest house to ask if they'd let us use the bathroom. We rang the bell, but no one seemed to be home. I was peeking in through the window when suddenly I turned around to see Meredith already crawling halfway through one. Are you crazy? That's breaking and entering!
I'll kick in your face so hard that you'll need plastic surgery, which we don't have money for. If you don't want to be ugly for the rest of your life, let me pee.
I let her go and was standing guard at the door when, to my horror, a car suddenly pulled into the driveway and a snooty woman stepped out.
Hey, you girl. What are you doing lurking around my house? Were you thinking of breaking in?
What? No, of course not. I'm a Girl Scout selling cookies. Yeah, I study in the, Aston Bridge School for Girls.
Oh, I see. It's a lovely school. I know many people whose children go there. Sorry for my mistake. I'll be happy to buy some cookies from you. Put me down for 20 boxes.
Sure. It's, $5 a box, so that'll be $100. I'm putting your name down on my list, and I'll drop them by tomorrow.
That's perfect, sweetie. Here's the money. I'll see you soon.
Just then, I saw Meredith slip out the window, and as soon as the lady went in, we ran like crazy down the block and then collapsed on some grass.
Look, I took some pastries from her kitchen. Perfect for a spontaneous picnic.
That's stealing!
Oh, you're one to talk. I heard the whole cookie conversation from inside. You took that lady's money and you're never gonna give her any cookies.
I was just trying to distract her before she caught your butt. I didn't think she'd be dumb enough to actually give me the money. I can return it.
Look, she didn't do it out of the goodness of her heart. She's a rich snob who was being really rude till she thought you were someone rich too. You didn't force her to give you money at gunpoint. Oh, Claire, this has just given me the best idea.
You're not serious.
Yes, I am. Dumb people deserve to be tricked. And what does $100 mean to someone who has a gold toilet seat?
I knew it was wrong, but it was also so easy. And before I knew it, Meredith and I were wearing private school uniforms and hitting different neighborhoods, collecting money for Girl Scout cookies that we had no intention to deliver. We made $2,000 in a month. But one day, when we went up to a rich old lady's house, she invited us in and even offered us cake as we signed her up. How many boxes will that be, ma'am?
Oh, none, thank you. You see, I don't buy imaginary cookies.
What?
I'd heard that there were 2 conning Girl Scouts in town, and I was ready for you. I've called the police, and you 2 will end up in a detention center.
Just then, there was a loud bang, and the power went out. In the confusion, Meredith kicked the old lady and yelled, "Run!" As we were sprinting down the street, I suddenly noticed a nerdy-looking boy my age running beside us too, grinning and waving at us. Hey, hold on. Who are you?
I'm your new neighbor, Freddie. I'm the one who saved you from that old crow.
What? I'm so confused right now.
New neighbor? You moved into the house next to ours? Why are you here?
I was bored and saw you girls leaving your house, so I followed you for fun. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your little cookie secret. When I heard that old lady threatening you, I went to the main circuit board and pulled out a wire with my tweezer, which I always keep handy.
You could have been electrocuted. You're either incredibly smart or exceptionally dumb.
My mom says the exact same thing, except for the incredibly smart part.
Listen, you geek, what do you want? If you think you're gonna get a cut of our profits.
No, my parents are well off. They're neurosurgeons. I just want to be friends. I swear, I don't have any siblings and I don't know anyone here.
What if we say no?
I'll keep following you around until you say yes?
Okay, fine. Congratulations. You got yourself 2 friends.
Oh, I'm so happy! Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year!
And from that day on, that goof really did become our best friend, especially mine. He was like the sibling I never had. I mean, the nice sibling who did my nails and watched the channel I wanted to watch on TV without arguing. He was also really generous. I didn't want to take advantage of it, but Meredith and Mom had no problem keeping all the gifts he was always getting us. We decided to lay low with our conning activities in case the old lady had actually told the police about us. But soon after we joined the 11th grade, a new drama unfolded in our lives. A family moved into the huge white house across the street. Apparently, the couple who'd bought the place was loaded, and they had 5 teenage boys.
Finally, some eligible bachelors on our street.
Thanks. My feelings aren't hurt at all.
Oh, I'm sorry I left you out, sweetie. Maybe you'll find someone too. I mean, they have 5 boys. There's a good chance one of them is gay.
What? Why would you think?
Okay, girls, here's a basket of goodies for you to take over as a welcome present. Now go, throw yourselves at those boys.
Meredith and I rolled our eyes, but we decided there wasn't any harm in checking them out, and we were welcomed by the ugliest quadruplets ever. They were really sweet and really excited to see us, but with their orange hair, acne, and buck teeth, they were not a pretty sight.
Man, I feel sorry for those parents. Like, Mom got one average-looking kid, but God made it up by giving her me. But those parents, God decided to use copy-paste on that ugly model. They must have done something terrible to deserve this.
You are so rude.
Oh, shut up. I know you're thinking the same. I just have the guts to say it out loud.
But then a day later, I'd just woken up when the bell rang, and I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside. Hi, I'm Evelyn from Florida. Please like and subscribe. 12 years into their marriage, my parents had given up hope of having a kid when suddenly I came along. I was their picture-perfect miracle baby with Mom's auburn hair and Dad's green eyes. People fawned over my looks, and my parents marveled over my brains as I crossed milestones faster than other kids my age. Except as I was growing older, my parents started noticing that I wasn't really like other kids. I didn't want to play with them and preferred to be alone. I was obsessed with taking apart machines and building Legos and puzzles. I couldn't move until I was done with something I'd started. Well, you could try to move me, and then live to regret it. Once when I was 5, my parents and I flew over to Paris for a holiday. On our first night, as Mom unpacked my clothes, I noticed something was missing. Where are my purple socks? The ones with the dinosaurs? At home, I guess. But I packed other socks, sweetie. But they're not the purple ones. I want the purple socks with the dinosaurs. I drove my parents bonkers the whole night and the next day. I want my purple socks. I want my purple socks. Why are you looking at this ugly lady? I want my purple socks with the dinosaurs. I threw myself on the floor and screamed as everyone in the museum stared at us, and my parents carried me out. And that evening, we took a flight back to Florida, and I slept like a baby with my purple socks on. My parents thought I'd get better in school, but things just got worse. I didn't like sharing my things or having anyone touch them, and when other kids realized that, they only teased me more. But once in 2nd grade, the teacher announced we were going to the zoo, and I lost it. It's not on the timetable. See? Where does it say trip to the zoo? We're supposed to have a math lesson. I'm not going. Everyone will stay here and we'll study math. I refused to move from my seat as everyone laughed. Why are you such a big baby? Go back to kindergarten. Grow up, weirdo. But my teacher said I didn't have to go to the zoo and called my parents in. Later that day, they took me to the doctor, and after a series of tests, I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome.
What does that mean? It means that Evelyn processes information differently than other people, and changes are especially hard for her. But I can teach her ways to manage her emotions better.
I wasn't entirely sure what the doctor meant, but I knew one thing. I wasn't like everybody else, and I just didn't fit in. Once in 6th grade, I was having lunch at my usual spot outside when I noticed an older boy bugging this new girl in my class, Alyssa. It looked like he was stealing her lunch money, and I couldn't just sit and watch. Hello, can you stop bothering Alyssa, please? Otherwise, I'll have to report you to the principal, and you'll get detention.
Oh, I'm scared. I'm shaking in my boots.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you that much. Wait, is that a mole on your hand?
Yeah? What's it to you?
I recently read about moles in a medical journal, and you should get that checked out by a doctor. Let me take a closer look.
No, back off, loser.
Please, I need to look at it. You could be really sick or dying. I'm just trying to help. Let me see it. I'm trying to save your life.
Oh my God, you're mental.
The boy ran off looking freaked out, and Alyssa was laughing like crazy. That was hilarious. You're funny. What's your name? Evelyn? And I wasn't trying to be funny. Well, I think you're a hoot, Evelyn. And thanks for scaring my idiot brother off. Actually, I stole his lunch money, and he was just trying to get it back. Let's go get some donuts, shall we? And that's how I made my first friend ever. And Alyssa was soon one of the popular kids. She was pretty and outgoing, and for some reason, she'd taken a liking to me. And when she invited me over to her birthday slumber party, I was over the moon. I picked out a model train set for her, and I couldn't wait to assemble it. Sweetie, maybe Alyssa will want to eat cake and play games first, so you'll have to be patient. Take a few deep breaths and count to 10 to calm down. Okay, fine. I'm just really excited.
And that's okay, but it's Alyssa's party, so you have to let things go her way.
I was able to keep my excitement in check and focus on having fun with Alyssa and the other kids, and it felt nice. Alyssa was my entry into any kind of social circle, and even though I knew other people still found me weird, she always had my back. In 9th grade, I got selected for a spot at a science summer camp for young geniuses. I was away learning all sorts of cool new things and came back home a week after school had started. I'd missed Alyssa, and I was so excited to see her. Except the next day, I couldn't find her anywhere. I stopped a girl from class to ask where she was, when suddenly I heard Alyssa laugh. You dummy, you've walked right past me, twice. I just hadn't recognized her. She'd dyed her hair and was wearing bright red lipstick, and her clothes were weird. What happened to you? You don't look good. You know how we've talked about you being too blunt at times? You still need to work on that. But I have to be honest, you don't look like yourself. I know you don't like change, but it's good sometimes. Come on, I want you to meet some new friends. It turned out that 2 famous boy band singers, Jamie and Lyle, had joined our school, and Alyssa was suddenly BFFs with them. And now I had to hang out with these pop stars, and all the girls were dying to get close to them. Lyle joined the football team and got busy with practice, but Alyssa started inviting Jamie everywhere with us, and I didn't like it. He was always bragging about his tours and his fans and his bestseller albums. It was so annoying. Wow, that's so cool. Don't you think so, Evelyn? Not really. I think their music kind of sucks.
Well, I think your mom's cooking kind of sucks.
What? You've tasted my mom's cooking? When?
It was a joke?
Oh, Evelyn doesn't get jokes. I get jokes. That just wasn't a joke. The definition of a joke is a funny statement, like this joke I made up. Why is it bad to trust atoms? Because they make up everything. I giggled so hard I nearly fell off my chair, and Jamie looked amused.
Haha, funny girl. Back to me now. No one's ever told me they don't like my music, especially teenage girls. Why don't you like it?
You have a good voice, but you don't really talk about real deep stuff. It's all about parties and dancing and silly nonsense. If I had the power to reach as many people as you do, I'd say something more meaningful. Jamie looked a bit taken aback, but then he smiled.
Thanks for being honest, Evelyn.
It took me some time getting used to Jamie, but weirdly enough, I did. He wasn't as dumb as he sounded in his songs. He was even curious about the project I was working on for the National Science Fair, which Alyssa hadn't asked about once. My dad's a smoker, and I hate it. So I decided to make this machine which converts the hydrogen cyanide in cigarette smoke to hydrogen sulfide, which stinks like really bad farts. The smell immediately disappears once the cigarette is put out. I'll make smaller versions of the machine which you can hide in every room, and the smoker can't find them. They'll just have to put out their cigarettes to stop the smell.
I never thought I'd find a girl talking about farts so fascinating. That's a clever invention. And you're pretty cool, Evelyn.
I couldn't help feeling pleased. No one ever called me cool before. But Lyle was a pain in the butt. Whenever he hung out with us, he made robot impressions while talking to me, which he found hilarious. And he was so bossy with Jamie and dismissed all his ideas about their songs or videos. Once when the four of us were getting smoothies, Jamie gave Lyle a song he wrote that was different from their usual style. Lyle read it, crumpled the paper, and threw it away.
Save this lame saving the world poetry for your philosophy class, Jamie. We sell pop music and no one will listen to this trash.
I hated seeing Jamie look so hurt. Jamie, I think you should release a solo album. You're a much more talented songwriter than Lyle, and even your voice is 100 times better. He's just holding you back.
Excuse me? You have no idea what you're talking about, so butt out.
Evelyn, I'm sure Jamie doesn't need career advice from you, and you were super rude to Lyle. Jamie wouldn't look up from the ground, and I felt angry. Alyssa grabbed my hand and we left. When we were far enough, she turned to me. You don't always have to say exactly what you're thinking. What are you trying to do, break up their band? Jamie and Lyle are famous. Their music is popular, and being friends with them makes us popular. Also, I'm kinda dating Lyle, so can't you just be normal for once? You always made me feel like I was normal, but you've changed now, Alyssa. Well, I've always been different, and that's okay with me, especially if it means I don't have to like stupid pop music just because everyone else does. I was so angry I wanted to scream, but I took deep breaths and counted to 10. By the time I got home, I felt a bit better, but when Mom asked me how my day was, I told her everything.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry, but you guys will make it up, I'm sure of it.
Except that we didn't. It stung that neither Jamie and Alyssa tried talking to me, and I didn't either. I kept myself busy with my project, and a month later, Jamie and Lyle released their new single. It hurt my ears listening to it, but all the girls at school went crazy for them, and they'd even perform the song in the cafeteria at lunch. One afternoon, I was putting the finishing touches to my machine in the science lab when I felt tired and took a short nap. Suddenly, I heard something next to my ear and woke up startled, knocking my head straight into someone's face. Ow! Gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's just you. It's all right then.
I think you broke my nose.
Why was your nose so close to my head?
I was just checking if you were alive.
Well, I'm alive. Thank you very much. You can leave now.
My nose is bleeding. Can you help me here?
I gave Jamie some tissues and held an ice pack on his nose.
So, what do you think of the new song?
I already told you. Your music stinks. You sound like an auto-tuned robot, and your words are still shallow.
Well, the whole world disagrees with you. We're #1 on the charts, and we're going on tour in a few months.
Then why do you care what I think?
I don't know. I just care. Look, I'm really sorry that I've been ignoring you because of Lyle, but the truth is, I've missed you, and the things you say matter to me, and your eyes are really green up close.
I had no idea why, but my stomach was doing something really weird. Then why don't you just take my advice and become a solo artist?
It's not that easy. I know I'm more talented, but recording songs takes money, which Lyle has. That's why he makes all the decisions. But I have been thinking about quitting the band.
Just then Lyle barged in with Alyssa behind him.
I knew I'd find you here. And I am so sick of you putting stupid ideas in his head, Evelyn. You don't know anything about the music industry or the real world.
And suddenly, he took a swipe at my model and sent it crashing to the floor. No!
What the heck, man? Are you crazy? Why don't you just worry about fixing your dumb machine and leave the music to us, Wally?
I felt rage bubbling inside, and I just leapt forward and punched Lyle's face. Then I ran off as fast as I could. I cried for hours over my project. The science fair was next week. My parents were fuming at Lyle and trying to console me when the doorbell rang. It was Alyssa and Jamie with my broken machine. Evelyn, I am so sorry. I knew Lyle wasn't nice to you, and I should have stood up for you earlier. I got so caught up with being popular, and I've been a horrible friend. Please, forgive me. I was just so glad to have her back that I hugged her tight. She and Jamie promised to work day and night by my side to help me fix my machine, and I felt together we could really do it. The next morning, my parents and I were called into the principal's office. Lyle's parents kicked up a huge fuss and wanted me to apologize, which made my parents even madder.
He broke our daughter's project. Do you have any idea how important that is?
She broke our son's face. That's the source of his livelihood. We want this girl expelled. You know who we are, right?
Why don't both parties apologize and we end this?
I can't apologize to Lyle because I'm not sorry at all. My entire life, people have mocked me one way or the other. They think I don't understand their jokes or the looks and whispers they exchange, and I always act like I don't. But punching Lyle was the first time I really stood up for myself, and I'm never gonna take that back. The principal checked the CCTV footage in the science lab, and it was clear that Lyle had wrecked my project first for no reason, and he was expelled. And a week later, Jamie and Alyssa were cheering for me the loudest when I won first prize at the science fair.
I'm so proud of you, Evelyn. And you were not kidding about how bad that fart smell is.
It definitely got my dad to quit smoking.
That's amazing. Also, I quit the band, obviously. I can't work with that jerk anymore. Time to go solo. But you'll help me with my songs, right?
Of course. What are you gonna write about first?
A girl who's gonna save the world. One crazy idea at a time.
You're talking about me, right?
Hey there! My story is a little different from the stories you might have seen on MSA. Wanna know why? 'Cause it has a ghost in it. I'm Beatrix. And unlike other kids who are born crying, I was born smiling. Yep, and that sort of freaked out my mom and the doctors. Come on, little angel, it's time to cry. But instead, I cooed and laughed. Mom had so much fun playing with me and making me beatbox. That's the reason she named me Beatrix. Needless to say, growing up, I had a great life, and my parents absolutely adored me. They made me feel like I was the center of their universe, especially Dad. We were like two birds of a feather. He was an amazing singer and owned a studio. He often took me there, and I was always in awe of the place.
Daddy, can I be a singer too when I grow up?
You already are, kiddo. In fact, you're so good, you even make crying sound like a melody. I always thought that nothing would ever break us apart and our family would stay together forever. I was so wrong. One day, Dad told Mom he had taken on some debt and was unable to pay it back. From that day on, they started fighting over the smallest of things and soon ended up getting divorced. Dad left the city and never looked back. I was heartbroken and hoped he'd come back for me, but he didn't come, even on my birthday. I felt shattered.
Mommy, why didn't Daddy come? He promised he'd come for my birthday. Please call him.
I did, sweetheart. He must be busy. You have me. Come on, let's cut the cake.
No, I want Daddy, or else I don't want this cake at all.
After that day, I was asking Mom for Dad all the time, but he changed his number. And then to make things even worse, she married again. I was nervous at first when I met my stepdad, but it turned out he was an absolute gem. Not only did he paint my room in the exact color I wanted, but he also treated me to ice cream every day and spoiled me with all the things I asked for. Every night when Mom used to tuck me in bed and sing me a lullaby, he'd come too. Life was finally good again. And then my half-sister Jennifer was born. Mom and my stepdad only had eyes for her, and it seemed like it was all Jennifer all the time. I started to get jealous of her, but one time when she was crying and Mom and my stepdad weren't around, she gave me the most beautiful smile ever, and I melted.
Aw, aren't you the cutest thing in the world?
I tried to lift her, but Jennifer ended up crying again, and right then my stepdad stomped into the room. He looked really pissed. I just put her to sleep. Did you wake her up? Did you make her cry?
What? No,
No, I was just. Don't yell at her. She's just a kid. Then they started fighting over me all the time. When my stepdad said I was always causing trouble and should be sent away to live with my real dad, I felt like someone punched me in the gut. That's when I felt like I wasn't a part of my own family. But I kept quiet and didn't complain. And since no one even knew where my real dad was, I wasn't sent away. But then I noticed something strange was happening. I couldn't go outside anymore. Mom even had to homeschool me for a month. Thankfully, I grew out of it eventually with Mom's help. And as Jennifer grew up, she loved being around me. We were pretty close, even though she was competitive and wanted Mom's attention all the time. Like, when I'd come home from school and run to hug Mom, she'd jump in and hug her first, then talk to her and keep her busy until I gave up and would go to my room. I didn't mind because she was still very small. But one day, she broke Dad's phone by accident when we were playing with it.
Beatrix, please don't let them know it was me. It was an accident. Please, please, please. I don't want them to be mad at me.
I couldn't see my baby sister that way, so when Mom entered the room and saw Jennifer crying, she assumed I had done something. Mom, we were playing, and I accidentally broke Dad's phone. Why can't you be more careful, Beatrix? Why are you two in his office anyway? Don't you know how angry? At that exact moment, Dad rushed in and turned as red as a fire truck. He began yelling at me and Mom.
Look at what your daughter did. I told you she's only trouble.
Your daughter? Oh, wow, that hurt. After that fight, I began distancing and avoiding my stepdad every time I saw him. Since at home I had so many problems, school was a relief. There I was part of the music club, and singing always felt like a joy. One time when I was in 12th grade, I was performing in a school play, and the lead had to sing a lullaby but forgot the words. I didn't know them either, but I jumped up and sang the same lullaby Mom used to sing me when I was little. When I was done, there was silence. Oh, shoot, I must have sounded bad. But then, all of a sudden, there was a thunder of applause, and I was stunned.
Oh my God, Beatrix, you sounded so amazing.
Oh, stop. You're just being nice. Wait, who are you?
I'm an ad producer, and I'd like to work with you.
But before I could even finish my sentence, the man handed me his card. I called him a couple of days later, and then I found out he wanted me to sing a jingle for a Christmas ad. It was so much fun. When I got paid, I went to Mom and told her I wanted to take her out for dinner, but she seemed so occupied. That's very nice, honey, but I have to go out with your sister tonight. She got 15th position in her class in the exams. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I'll come too. Well, you know how she is. She said it's a mom-daughter thing only. We'll go out some other time. I hope that's all right. Sure. It was pretty clear that Jennifer was more important to her than me. Mom never made the time to go out with me, even as I finished high school and moved out to my own apartment. After a few years, I started to get lots of attention for my singing, and people were totally loving it. I worked hard, and eventually I got a huge show in New York. I was so psyched about it and invited Mom and Jennifer, but minutes before I was supposed to start, Mom said they couldn't come. When I got on stage and saw the crowd and the 2 empty seats in the front row, I suddenly got really nervous and forgot the lyrics. My brain went blank, and since I was on the stage for so long and still hadn't performed, the audience started booing me. I felt my heart sinking, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. That was supposed to be my big break. Everything is ruined now. It's not, Beatrix. You just need to take it slow. Trust me, you'll be on the stage again soon. Everything will be okay. I wanted to believe her, but right when I was about to step out of my hospital room, I froze at the door and couldn't move. Honey, what's the matter? I don't know. I'm too scared to leave. I hurried back to the bed and refused to move. After talking to the doctor, I was diagnosed with a condition called agoraphobia. It was just like when my dad left. The stage incident triggered the condition I already had but forgot about. It meant I had trouble being in crowds and open spaces. It had been months since I left my home, and Mom was worried sick for me. She suggested I move into the house next to hers. It had been empty for years because the owners had left town. I was fine with it, as long as it was kept locked and I could stay inside. Mom and Jennifer were the only ones allowed in. My stepdad never visited. Jennifer was incredibly understanding, and we grew even closer. Mom came over every day, always spending time and taking care of me. One day, after she left and I was alone, I heard the sound of a door creaking open. I got up to check all the doors in the house and found the back door completely open. That was weird. I remember locking it. Soon after that, weird things started happening. Like, once I noticed the stove was on, even after I was sure I had turned it off. And then my shoes went missing. What was happening? Was I going crazy on top of everything else? I told Jennifer, and she thought the unthinkable. Maybe my house was haunted. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't explain it. One day, Jennifer brought over a Ouija board. Why did you bring this?
Well, if there is some ghost here, we need to communicate with it and ask what it wants so we can go away.
I wasn't too sold on the idea, but I thought I might as well try. Yeah, just like those stupid kids in horror movies. In just a few minutes, it turned out to be a very bad idea. I thought Jennifer was moving the pointer, but she swore it wasn't her. And it definitely wasn't me. It spelled out, "Get out." Huh. Awesome! I was even more scared now, and I couldn't move or even leave the house. I was stuck. Things died down for a little while, but one day while I was watching TV, the volume got super loud and the channel changed by itself. I was terrified and ran out of the house without thinking and immediately ran into the most beautiful delivery guy I ever saw. "Are you okay, miss? I thought maybe someone was in your house. I can check if you want." I just nodded and followed him into the house, and after 10 minutes, he assured me that no one was around and nothing was wrong. "I work around here a lot. If you have any problem, let me know and I'll help you, okay? I'm Easton." From then on, Easton came to visit me every once in a while. We would sit near my door and talk. I told him about my agoraphobia, and he would bring me things that I couldn't get for myself. He was so thoughtful and sweet. One day, when Easton and I were talking, Jennifer came to visit me. The three of us had a good time. Once he left, I could not stop talking about him. He's so kind and sweet. You know, we like the same pizza, and we both love the Marvel movies and
Bjorn Easton sitting in a tree. Kissing.
No, what are you talking about?
You have a crush on him. It's so obvious.
Oh no, it's true. The day Mom was supposed to meet him, I invited her and Jennifer, but he called and said he had to work late. Mom seemed disappointed. I went to get them some snacks, and when I got back, I overheard Mom and Jennifer talking, and Mom was crying. I don't know how I can help her. I've never seen her this happy.
But Mom, you should know about it. That Easton does not exist. She's maybe hallucinating, going crazy.
What in the chocolate fudge? Beatrix, honey, what do you mean he doesn't exist? Jen, you saw him.
Bea, I'm sorry, but I didn't. I was pretending for your sake. There was no one there that day.
If Easton wasn't real, then who was I texting a while back?
That was me. I put in my number when you weren't looking.
Could it be true? After everything, I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I really was losing my mind. Mom consoled me for hours until I finally calmed down. Then we made an appointment to meet the doctor the next day to see if I really was going cuckoo. Just a week later, I was trying to get ready when a diary fell out of my cupboard. I went pale when I saw what was written. Easton used to live here all those years ago? This freaked me out so much that when the doorbell rang, I screamed. I was shaking as I opened the door. But the minute I did, I went pale with fear. It was Easton, standing right in front of me. Beatrix, I'm sorry for not showing up last week. Stay away from me. Why are you haunting me? What do you mean? What's going on? You're not real. You're my imagination. Or a ghost. That explains all the weird things that's been happening. The stove, the TV, the weird... What? Of course I'm real. I don't know what you mean. I began screaming and yelling for Mom, and pretty soon she rushed to me with Jennifer and Stepdad following behind her. The minute they saw my frantic state, they went pale, especially Jennifer. "Mom, I can see Easton, and I'm scared. I think he's a ghost." "Honey, I can see him too."
Of course you can. I'm a real human.
What's going on here? I don't understand. Jennifer, we met too. What's going on? We all turned towards Jennifer, and as if on cue, she began crying and wailing. "It was all about Beatrix. She's my mom too. Ever since she got that condition, she's been with you, not me. I've done things to try to make her angry at you and happy with me, but it never works." "Jennifer, how could you do this to your sister? You made her think her house was haunted? It ain't my fault she's so dumb, believing there was some ghost." "Stupid Beatrix. How dare you do all of this? All I've been is nice to you. And you're so ungrateful." "But Mom, Dad, I did this all because I love you and want you to myself."
Enough! I can't believe you could stoop down to this level, Jennifer. You're the one who has a problem, and this is all my fault. I'm sorry, Beatrix. If I had never behaved that way towards you as a child, Jennifer wouldn't have grown up hating you this way."
Easton just stood there, shocked at the entire situation. After talking to him later, we continued to stay friends. Mom and Dad helped me get through my agoraphobia and get better. Jennifer was sent away for therapy and treatment. With my parents' support, I was able to turn my focus back to music. It took a lot of hard work and dedication, but eventually I was able to start performing again. Mom, Stepdad, and Easton were all there in the front row when I went on stage again. And when the show was over, Jennifer surprised me with flowers. She was finally better. "I'm sorry for everything. You were always a great sister. I was selfish." "No more ghost stuff?" "Never." "Good. Let's go to my not haunted house and celebrate."
Hi, I'm Isabel from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. My mom had an accident when I was only 3, and Dad shifted his multi-million-dollar company to our mansion just so he could give me all his attention. But I soon realized he was too much. He fired my favorite nanny just because I fell off my bed. He wouldn't even let me go to the park without wearing a helmet and protective gear. I looked like a freaking astronaut. One night when I was 5, I left a note for Dad and ran away from home. I knew exactly where I wanted to go first, the park. Finally, some peace. But it wasn't long before I heard police cars screeching outside, and Dad came running to me.
"Oh, you fool. I'm never letting you out of my sight again."
I looked at the officers and started kicking and screaming.
"Please, help me. I've never seen this creepy man before. Help!"
Well, Dad had a lot of paperwork to show before he could take me home. Growing up, he and I were constantly at war, but I always found a way to do what I wanted. And in high school, I even joined the cheerleading squad, without telling him, of course. Once in 10th grade, the football captain Jake invited me to his party, and I knew there was no way Dad was letting me go so late. So once he was asleep, I sneaked out of my window. By the time I got back, it was almost 3 a.m. I was walking through my garden when I suddenly tripped over something that looked like a human body. I almost screamed, but just then, I saw who it was. My weird neighbor. Oh my God, what are you doing here?
I was just lying back and watching the stars, till you ruined it.
Why can't you just watch the friggin' stars from your garden?
I like the grass here better. It's nicer and softer, and the quality is...
Jeez, just shut up and go. As I started walking, he followed me.
You know we go to the same school, right? You don't even know my name, do you?
Of course I do. It's, something with an R or P. Wait. It's Dave. David, okay? You got me. I don't know your name.
It's Scott. You'll remember now because I'm your new boyfriend.
Did I hit your head when I tripped?
No, you just gave me an idea. You're Miss Popular, and I'm just a nerd. Dating a cheerleader is going to be great for my image, and if you say no, I'm going to tell your dad you were out.
Are you seriously blackmailing me?
Yes, I am. Don't worry, it's not forever. We'll date for a month and then break up publicly. So, do we have a deal?
Dating this weirdo would be social suicide for me, but if Dad found out, I'd be grounded for eternity. So, I shook hands on it. I was so not looking forward to school on Monday. I walked down the hall with my face behind a book, hoping to avoid Scott. I didn't find him anywhere, and I felt so relieved. Maybe he was kidding about the whole thing anyway. Later at lunch, Jake joined me, and I was having a great time when suddenly Scott slid right next to me.
Here I am, my lady. Now, what are your other 2 wishes?
Oh my God.
Dude, we're in the middle of something here. Can you go and be weird somewhere else? I'd like to know what you're in the middle of with my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Your girlfriend? Isabel, your friend seems rather stupid. Can you please tell him clearly?
I kicked him hard under the table. Yes, it's true. Scott is my boyfriend.
No way. This is just some stupid joke, isn't it? It is not. I love Isabel, and she loves me very much, and will prove it.
To my horror, Scott jumped onto the table and held out a hand for me. I climbed up very reluctantly, and he whispered,
"You better make this convincing."
I was going to kill him. I kissed him as everyone in the cafeteria watched us and gasped. Jake stormed off furiously, and I dragged Scott outside. What was that? This is not part of the deal.
Well, we have to make it believable. What's the problem anyway? You seemed to be really into that kiss.
I was not. I'd rather kiss a monkey's butt. Now, you listen to me. Just then, a thin goth girl named Irene walked up to us. Scott, are you really going out with this girl?
Yes, I am, Twiggy. Meet your future sister-in-law.
Wait, you guys are siblings? How come she doesn't have a British accent? Because we're both Americans. And my brother's such a loser. Why do you speak like that?
So I can sound more sophisticated. Not all of us just get by in life with a pretty face.
So you settled for a stupid accent? Good job. Also, I wouldn't date a cheerleader if I were you, Scott. She's one of them, and they're all jerks. Before I could defend myself, she walked off.
Don't mind her. She's weird. My friends are coming over for a chess tournament tonight, and I can't wait for them to meet my girlfriend.
I can't. I have things to do.
Like spending the rest of high school in your room? Because that's what will happen when I tell your dad. I'll see you, m'lady.
And with that, he left. Ugh! So, he wanted a girlfriend, huh? Well, he was about to get one. The girlfriend from hell. When I went over to his place that evening, it looked like I'd walked onto some geek planet, and they were all staring at me like I was an alien.
Whoa, we thought Scott was lying.
About us being together? Oh no, meeting this cookie monster is the best thing that's ever happened to me. When they set up the chessboard, I jumped into Scott's lap and started picking up the chess pieces. Babe, what's this horsey thing? And what's this one for? I'm really dumb, you know. I don't understand anything.
Can you please leave those alone? I'll explain to you later.
Why are you talking like that to me, Snookums? You think I'm dumb, don't you?
I never said that. Just watch a game and you'll understand everything, okay?
I smiled sweetly, but I wasn't backing down. I kept distracting Scott by playing with his hair, feeding him snacks, and accidentally dropping a drink in his lap. And then, right when they were in the middle of an intense match, I started doing a cheerleading routine. Give me an S, give me a C, and then an OTT. Go, Scotty! I did a cartwheel next and crashed straight into their table, knocking their chessboard to the floor. They all looked so mad, and Scott took me out of the room.
What are you doing? I know you just think we're a bunch of nerds, but this is important to us.
I'm just giving you the girlfriend experience. If you don't like it, break up with me.
Not a chance. You're my girlfriend for the month. Deal with it.
Of course, everyone in school knew by now that Scott and I were dating. And he was everywhere. In the library, during lunch, at my cheerleading practice. A few days later, he even signed up for a hiking trip I was going to. As we were walking, a cheerleader asked us how we'd gotten together. Oh, it's a really boring story. Oh, she's just shy. It was quite romantic, actually.
What?
She was walking past my house when she slipped and sprained her ankle. I took my t-shirt off and wrapped it around her foot, and then I carried her home. She asked me out because of my rock-hard abs. Her words, not mine. Oh, I could bash his skull with a rock. And suddenly, I had a brilliant idea. I stopped back to tie my laces and quickly filled up my backpack with rocks. Then I let out a loud cry. Scott, I sprained my ankle again. I don't think I can walk. Oh, I got you, my lady. Hop onto my back. And when I did, he let out a loud groan. What is it, Scotty? Nothing. Totally, fine. I almost died trying not to laugh. The poor boy was grunting and sweating as he carried me down the hill. And then finally, he collapsed to the ground. Gosh, Isabel, you weigh as much as a baby elephant. Did you just call me fat? I burst into fake tears as everyone glared at him. No, that's not what I meant, babe. Don't touch me, you jerk. Just then, Jake shoved him aside. You heard her. Come on, Isabel. Let a real man carry you. Oh, I think my ankle is feeling better. I can walk, but I'll need some support. I leaned on Jake's arm and started limping away. Served Scott right for that stupid story. Later, I felt bad for what I'd put him through, so I invited him to come with me to my friend's party. I was having a great time dancing there, but Scott was just hanging out in a corner, and I caught him looking at me more than once. Hey, come dance with me. Oh, I'd rather not. I don't have your moves. You looked pretty great out there. Why was my face getting hot? Well, I'd like to see your moves. Okay then, don't say I didn't warn you. He walked onto the dance floor and started doing the weirdest chicken dance. Everyone stopped to stare and snicker at him, but he didn't seem to give a hoot. I burst out laughing. He looked ridiculous, and it looked like so much fun. I jumped in and started imitating his moves, and before I knew it, a whole bunch of kids had joined us, and we were all doing Scott's chicken dance. We all clapped for him at the end of it. As we were walking away, Scott accidentally bumped into Jake and knocked over his plate of food on his shirt. Suddenly, Jake grabbed him by the collar. You're really getting on my nerves, man. What are you even doing here? Dating some cheerleader won't make you cool. You will always be a loser. Why are you so worked up, dude? Is it that time of the month again? Jake punched Scott in the face. I leapt forward and pushed him away, straight into a fountain. Don't you dare touch my boyfriend. As Jake screamed furiously, I took Scott's hand and led him out of there. We went to his house and I held up an ice pack to his face. Here, this should help. Yeah, it usually does. What do you mean? It's not the first time I've been bullied, Isabel. I'm a nerd, remember? I've had plenty of broken glasses, punches, and insults. Scott, I'm sorry to hear that. No one deserves such treatment, especially you. It's okay. You didn't bully me. You just never noticed me. Are you trying to make me feel worse? Is it working? Yeah, a little bit. His eyes were so lovely up close, and my heart was racing. But just then, Irene walked in, and I jumped back. I should go home. It's late. See you around, Scott. And with that, I ran off. Jeez, was I falling for my fake boyfriend? The next day in school, Irene was participating in an art contest, but just an hour before, Scott and I found her crying in the art room. Someone had ripped her painting to shreds with a note stuck to it. No place for losers. It's Jake. He did this to get back at me. I'm going to kill him. But what am I gonna do right now, Scotty? I have nothing. Listen, I'm going to run back home and get one of your other art pieces. You have so much amazing stuff. It'll be fine, I promise. He was out of there like a bullet and was back just before the contest started. The judges loved Irene's artwork, and she actually came in second place. As we were all walking out of the hall, we spotted Jake and his buddies, and Scott jumped forward to attack him, but I held him back. That's right, Isabel. Keep that loser in check before I kick his butt again. Sure, I'll do that. And you should go clear your locker, Jake, because you're about to be kicked out. See, you were too stupid to notice the camera in the art room. I asked the principal to look at the footage, and she'll be calling you any minute now." Jake looked at me in shock, and before we knew it, the principal was dragging him off to her office, and he was expelled. A few days later, Scott and I went to the carnival with some friends, and when we were on the Ferris wheel, it suddenly stopped with us on top. While we were waiting for it to get fixed, Jake suddenly turned to me. "So, have you thought about how we're breaking up?" "What?" "Our month's over tomorrow. We can just break up in the cafeteria so that everyone knows we're not together." "Oh, yeah, of course. And you are more popular now. Everyone loves your chicken dance. You got what you wanted." "Yes, I did." Just then the Ferris wheel started working again, and I angrily hopped off when we got to the bottom. He didn't care about me at all? Just then one of my friends caught up with me and asked where Scott was. "Don't know and don't care. He's just a loser, and I'm gonna dump his sorry butt tomorrow." But the next day, I decided that I didn't want to break up. I liked him, and I needed to tell him. When I got to the cafeteria, I walked over to Scott and said, "Hey, listen, I don't think we should see each other anymore." "Yeah, I agree. You're just a spoiled little princess, and I've realized I'm too good for you." "Scott, this is not what I want. Are you begging me to stay with you? Don't embarrass yourself, because I won't change my mind." As I felt everyone's eyes on me, I just ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could he be such a jerk? Just then, Irene walked in and asked what had happened. "Your brother is awful. Guess he'll do anything for popularity, huh? Dumping a cheerleader makes him look good." "And you didn't want to break up with him?" "No, I didn't. But now, gosh, you guys are idiots. He heard you saying to a friend that you were dumping his sorry butt today, so he decided to do it first. Isabel, he's actually in love with you since forever. This whole deal wasn't about him getting popular. He just saw a chance to get close to you, and he took it." I ran out of the bathroom to go find him and crashed straight into him. "You owe me such a big apology." "I know. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean a word. The truth is, I don't want to break up with you, Isabel. I want to be your real boyfriend, if you'll let me. I love you." Wow, you really do have rock-hard abs. Yeah, even nerds work out. "So, what do you say?" "I love you too, idiot." And I pulled him in for a kiss.
Have you ever had a dream so big it seemed impossible to reach? What should you do if nobody around believes in you? Or they try to take you down out of envy? Hi, I'm Wu Ziqian, and my story takes place some 1400 years ago in the Chinese Empire. Yet, I feel some things haven't changed much for us girls. The year I was born, a total sun eclipse darkened the sky. It was a sign of big changes, though at the time, nobody would have guessed that small, sweet Wu would be the one to make history. Growing up, life was good. I had 2 sisters and 2 older half-brothers from Dad's previous marriage. Our family was not part of the aristocratic class, but was very wealthy, which meant I didn't have to do any chores as we had staff taking care of daily activities. However, unlike other rich girls who mostly lazed off, Dad encouraged me to study from a young age. He soon realized just how smart I was, with a talent for poetry and public speaking, so he started to take me on business trips. I loved meeting new people and asked lots of questions. Yes, I was a bit unusual as a kid, but my family was very proud of me. Well, except my brothers.
Why are you studying again? You're just a girl.
And?
Your job is to get married and to have kids. Dad is wasting resources on you. Maybe he's afraid you'll never find a husband. And what's this? Oops.
And with that, he spilled ink all over my notes. One day, you'll regret being so mean. I tried avoiding them as much as possible. But then, around the time I was 14, Dad got very ill and left us. Nothing was ever the same. My brothers started acting like the bosses of the family. Without Dad to keep them in check, they became rude to Mom, bullied my sisters, and were especially mean to me. Like the time I spent too much time with a friend and was late for my curfew. It was a rainy evening. I ran back home, but the front gates were already locked. No matter how much I yelled and banged on the doors, nobody could hear me over the wind and thunder. In the end, I crouched there all night until early morning. Mom found me crying and shivering. "I'm so
sorry, Wu. They told me you were back and sleeping. I should have checked.
That little adventure gave me a cold so bad I stayed in bed for a week. Without Dad, I felt powerless. I had to do something to change my fate, not only for me, but also for my mom. A chance presented itself when a beauty contest was held in town. The winner would be taken to serve at the palace. It was a huge deal and a way to gain respect and admiration. Mom was worried about my plan, and her fears came true when I won. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a surprise, being not only the prettiest girl in town, but also well-educated. My brothers just scoffed at the news and said they won't miss me. Typical. Mom helped me pack my things, and on the day of my departure, she cried as we hugged. Don't be sad, Mother. Who's to say it isn't my fate to meet the Emperor? And so, she understood. I wasn't going to the palace to escape my problems. No, I had a bigger plan. A hope to get noticed by the Emperor, maybe one day marrying into the royal family. Something to bring honor to my name. But my life in the palace started on the wrong foot. The Emperor took a quick glance at me and decided I'll be doing laundry? I didn't spend my childhood reading the classics and refining my calligraphy for this. One day, I was trying to get inside the palace library, but the guard wouldn't let me in, questioning if I could even read. Are you kidding? I was composing poetry at 6. Give me some books or I'll report you to the Emperor. Just then, the guard went pale, looking behind me. I turned and, oh my, the Emperor had heard it all. He seemed amused and I just doubled down, following him around the library all afternoon. By the end of the day, he was so impressed by my wit and education that he made me his secretary. Finally, that was my chance to work my way up the political ladder until, a decade later, nothing has changed. I'm a forgotten secretary. Then, the Emperor passed away and I got sent to a Buddhist convent to be a nun. All that time spent in the palace led nowhere. They even shaved my head. But not all was lost. You see, while I was living at the palace, I got close to the Emperor's youngest son, Li. We met one random day when I was holding a bowl for him to clean his hands, and he flicked some water at me. Offended by his childish behavior, I was ready to give him a lecture. His shy smile and cute face melted my rage. So refreshing. It's quite a warm day, isn't it? He laughed and we started chatting, quickly becoming friends. We were close in age, and unlike other officials, he was kind and humble, easy to talk to.
Do you ever regret coming to the palace? You probably miss your family.
I do. Well, everyone except my brothers. Those two I would banish to the corner of the empire, never to be seen again.
I get that. My brothers either pretend I don't exist or act as if I'm beneath them. You think 2 are bad? Try living with 13.
Can't you do something about them? You are a prince after all.
It's just a title. You'll learn it in time. Having a title doesn't necessarily mean the same as having power.
I knew what he meant. Li, being the youngest, had 0 chances of succeeding his father. However, fate really had a sense of humor. Turns out, his brothers were so busy fighting each other over the title of crown prince that the Emperor decided Li was the better candidate for the throne. And that's how my decade-long crush became the new emperor. He actually changed his name to Gaozong, but I'll keep calling him Li to avoid confusion. I was genuinely happy for him, even if my new status as nun meant we could never be together. One day, I wrote a poem about how much I missed him and took a chance sending it to the palace. Maybe he wouldn't even have time to read it, but I had to try. To my surprise, it worked, and Li came to the temple.
I got your letter. Is it true?
Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I nodded. We hugged, and when it was time for us to part, I could see he was reluctant to do so. Could it be that my feelings were reciprocated? Indeed, he kept visiting, and one evening, I got a note saying I could grow my hair again. 1 year later, I was summoned back to the palace. There, I met Lady Wang, who was quite a big name in court. She was to become empress, having been chosen as a consort by Li's father himself. But that didn't mean things between them were all rosy and peachy.
I had meetings all day, and when I finally got the chance to relax at dinner, Wang started talking about more political issues. It's the last thing I want during my free time.
Is that why you're hiding in the stables with me?
Not hiding, just surveying your work.
Truly, some things never change. Li was the most powerful person in the empire, yet his life was affected by so many people's influence and choices. I decided to be by his side the best I could, and in time, everyone started noticing how close we were, including Wang. That's when she showed her true colors. One afternoon, she invited me for tea.
Tell me about your family. I heard your dad got lucky during the rebellion, but he wasn't aristocracy.
My mom is.
Ah, yes. And what did she accomplish? Only had daughters and is not well liked by her stepsons? How disgraceful.
What is your point, Lady Wang?
I'm just reminding you of your place. The only reason you've been called back was so the Emperor wouldn't have to visit that nunnery all the time. But do not be mistaken. You are not part of this world.
And then she started giving me so much work I couldn't keep up with it, and then complained about how lazy I was. Little did she know, I was used to palace drama and was prepared to face much worse. One day, Lee surprised me with a beautiful hairpin with pearls and small gold lotus flowers. I was walking back to my chambers holding the small present when I noticed Lady Wang scolding a maid for spilling some water on her dress. The poor girl ran with tears in her eyes, and I felt my blood boil. I knew what it meant to be beneath those of higher rank, both at home and at the palace. But then I got an idea. I followed the maid and gave her the hairpin. Lady Wu, I can't accept it. Sure you can. I want you to feel better. But I could never repay you. Just tell me the gossip you hear around the court. That's all I want. And so I started befriending servants and lower officials in exchange for news. Soon I had ears and allies everywhere. And that's how I found out Wang's envy ran deeper than anyone imagined. That night, I ran to Emperor Lee. You have to come with me. Now, we silently walked through empty corridors, and I told Lee to wait outside as I marched into Wang's chambers. There, as the informer said, she was performing some sort of ritual with a voodoo doll shaped like me. I knew you were a witch, but this? Why stoop so low?
Why? You spend too much time with the Emperor. I have to stop you.
Just then, Lee walked into the room.
Lady Wang, I'm very disappointed. You are far from the noble woman I thought I'd marry.
She threw herself on her knees, begging for forgiveness, but it was no use. Witchcraft was a serious charge at the time, so Lee banished her from the palace. Soon after that, Lee confessed his feelings, and I was made the official consort, the new empress. But, as Lee said years ago, a title alone doesn't mean power, and that became clear to me while I kept listening to the Emperor's meetings with his advisors. I sat, as usual, in a small room behind a curtain of pearls, voicing my opinion when needed. The times my husband was ill, he trusted me to make decisions in his place, and some of his officials were seriously offended by this.
It feels like the woman behind the curtain is the one actually running the state. This is even beyond the palace walls. Truly unacceptable.
Behind their protests, there was nothing but envy for the fact I was becoming more and more influential in court, and try as they might, they couldn't stop me. Some years later, Lee and I took a vacation to my hometown, which turned into days of feast and celebration. I had finally brought honor and status to my family. One evening, during a family dinner, Mom brought up the topic with my brothers.
Aren't you grateful for everything Wu did for us?
She just got lucky. Wu's not special, her husband is. Also, we never asked for the high rank she gave us.
Mom flew into a rage, and the next day came to the palace to meet me.
Maybe it's time to give them a lesson, Your Highness.
And so I sent them to govern a faraway province where they couldn't bother my mother anymore. It seemed like at every turn I was reminded how my accomplishments were never enough because I was a woman. But what if I could use that to my advantage? Was there a way to stand out from other empresses? The answer was Fengshen, a religious ceremony. It involved gathering our entire court, leaders and aristocrats from neighboring countries, staff, and an entire army, and all together do a pilgrimage to a sacred mountain. It was extremely expensive, and only 6 emperors out of 300 could afford it. Also, I added a small twist to it. After much planning, I brought up the idea to Lee and the council. Our borders are safe, the economy is good, people are pleased. I think we've earned it.
That is true, but Your Highness, we cannot allow the Empress to perform the second ritual. It is for us officials to do.
Oh, I knew they'd say that. Your Highness, the Emperor makes offerings at the top of the mountain to heaven, which represents masculine energy. At the bottom, the offerings are made to earth, which is feminine. It makes more sense for a woman to do it. Lee agreed and fired the advisor who opposed me, sending a clear message to the rest most of them. And so, we gathered thousands of people and traveled for months to Mount Tai. I performed the rituals along with my husband, and we ended the procession with a huge banquet. And with that, I secured my place in history. Years went by. Lee and I governed as a team, but slowly his health started deteriorating. Everyone at court knew his time was near. As I sat at his bedside, we held hands, till slowly his got cold. I wanted to mourn, cry, and give up, but everything we built together would have crumbled if I did so. The council wanted my son on the throne, but he wasn't as capable as me and would have been a puppet to the advisors. So why give up power and risk the empire's stability when I could rule it just fine? Only because I was a woman? That never stopped me before. And so I did what I was good at, securing the throne and winning allies. At one point, some ex-officials started a rebellion against me. One of them wrote an entire manifesto making up all kinds of stories about me. It was read in court, and at the end, everyone was silent until I bursted out laughing. Who wrote that? So creative. We should have kept him. My army defeated the rebels swiftly, and then I addressed the council with an ultimatum. If anyone here thinks they are more capable than me, speak now. Otherwise, pledge your loyalty. My opponents stepped down one by one until eventually I was crowned as the first female emperor. The only time in history it ever happened. Other women have tried to rule as wives or widows, whispering in their son's or husband's ear, but none had the official title and absolute power. For another 15 years, I skillfully led my people. Try as they might, not even my greatest opponents could deny the fact I was a good leader. They attacked my character, painting me as a power-hungry, ruthless woman, but never once criticized my governing skills. Truly, my greatest flaw was my audacity to play the power games of men and win. Today, historians keep uncovering the remnants of my empire's riches and culture. I wanted to make China the greatest empire in the world, and under my guidance, at the time, it was. So don't let the circumstances you were born with determine who or what you can be.
Sadie and I sat down quietly among Mrs. Lancaster's relatives, who were glaring at us. Why are we here exactly? Just wait for it. It's gonna be fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today for the reading of the late Mrs. Lancaster's will, who was a woman of remarkable character and
blah 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 snooze fest. Get to the good part, man.
Upon careful examination of the will, it is clear that Mrs. Lancaster has left her entire fortune worth $10 million to one individual, Miss Sadie.
There was a stunned silence, then Sadie burst into tears. Oh my God, I'm shocked. What have I done to deserve this? Other than being her only friend for the last 2 years, still, you can't put a price on love. Not even $10 million. But I'm so touched. Suddenly, Mrs. Lancaster's relatives ran towards the lawyer, yelling at him, tearing his shirt, and throwing his files across the room, while Sadie turned to me and grinned. Hi, I'm Chloe, and before I explain what happened here, please like and subscribe. My older sister and I were 2 years apart and nothing alike. Sadie was beautiful with her blonde hair and blue eyes, while I had dark, messy hair and my eyes were the color of poop. I was shy and introverted, but Sadie craved attention, and she knew how to get it. Like once when we were attending a friend's birthday party, Sadie started to cry right before the cake cutting. What's wrong, sweetie?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't had a birthday party since my mom fell sick, and there's no cure.
What's wrong with Ow! Oh, you poor darling. Why don't you cut this cake? Go on, make a wish. Or the time she knew she was about to lose the art competition to a more talented kid, so she threw herself on the ground and started having a pretend seizure, from which she recovered fully after a minute.
Oh, this happens when I haven't slept or eaten for days. I've just been working so hard on this art piece.
And the judges gave her the award instead. Growing up, it felt like the spotlight always followed my popular sister while I lived in the shadows, which I really didn't mind. I loved taking pictures and was the happiest behind my camera lens with Sadie as my favorite muse. And even though Sadie loved herself the most, I was a close second.
What do you mean my sister's project isn't good enough? This isn't Harvard, it's just your dumb class.
You don't have space on your party guest list for Chloe? Well, you could get a life and uninvite your mom. Sadie's friend had invited a great band to her party, and I had a blast. Thanks for bringing me, sis. This party's the coolest. This party's a dump, and so is this town. I'll take you to A-list parties when I'm a Hollywood star, Chloe, which is inevitable. I mean, look at this face. It's a moneymaker. My parents owned a small grocery store, and while we weren't rich, we were comfortable. They promised to send Sadie to an acting academy in LA after high school. To make some extra money, Sadie started working as a companion to Mrs. Lancaster, a rich old lady in our town. Sadie would often sneak me into her mansion, and I'd spend hours in her library. Life was good, but soon after I turned 16, we woke up to the horrible news one morning that an electrical fire had burned our grocery store to the ground.
Your mother and I will have to start looking for jobs.
Sadie, we are so sorry, but we can't send you to LA. Surprisingly, Sadie took the news really well. She kept working at Mrs. Lancaster's place for the next few months, till one day she came home with the news that the old lady had passed. Which brings us to the day after, where the lawyer announced that Mrs. Lancaster had left everything to Sadie, and her family started a riot. But she was perfectly calm as we walked out of there. I'll finalize the paperwork with the lawyer later. Hold on, Sadie. You already knew Mrs. Lancaster was leaving you everything, didn't you? It wasn't a hard guess. She didn't love her family very much. I don't think she loved you that much either. I know you did something. Fine. I just encouraged her to make a new will some time ago. But she decided everything herself. She was like 90 and half crazy, Sadie. The last time I saw her, she accused me of stealing apples from her mother's farm. Can you focus on what's important here? I'm a freaking millionaire now, Chloe. We can't take this money. It's not ours. You're right. It's mine. Just think of how much easier I can make things for Mom and Dad. Don't go telling them your stupid theories and let me help them. After that day, our lives just flipped upside down. We moved into Mrs. Lancaster's mansion. My parents started rebuilding their store, and Sadie hired herself an expensive acting coach. Suddenly, we were eating off silver platters and had maids and butlers. And Sadie was ordering dresses from Paris, shoes from Milan, and perfumes from London. I could send you to an amazing private school, Chloe. No thanks. Could you at least let me upgrade your wardrobe? Not interested. Okay, look, a brand new camera. You should start your photography channel. I'll buy you followers to give you a head start. Can you just stop? Sadie, you made an old lady sign over her fortune to you and robbed her family. How do you even sleep at night? Extremely well, on my feather bed and Egyptian cotton sheets. And sometimes, if I can't sleep, I count sheep. But instead of wool, my sheep have dollar bills on them. And instead of jumping on grass, they're jumping on more dollar bills. That helps me sleep like a baby. But I just couldn't accept what Sadie had done, and this created a rift between us. Things really came to a head when Sadie hosted a party one evening where she was showing off a Taylor Swift shoe she'd bought at an auction for $75,000. You need to return that. Sweetie, you sound hysterical. Why don't you take your medication and lie down? No, you need to sell it and return the money to its rightful owners. In fact, we need to return everything. Don't even think about touching the shoe. I'm warning you. Sadie leapt at me, and we ended up in a huge fight till our parents broke us apart. And when we were alone, I ended up telling them everything. My parents were horrified. I don't care what any of you think. I'm over 18, and I'm the legal, rightful owner of this fortune. You want to go back to the life you had? Then go. My parents returned the money Sadie had given them for the store, and we left for our old house that night. The next day, we found out that Sadie had put the mansion up for sale and moved to LA. It broke my heart that things had turned out this way between us. Mom and Dad returned to their jobs, and I wanted to help. I made a website offering my photography services and also started a YouTube channel sharing tutorials. By the time I graduated high school, I was making decent money from both. Soon after, I had my first ever solo exhibition, and for my showstopper, I went to the lake at dawn to capture the sunrise. I was about to take my best photo yet when a loud noise startled me. A boy was kneeling a few feet away, crying loudly.
Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, lips, do something too.
Would you mind going somewhere else, Romeo? I'm trying to work here. The boy turned to me in surprise, and wow, was he a looker.
I'm working here too, babe. I'm an actor and...
Really? I thought you were a madman.
I have an important audition, and this is my usual practice spot.
Fine. I just need 20 minutes here, and I'd appreciate some peace. I turned away to my camera and found the boy posing in front of me. Do you mind?
Not at all, babe. Take as many photos as you want.
I meant, could you move?
An action shot. I like it. What should I do? Maybe a headstand or flex my biceps?
Was he dumb or what? Okay, how about one of you gazing out at the water dramatically? The boy looked out at the water and immediately started crying.
Was that good?
How about one without the ugly crying? Yep, that's perfect.
I'm Blake, by the way. Follow me on Insta at Blake is a Greek god.
Not gonna happen. Good luck and goodbye. The picture with Blake actually turned out amazing, and I was shocked when some art collector at the exhibition offered to purchase it for $5,000. Later that night, I did end up finding Blake the Greek god on Instagram and sent him a message asking if he'd meet me at a cafe. I thought it was only fair that he got a cut from the money.
I just knew you'd reach out to me. I could feel this instant electrical connection between us.
Wow, I feel nothing but regret. Here's the check I promised. See you never.
Oh, come on. A cup of coffee won't hurt. I actually want to hire you for some headshots to send along with my audition tapes to Hollywood.
You want to go to Hollywood?
Of course. I mean, look at this face. It's a work of art.
I guess a cup of coffee won't hurt.
Great. Has anyone ever told you your eyes are the most beautiful brown? They remind me of autumn leaves and hot chocolate.
My eyes are the color of poop.
You really need someone to talk you up, babe. I'm new in town and I have no friends, so I'm happy to stick around and do the job.
He really meant that. He came off vain and silly at first, but he was actually sweet and funny. He'd often accompany me on my shoots and carry around my bags. And his idea of a good time was watching movies at home, eating pizza, and wearing face masks. I should take a picture of that and post it. You look so manly.
Yeah, babe. Real men exfoliate their skin and talk about their feelings.
He felt like the first real friend after Sadie, yet it was so different. Sadie had always overshadowed me, and I'd been fine being my sister's sidekick, but Blake always made me feel like the main character, and slowly, I found myself falling for him. One day, as I was editing some photos in my studio, Blake burst in and spun my chair around.
We're going to Hollywood, babe.
What?
A big producer loved my audition tape, and he's casting me in his new movie. Turns out, he was also looking for a photographer for the promo stuff, and I recommended you.
That's amazing! I'm so happy for you!
For us.
And suddenly, his face turned serious.
You already know that I'm not well off and Dad's in a wheelchair. His mom used to live in this town, but Dad was in the army and he was posted abroad, so we haven't been able to visit in years. She died 2 years ago, and my family was gonna inherit her wealth, which could have really helped us after Dad's injury. But apparently, Grandma's caregiver tricked her into giving her all her fortune.
My blood ran cold at his words.
It's been tough, and sometimes I've thought about just giving up the Hollywood dream. But it looks like things are finally turning around, and you're my lucky charm, Chloe. I think I'm in love with you.
He pulled me close and kissed me, but it felt terrible. I know, right? Me too. What's your grandma's name?
Mrs. Lancaster, you okay, babe? Did my kiss take your breath away?
It sure did. I tossed and turned all night. How could I tell Blake that my sister scammed his grandma? But how could I take this job without telling him? But the job was such an amazing opportunity, I couldn't let it slip away. Finally, I decided the only thing to do was to go to Hollywood, meet Sadie, and talk her into giving Blake's family the money. Before I knew it, Blake and I were in Hollywood and starting our first day on set. He got dragged away for hair and makeup. So I wandered around and started taking some pictures when a familiar face appeared in front of my lens. Sadie? Chloe? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I work here. Also, my Hollywood name is Sunday. I work here too. I'm the official photographer. Just then, Blake walked over.
Hey, babe, I see you've met the heroine. She's a rising star in Hollywood, and I'm really excited about working together. But don't get any ideas, Sunday. The movie romance is fake, 'cause this heart is taken.
This was getting so much worse. Of course, I'd meant to meet Sadie, but I hadn't planned on Blake meeting her, let alone working on the same movie. The next few weeks were so difficult. I had to watch my sister doing romantic scenes with my boyfriend, after which they would be whisked off for interviews. And anytime I tried catching Sadie alone, she managed to slip away. So one day, I hid in the trunk of Sadie's car and followed her right to her apartment. I need to talk to you. Unless it's an apology, I don't want to hear it. Fine, it's an apology. Once I was in, I turned to her furiously. Of course it's not an apology. Sadie, you have to give back Mrs. Lancaster's money to her family. Oh my God, that again? You're worse than their family lawyer. Do you know who Blake is? He's Mrs. Lancaster's grandson. What? What does he know? That his grandma's caregiver tricked her and took all the money. But he doesn't know that's you, my sister, his lovely co-star Sunday. Just then, there was a knock on the door. My yoga instructor's here. You need to leave. I had no choice, but this conversation wasn't over. When I returned to my hotel room, I found Blake sitting on the bed with his bags packed. Hey, what's going on?
I think you butt-dialed me by mistake when you were meeting your sister, Sunday. No, Sadie, right? The person who took Grandma's money?
Blake, listen.
How could you not tell me?
I really wanted to, but then I thought...
You thought you'd keep quiet, use me, and take this job?
No, of course not. I came here to talk to my sister, to make her return your money. You have to believe me.
No, I don't. I wish I'd had the sense to record the conversation, but I'm not a schemer like you two. I won't work with her now, so I'm going home.
You can't do that. This is an opportunity of a lifetime.
And some things are more important than money. You wouldn't understand that.
Blake left, and I was devastated. I tried to calm down, but I felt panic rising in my chest. First, my sister left me, and now the guy I loved. I couldn't stop crying, and I was struggling to breathe. Suddenly, I felt dizzy, and I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed with Sadie beside me. Oh, thank God you're awake. What happened? I came to talk to you and found you unconscious. Blake found out everything and left. I think I just had a bad panic attack. Suddenly, Sadie started crying. Chloe, I would never intentionally hurt you, and I've missed you terribly. What hurt the most was knowing you thought I was evil. Yes, I pushed Mrs. Lancaster to make a new will, but she always said her only son hadn't visited in years, and the rest of her family were vultures. Those people didn't deserve the money either, trust me. You're still justifying what you did? I'm telling you now, Blake's family needs the money. How can you be sure he isn't lying? Are you sure he's even Mrs. Lancaster's grandson? I can't talk to you anymore. Just leave, Sadie. Listen, Chloe, no, go away. The next day on set was a mess. The producer was frantically trying to get in touch with Blake, but he wouldn't answer anyone's phone calls. I was sitting miserably in a corner when suddenly I got a phone call from Dad.
Chloe, I know this is a lot to ask, but can you come home? A friend of mine has offered me an amazing opportunity to manage a huge grocery store, but it's in Texas, and I need all the help I can get. I know this is your dream job, but...
That sounds amazing, Dad, and of course I'll help. I'll take the next flight home. As I hung up, I turned around to see Sadie behind me. You're leaving? Yeah, Dad needs my help with work. Listen, if Blake doesn't come back, they'll find a replacement soon, and this movie will be up and running in no time. You can't give up this job. It'll be so great for your career. You know what, Sadie? I can't believe I ever looked up to you or thought you cared about me. I hope your successful career keeps you warm at night, but I'd rather stay close to the people I love. And with that, I went back home. I helped my parents pack up to move, and one evening, I was carrying a box to our car when I bumped into someone. I looked up to see that it was Blake. I wasn't expecting to see you here. You haven't answered any of my calls.
Yeah, I was really angry. Is there any chance you'd go back with me to Hollywood as my girlfriend?
I can think about it. If you beg and grovel and give me a foot rub every day and forever.
Sure, but can I give you a kiss first, babe?
If you insist. Before that, may I hug you, sis? Wondering why I'm running down the streets of New York at night in the pouring rain with a mob of angry girls chasing me? I'll tell you when I catch my breath. I turned a corner and ran down an alley, only to find a dead end. I looked around frantically and burst through a tiny door that led into a dingy cafe, which was empty, except for a boy sweeping the floor. Quick, I need you to hide me. He just stared at me silently. Sometime today would be nice, buddy.
What's the magic word?
I don't know. Hurry up.
That's not one word.
Jesus Christ!
Wrong again.
Please is the magic word.
No, it's abracadabra. Okay, I'm guessing you're not from the mafia. You want to look at the menu? I wouldn't order the salmon. It's been smelling weird for weeks.
Just hide me, now! The boy shoved me into a tiny broom closet just before the girls chasing me burst in. Did Lana Moon come in here?
No one's been in here for 3 days. No, wait, yesterday, a big ugly guy came in and cut his toenails here and left without ordering anything. Does that sound like Lana Moon?
You're crazy. Let's go, girls. When I heard the door slam shut, I came out.
You really don't know who I am? I figured out your name was Lana Moon, duh, but no.
Who are you? Hi everyone, I'm Lana Moon, global sensation and chart-topping singer. But of course, you all knew that. I don't know what rock this weirdo's been living under. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My life wasn't always like this. In fact, growing up, I was a nobody with nothing much. My dad was a math teacher in a public school, and my mom was a maid. She was French and had come to America for a better life, but it hadn't turned out like she'd imagined.
Pay attention, Lana. You have to learn fractions.
Yes, Lana. It's very useful to know that half your father's miserable salary goes to rent, and 1/3 goes to bills. How much is left for buying us something nice? Do the math and feel disappointed.
Algebra is important. This equation can help you calculate the gradient of the slope.
Yes, Lana. Let's calculate the slope of your life going downhill. And it's a steep slope, baby. Clearly, my parents didn't get along. And even though I loved Dad, I was with Mom on how useless math was. I was actually obsessed with singing. But my parents were either too busy with their jobs or too busy arguing to notice. One day they were fighting when I put my headphones on in my room and started singing a ballad.
All by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself anymore.
As I belted out the high note, I saw my parents in the doorway, their mouths hanging open. That was you? Singing? It was you? No, Celine Dion's hiding under my bed.
Oh my god, Celine is here?
Dad, of course it was me. You don't get sarcasm, do you?
Oh, my baby, you have a gift. You're going to be a singer, a superstar.
We'll talk about this after she finishes high school and college. Do you know how many singers fail? I'll run the numbers on the probability of success. Wait. How you say in America? Ah, yes. Shut up, man! Mom took on extra cleaning jobs to pay for a professional vocal coach, and soon she was signing me up for talent shows, open mic nights at cafes, and singing competitions. And then everything changed in the 12th grade when I won a big national competition. I received a huge cash prize, signed up with a talent manager, Chaz, and got a record deal in New York.
You're ruining her childhood. How can you make her drop out of high school?
She's almost 18. And what good has education done you, huh?
I don't support this decision, and I won't be going with you two.
Some people are meant to live small lives forever, and you are one of them. But it won't be me or my daughter. I was really sad that Dad didn't support me, and our family was breaking up. But I just couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Before I knew it, I was on a crazy roller coaster ride. I was recording songs, singing on TV shows, giving radio interviews, and when my album was released, it topped the music charts and launched my career into the stratosphere overnight. Soon I was touring and singing to sold-out stadiums. Every time I stepped on stage and the crowd roared my name, I had to pinch myself. This was real. I was a star. But it turns out, a roller coaster isn't all that fun if you can't get off. 2 years later, I was getting tired and wanted a break.
We've got concerts lined up for the next 3 months. We have TV appearances, brand endorsements.
A small break.
It's not possible right now. You're on top of the world, Lana, and we have to make sure you stay there.
But one night, as I performed for a huge crowd, I found myself singing off-key, and I forgot my lyrics. Then, during my final number, this huge spotlight turned towards me, and suddenly, I couldn't stop blinking. I stumbled backwards in confusion and crashed into a bunch of dancers who crashed into the band. Chaz ran on stage with my bodyguards and whisked me off to a hospital. After a thorough examination, the doctor told us that my excessive blinking was triggered by exhaustion and stress, and I needed rest. Chaz had to cancel my commitments, and I went off to Hawaii for 3 months. One day, as I was sunbathing by the pool with Mom, Chaz came running.
Have you seen the music charts lately? You're almost at the bottom.
Relax. Have a pina colada. People love me.
This is showbiz, Lana. You go from hero to zero in seconds. There's a talented new girl in town, and everyone's talking about how she's gonna be the next big thing.
He wasn't kidding. The girl was some exotic foreign beauty who wrote her own lyrics and played 5 different instruments, and America was obsessed. I still had my fans, but my popularity was definitely taking a hit.
What do you mean you found another face for your makeup brand? You're Lana Moon's backup singer. Ever heard of a thing called loyalty? Okay then, jump off a cliff.
I returned to my work and started recording again. One day after my session, Chaz dragged me off to my dressing room, and I flipped out when I saw who was inside.
I'm guessing I don't need to introduce myself.
Oh my god, you're Xander, the lead singer for the hottest boy band in the world. Come on, I have a poster of you in my bedroom. And now you're here in the flesh? No, scratch that. It's my mother who has a poster of you in her bedroom. No, wait. That sounds way worse.
It's okay. I have a poster of me too. I've heard your songs, Lana. You're very talented.
Who? Me?
Yes, you. Also, I was wondering if you'd go to dinner with me tomorrow night. She'll be there.
I can speak for myself, Chaz. Yeah, I'll be there. The next day, Xander whisked me off in his limo to a super exclusive restaurant. And sure, I was impressed with the food and Xander's dimples, but we also had a lot in common.
This life can be so lonely. It's hard for regular people to understand.
It does get overwhelming sometimes, but we're also really lucky.
I love your positivity. You look beautiful, by the way.
Xander took my hand, and butterflies fluttered in my stomach. The next week, Xander sent his private jet to take me to a beautiful island town. We spent all weekend on the beach talking and laughing. The night before I left, we had our first kiss under the stars. Then he asked me to be his girlfriend, and I was so caught up in the moment, I just said yes. Soon, Xander and I moved in together, and we became the new it couple. We were on magazine covers, we were doing interviews together, and the paparazzi were obsessed with us. My album sales were through the roof again, and Xander and I released a duet that the public went wild for. Life was perfect, but soon a new side of Xander started to show itself.
Are you seriously wearing that to the gala?
This is Chanel.
From last year's collection. It looks like someone gave you those clothes as charity. Please go change. It's not a good look for me.
I thought Xander was being rude and superficial, but I changed anyway to avoid an argument. But he only got worse. He became more and more controlling, telling me what to wear, when to smile, how much to eat, who to talk to.
Why do you talk to that woman on the phone so much?
Because she's my mom? How come you don't talk to your family?
I ditched all those bottom feeders years ago. All anyone wants from me is money.
I honestly felt a little bad for him, but I hated his attitude with me. I felt suffocated and like I wasn't my own person anymore. Soon we had an interview on a popular late night show, and Xander was unbearable. He kept undermining my opinions and interrupting me, or just talked non-stop about himself. As we walked out of the studio, Xander took my hand, but I shook it off.
What are you doing? You know the paparazzi is always watching, so smile.
Don't tell me what to do, and I'm not going home with you. We're done, Xander.
Excuse me? Do you understand what it means to be my girlfriend? There are girls far prettier and more talented than you who are dying to be with me. Jeez, I hate it when your eyes start doing this blinking thing. You look so stupid. Make it stop. I'm having a serious conversation here.
No, Xander. This conversation is done, and so are we. As I turned away, he tried to stop me, but I pushed him hard. The paparazzi went crazy around us, and I jumped into a cab and fled the scene. I checked into a hotel that night, and as I sank into the bed, I felt relief wash over me. I was free. But the next morning, I woke up to 100 angry voicemails from Chaz. When I turned on the TV, I saw the video of me pushing Xander being played on every news channel, and he was crying.
Lana was only with me because of my fame. Her manager set us up because her career was tanking. I really fell in love with her, though. I did everything she said, bought her everything she asked for. But after the interview last night, she told me she was seeing someone else. Lana Moon is a cheater, a liar, and a gold digger.
That jerk! I checked Twitter and TikTok and found thousands of comments calling for a boycott of my album and tour. I moved back to my own place and released an official statement saying Xander was lying and just couldn't accept the relationship was over. My fans were supportive, but his fangirls were insane. They were camping outside my house, chanting protests and egging my windows. After a week of this nonsense, I slipped out one night, climbing over the back wall. But as I was sipping my favorite latte at a cafe, some of those girls spotted me. It's her. I can't believe you treated Xander that way. You need to apologize to that precious angel. That's when they started chasing me, and I ended up with the crazy boy in the weird cafe. His name was Kenny, and he offered me a dry sweatshirt and a cup of tea as I told him my story. He was fascinated, especially when he saw Xander's picture.
Whoa, you were dating this guy? I don't think I've ever seen someone so proportionate. And those cheekbones, you could grate cheese off of them. Sorry, went off on a tangent. We hate this guy. He's a toxic piece of garbage.
Thank you. How come you don't know about all this?
I don't have any social media accounts. I'm a theoretical physicist in an advanced level university program. So between that and my multiple jobs, I don't have much time for stupid gossip. Not that your life is stupid. This was really interesting, and it's nice to meet a pop star.
It's been nice to meet someone so ordinary. Wait, that came out wrong.
No, I'm pretty ordinary, and I'm okay with that.
Is it okay if I come hang out here sometimes? I'm always alone here. I could use the company. The noise created by Xander's fans started dying out, and I returned to work. But in the evening, evenings, I started slipping out frequently to the cafe. And even though we were poles apart, I found Kenny the easiest person to talk to. He listened attentively and always gave the best advice. He was smart and funny and even cute, but clearly unaware of it. And he really seemed to love my songs. After I finished the new album, I decided to take a weekend break on an exclusive island resort where no paparazzi would be around. And I invited Kenny. Kenny was loving the resort, but he just wouldn't come into the pool. I could show you some disturbing statistics about how much pool water is actually just pee. There's no one here, and I'm not peeing. There's a lot of life-threatening bacteria in that water that can travel up your nose. You don't know how to swim, do you? Yeah, you caught me. I'm a loser. I'll teach you. I'm an expert. No thanks. Come on, just jump into the pool. I'll catch you. You jump into the pool. I'm already in the pool. Jump at me. You jump at me. I literally had to drag him in and force him to learn. When I thought he was ready, I pushed him towards the deep end. Kenny started flapping around like a crazy duck, but he was actually afloat. Oh my god, I'm swimming. You're doing so well. Keep going. Soon he was swimming around like a clumsy mermaid, and then he circled back to me laughing. Wow, this feels amazing. Thank you. Thank you. And then suddenly, he kissed me, and I kissed him back. We broke apart and stared at each other. But just then, Xander turned up at the pool. What are you doing here? Are you stalking me?
Maybe. Is that a crime?
Yeah.
When I found out you were coming here with a +1, I had to see for myself. You were cheating on me all along, just as I'd suspected. Why else would you break up with me?
'Cause you've been acting like a jerk for months.
So you decided to cheat on me? With skinny, pasty nobody? Hey, that's rude.
What do you want, Xander?
Just some pictures to prove my claim. I got one of you two kissing. That'll work.
You're invading my privacy. I want you to delete it.
Sure, after I posted it. What's happening to your eyes, Lana? Is that the first time you're seeing Miss Blinks a lot? Listen, dude, if you don't stop bothering Lana right now, I will punch your face. It won't hurt that much because I'm not that strong, but it'll still be embarrassing for someone like you to get punched by a pasty physicist. Give it your best shot, chicken legs.
No one is doing anything. As I stepped forward to stop him, I suddenly slipped on some water and hit my head, and then I blacked out. When I finally came around, I was in a hospital with Chaz and Mom beside me. Oh, my baby, you're awake. Where am I?
You were taken to a hospital on the island, but we had you transferred to the city. You've been unconscious for 3 days. We kept the news quiet, though. How are you feeling?
I think I'm okay.
Then take a look at this.
Chaz shoved a phone in my face, and the picture of me kissing Kenny was everywhere. Xander was claiming it was taken by a private investigator while he and I were still together. This isn't true. And that maniac posted this when I could have been in a coma?
Who is this boy you're kissing?
I'm entitled to some privacy.
No, you're not. You're a public figure, Lana, and I'm your manager. I need to know everything about this boy before I decide how to handle this story.
He's a nobody, okay? Just an ordinary guy I randomly met. A distraction. I only invited him to the resort because I didn't want to be alone. Don't drag him into all this drama. He's no one important. Of course I lied to get Chaz off my back. Kenny meant a lot to me, and I wanted to talk to him about us before I made anything public. I texted Kenny, but he didn't reply. Soon after I was released from the hospital, I went to the cafe, and sure enough, he was there. Hey, why haven't you replied? You didn't want to know how I was doing?
I knew you were fine.
Okay then. Kenny, we need to talk.
Yeah, and I'll go first. Lana, I don't think you should come around here or keep in touch with me.
Oh, so you don't want to see me anymore?
Yeah, 'cause I'm just an ordinary guy you randomly met and hung out with. So you wouldn't be alone, right? I came to see you at the hospital and I heard you and Chaz talking.
Listen, it's not...
It's fine. I am ordinary. And I have a lot on my plate. I don't want to be in the public eye and I don't need distractions. You and I belong to 2 different worlds and they're never going to intersect. So let's just back off before anyone gets hurt, okay?
If that's what you want, okay. I felt kind of heartbroken, but maybe it was for the best. He didn't want this life, and perhaps it was better for me to not be in a relationship right now. But on the bright side, karma hit Xander soon. He started dating the exotic foreign singer who recorded him acting crazy jealous and screaming at her, and she made it public. Xander got dropped by his label, and the same fans who'd hated me brought out their pitchforks for him instead. I got a lot of support, and my new album did amazingly well, but my success felt hollow, and I called Dad one day. Maybe you were right all along, and I should have never become a singer.
I never said that, Lana. You're very talented, and I never expected you to become a mathematician. I just wanted you to have a balanced life.
You should have fought harder to stick around, Dad. I could have used your wisdom.
I didn't think you'd listen then, but I am sorry.
Do you think I should take a break and finish high school?
I think that sounds great, honey.
The next day, I publicly announced my career break. Mom didn't protest much because apparently she was getting married to a a rich music producer and relocating to France. Chaz went berserk, but I fired him. I was done being pushed around, and I would get back to music when I felt ready. After my high school graduation, I was celebrating with my friends at a cafe that was having an open mic night. I couldn't resist getting up on stage and singing, and it felt great. Just then, I spotted a familiar face smiling at me, and I walked over. Kenny, it's been a while. How are you? Pretty great, actually. I finished the program with flying colors. Of course you did. It's lame in comparison, but I just finished high school. I know. I made a social media account just to follow you. Kenny, all those things I said to Chaz, I didn't mean them. You weren't a distraction or a rebound, and you're not at all ordinary. Not to me. Anyway, I'll see you around. Are you free for dinner? I know this shady cafe that's great if you want to get food poisoning. And good tea. We could talk more? Sounds good to me.